Chinese police don't want to let me stream. I tell you. Chinese police. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Ganji Kid. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. This is mono. Got chocolate, soy milk. Got that. Got my tippies from Snippies already. Because just tried to stream and then it just went, I'm not having that. Trying again now. Turned it all off and on again. Thank you very much. Ganji Kid on YouTube. Our most recent YouTube stream. Chemtrails, what's the truth? BBC Facts. Banned in several countries. Banned in several countries. Got to, there's 3 things that YouTubers don't like that for copyright. So fair enough, I'll just cut them out. Like, YouTube's got an option, it just lets you cut it out, or press cut it out. And it's like, alright, we're processing that. And I'm like, can I cut out the other 2 as well? No, we're processing the first one. You're still banned in several countries. Yeah, still banned in several countries. They don't like it. And I'm saying, like, fucking chemtrails aren't chemtrails, they're contrails, and the truth is that you don't need to get all het up, they're not spraying stuff on you, although they did in the 50s. It's worth a look. Anyway. We're here streaming. Is this actually my chat? Let's pop out the chat, make sure the chat's working. Because you never know. You never know these days, frankly. You never know. You never know these days. I had it all set up, all ready to roll, ready to rock and roll. Now my kilobytes are taking a dip again. Why are they doing that? I might have to start plugging it in the wall, you know. Might have to just start plugging the chuffer in at the wall. I told you I'm gonna have to do that, didn't I? I'm gonna have to get a big long wire, run it outside the house, drill around the walls, run it outside the house, drill in the walls, run it in through the wall, stick it in here. It's a bit of a chuffer. Might have to be done. Anyway, what have I got for you today? I've got Genshin Impact. Oh, you can hear the dulcet tones of Genshin Impact in the background. Yeah, we're going to play a little bit of that. But first, the Chinese police. First, Ganji Kid reacts to the Chinese police. So, let's react to the Chinese police.
This is a service window of a food company.
Oh, you're
People
loud.
must bend down and squat to do any transactions.
What?
This is a service window of a natural gas station. People have to squat down to make payments.
Is that just a design malfunction? Imagine that. You gotta go and talk to the people at the window, like at the gas station or whatever. like crouch down like that to talk to them. You'd be right, chuffer. What's that about?
Service windows like these are a display of power by the Chinese Communist Party.
Are they? Display of power by the Chinese Communist Party, right. Well, this channel's called China Insights. Just give you a quick look. China Insights.
We've said it before, when China...
And they make these videos that are footage from inside China and commentary over the top. It's not, like, you don't know who's talking, don't know who's exactly writing it. It says the content on this channel is produced by a team independent of any government or legacy media, including former China independent of any government or legacy media, including former China National Television reporters, veteran editors of North American media, and colleagues in Asia. Some of us are long-term experts on China issues. We're committed to showing our audience the real stories of Red China and its extensive, far-reaching impact on other countries. We also review what China has offered the world. So, there's a PayPal there for them. I don't know if it is Chinese people doing this. I don't know if it's some sort of propaganda machine. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's American propaganda or Chinese people who have been in China and they've come out and they said, I don't like China anymore, I'm going to tell the truth on it. Or I don't know what it is. There's 2 of these websites as well, 2 of these YouTube pages. There's another one that I've been looking at called China Something Else. They're very similar. So I don't know, it's kind of, it feels a bit like propaganda of a sort, but I don't know, it might be good propaganda. It might be that kind of good propaganda.
Did you know that there is a natural method to fix receding gums?
I don't want to see that. You chuff off. Adverts. I need to fix these the ad blocker, don't I?
Hack the galaxy. Thank you.
Am I going to have to shell out for an actual ad? I'm kilobyte 0.
Urban management and law enforcement.
Hello, Snippies. I'm having kilobyte troubles. Bottom line, that's what's happening. it was just running red, so I restarted it, and now it did a drop to 0 then again when I loaded this thing up. I don't know if it's the Chinese police. I don't know if it's the Chinese police or if it's just my internet service provider. Might be because it's been really hot, maybe they're having some troubles.
In the streets and alleys of China, nothing.
So this is the Chinese people anyway. This is the Chinese people.
This is a service window of a food company.
What I'm doing is I'm going to react to some Chinese stuff and then we're going to play Genshin Impact.
People must bend down and squat to do any transactions.
They've got to bend down and squat.
This is a service window of a natural gas station. People have to squat down to make payments. Service windows like these are a display of power by the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP. Ordinary people need to bow down before them despite the loud and clear manifesto of the CCP and the Chinese government being serving the people. For many Chinese, their mindset is usually, fine, so be it.
Now, you see, I don't know if that's propaganda about those windows. You know, the Chinese government are doing it to people to make them feel bad, or if it's just like some badly placed windows and this is propaganda, I don't know.
As long as things get done without trouble, but more often than not, bowing down isn't good enough. This is what makes drivers...
Uh-oh, here they are. Here they are. Hello, Juzzy. One example, so it's probably BS. I mean, it might be. I don't know how to verify this China Insights YouTube channel. I don't know how to verify it, but some of the stuff we're going to see is just like footage off phones and stuff, so, you know, we'll go along with some of it, I guess. We'll just have a look at it. Just have a look at it. It's interesting. It might be propaganda.
In China nervous. Traffic police.
You're not allowed on the highway. Not allowed. Let me ask, why not? You're saying I'm not going to let you on. Do you have a reason? No, I just don't like you. Now, I can't translate Chinese, so I don't even that's what's said. But like Juzzy says, it's one example. It might be BS, or it might be that it's tough to get stuff out of China. Like, you know, it might be that it's a bit like Korea where they shut it down and like they don't want people to record things. I don't know. This is possibly propaganda, like I said. So we're going to, you know, everything's in the inverted commas if it might be propaganda. But it's just funny to watch because like usually people react to more Western things like Karens and stuff like that, don't they? But this is me reacting to the Chinese police, so... If they said that to me, you can't come on the motorway because I just don't like you, I'd be well fucked off, but I wouldn't be able to do anything. Like in the UK police, I'd have to go, oh, okay. I consider getting my phone out and videoing them, but then I'd think to myself, if they're already being this mean, then what will happen when I start filming them? So I'd do my best just to get out of there without being accosted any further.
The Chinese government has set up green lanes at highway toll booths where vegetable trucks can pass toll-free. But free is what toll booth workers resent most. They have come up with a way to deal with the situation. That is, redefine what green vegetables are.
So you take a look. What's that? It's He says this cabbage and this is baby greens. This one has to pay a toll fee because it's not a vegetable. They're just having it away. They're just doing what they want, aren't they? Like, it must be so corrupt. I don't know, this might be propaganda, it might be BS, but it might be that it's so corrupt, they just say, yeah, no, today cabbages are not a vegetable today, you'll have to either come through tomorrow or pay the toll. They're just pocketing that toll, aren't they? Like, now that they don't have to pay a toll on cabbage, they're just pocketing it. I mean, I can't translate Chinese, so I don't know, it might not be what's being said. When I got off the highway in Changwu, I was told that the cabbage leaves were too dry and not fresh, so I was denied the toll waiver. Do I have to peel the cabbage before transporting them, and then dry them, and then peel them again?
There is another category of law enforcers in China.
Another
they
category.
Dress like police, but they aren't.
Alright, I wouldn't like that either, right? Your accent Chinese is very corrupt. The text is probably fine, because if it wasn't, the comments would call it out. Good point. We'll look at the comments in a minute. I mean, the comments are quite a lot of Western people who are like, you know, oh, that's China for you. I don't know if they know. Like, what I don't like already, like, you've got the traffic police, I can understand that, and then you've got the police. But having other kinds of police that might be the police that aren't the police, I'm not a big fan of that. I think it's nice if you've got one very clear police force. Having another kind of police that aren't the police, that might be the police, I'm not sure about this.
They are called Chengguan, which means urban management, literally. They are a para-police under urban management and law enforcement. In the streets and alleys of China, nothing is more intimidating than Chengguan.
What's going on there? All the baskets were thrown over. What are they doing? They've come to collect.
The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. The local chicken raised in the countryside was delicious, and Chengguan took to the streets to snatch some.
I mean, I'm vegan, so I'm not into that in any way, shape or form, but they're just out there robbing the chickens, aren't they? They're not quite the police, but... Oh, look! Oh! Oh, my God. He's like, I'm not having it, I'm going away. He's obviously... I see what's happening. We're getting an advert, Chuffers. He was selling his goods on the street, wasn't he? And he's not supposed to be, and they're having them. And oh no, don't take them. And like, you could just leave them, couldn't you? You don't have to pull them off the dude. You don't have to put him off. No vocal for this one. Silent movie. You don't have to pull him off on the street, do you? Oh! That's going in the truck. And these people just have a shop. Is it, I don't know the rules in China, but is it that your stuff's not supposed to be out on the street and it's causing a nuisance, you know, people need to walk past, and you've got a shop, but you're not supposed to be out on the street? They're just fucking right having it. There's a 50-50 here, because if I was the people that were the police, I'm not the police, I wouldn't be the police, but if you were, you'd be like, oh, look, I've had enough of this, it's all on the street, we've told you about this, right, it's all going in the truck. You know, I can see that, but the way they're just chuffing it in there, it does make you think, like, you know, I wonder where that's going. I wonder if that's going on the report, or if it's just going to be divvied out amongst the lads at the station when they get there. It's all going in the truck. He's having some oil now. That's not even on the street. He's having that as well. He needs some oil. He's doing his shopping.
Guang openly robbed the vendors of cooking oil.
We'll come about to cooking oil in a minute. Got something to say about the cooking oil. Look, she's putting it up on the step. Look, that's on the step. They can't have that. He's like, no, I'm having it. Fucking hell. Jokes on him. That could be sewer oil. We're going to come to look at that in just a second. And the people as well, I tell you what, the people aren't remonstrating, are they? The people aren't remonstrating. They're not. Maybe it needs to be in an open air market. Like, these fellas are doing whatever they want, and these two are just like, they're not happy about it, obviously, but they're not saying, oi, chuffers, can you chuff off? You're on camera here or anything. They're just like, fucking hell.
Fishing.
Now what? Fishing
is prohibited.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of fishing because vegan, but look at them just taking his rod.
The mighty Chengguang brutally smashed the fisherman's fishing rod.
This is like the Sopranos. It's like the Chinese Sopranos, but they're the police. But they're not the real police. I've told you about your fucking fishing, mate. Give me that. Get up. No, it's expensive. No, I'll put it away. Ugh. Oh, fuck. That's me rod fucked. Oosh. Just smashing them up. And these fellas haven't spotted it happening. They're not quick enough on the draw. They haven't put the rods away. Oh, that's it. Fucked. That's harsh. Why don't they throw it in the sea either? Throw it in the sea as well. That's even on top. They're just smashing them all. Is that... I'm not quite the police, but I work for the Department of Urban Affairs, and you're not supposed to be fishing around here. Is that right, officer? Alright, we'll pack up and we'll move on. Well, hang on. I'm just going to smash your rod to bits. And then no one complains. I don't know if it goes in the report. I don't know if it's what they're supposed to be doing. The most unprofessional looking police. The shirts are untucked. Yeah, these aren't even the official police. These are a sub-branch of the a sub-branch of the rural affairs with judicial powers. What's this one now? That looks like a fireman. I don't know what he's saying.
In this video, a Chengguang officer said, "Now I'm here to announce that all the advertisements outside should be cleaned up. This is the order of our municipal government. If you resist, we will destroy you. Understand?"
Could you tidy up these advertisements out the front of your shop, please? And if you resist, we will destroy you. By order of the government. Thanks, bye. What is it? What's the problem? He doesn't like what you... If you resist, we'll destroy... The advertisements on the glass. So you run a shop in China, and you put a sign on your window. That's got to go. That's got to go. And bear in mind, if you don't get it out of the window, I will destroy you. It's like Darth Vader's come down to meter out the law. And the law's pretty fucking strict on this. Juzzy, do you know anything about China? Are you over in that area? Because you seem to be defending the Chinese police. Well, maybe we should. No, it's a good point though. We should be fairly balanced. The fish might be breeding and it's their cycles. It might be that, yeah. It might be that. That's a good point. You know, you maybe not to fish in those areas. I can understand there are reasons not to do it. I'm vegan, so you know I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to have people interrupting the fish's breeding cycles. But also, if the police came and smashed my rod, I think I'd have something to say about that too. That's got to go. That's got to go. It's all got to go. Need to be able to see in the shop, you silly bitch. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing with this? I actually think this about some shops in the UK. There was a show called Mary Queen of Shops. I'm not going to show it you now because we'll get copyright strikes. I'll just show you a picture of it. Mary Queen of Shops. Just show you a picture of it. It's a TV show. This woman, Mary Portas, she knows her shit, basically. She knows her shit. It's like the Gordon Ramsay's kitchen nightmares of shops. So she goes into someone's shop and she says, "What the fuck are you doing with your shop? You're rubbishing it up. Let's sort it out." And they're like, "Oh, my business is going under, so I'll listen to you." Like Gordon Ramsay, yeah? And she's like, "First thing, get all this shit out the window. People want to see into the shop and the goods. They don't want all these pictures and random fonts. Get all that gone. Then I want your biggest selling items, your top sellers. I don't care. Get them out the front, you chuffer. What are you doing? Get them in baskets out the front. This needs to be cleaned up. That needs to be cleaned up. We don't need so much stock. What you need is the good selling stock, and you need it clean and neat up the front. Right, and I'm going to get you a till. Let's go." And like, you know, next week they're like, "Oh, Mary came in my shop and she sorted it out. I like that." But during the process, I was cross and angry and I argued with her. We should actually react to that at a different time. But I get the feeling it's going to get us copyright strikes. But we'll react to it another time. We'll have a look at it another time. But at the moment we're doing China anyway. So Mary Queen of Shops has come in. This is Mary Queen of Shops Chinese style. Oh, I'm going to have to do a little bit of it for you. I'm going to have to do a little bit. Fuck it. Copyright or no. Mary Queen of Shops. I wonder if I put meltdowns. Because I'm sure someone's had a meltdown. Heated exchange with owner Kelvin. I did the mistake and it's capital K's name, and that was a real big mistake because...
I'm Mary Portas, and this week I'm...
Oh, it's a full hour. No, wait, we can't watch the full hour. We can't watch the full hour. What am I doing? Can't watch a full hour.
You chose a beautiful fit.
This ain't gonna work. I just want the meltdowns. 2 minutes, deals with an argumentative customer. Dealing with a sizist shop owner. That might be oh, it's 50 minutes. Argues with charity shop manager. Okay, that'll do. She does quite a lot of the charity shop ones. The charity shop ones are funny.
Great, man.
This is an advert for some bullshit. So you don't need to see this. No one needs to see it. That can go. Binned. Right, this is an example of Mary Queen of Shops.
Nick's finished turning the dump out back into a functioning stockroom.
She wants a functioning stockroom, as you fucking would. Look at it, it's a mess.
Actually, this is worse, isn't it? Well, what's he been bloody well doing? It's a tip. Just look at it. Just look. Look under here. Look under here. What do you think,
I
Tiz?
think that's awful. It's a danger, really, if you need to get through to the bric-a-brac.
But I thought my role to Nick was do the back room and get a system.
There isn't one, is there?
Here's Nick.
Morning, Mary. How are you?
Oh, blimey, you've
He's
had a
running the
haircut.
shop.
I have.
That looks rather cute.
Thank you very much.
That's
You
the
look rather
nicest.
splendid yourself.
That's the nicest thing I'm going to say to you this morning.
Excellent.
Right, she's in a right chuffing mood because she's in there to try and help Gordon Ramsay up the shop. And these ladies volunteer and they're all helping. And Nick's just waddled in at fucking 3 in the afternoon. He's had his hair cut, you know, and he hasn't been doing what he's supposed to.
How are you, Will?
I'm good.
There's an atmosphere, you can tell.
When were you last here?
Last Tuesday. Haven't been here since.
Oh, I can see that. Come and have a look out the back.
Jolly good. Has it not improved, do I take it?
It's not improved. Oh, look, he's concerned.
Blimey. Looking full, isn't it? I have had phone calls from about this. Spoke to Graham and Wendy.
He's had some phone calls.
yesterday, and they sort of said it was in hand.
What does that mean?
Well, clearly it's not. Clearly it's got so full you can't...
Look at this,
Which
look.
is not for the intention of exercise, obviously, was it?
Nick, tell him.
Bloody tip, mate.
This is the first time I've been here in 5 days. I'm seeing it with a fresh pair of eyes. We have to allow the volunteers to get on with it. I've communicated with them the best I can. I've spoken to them.
Don't know, Nick. You can't say we have to allow the volunteers to get on with it. The volunteers don't know. They don't know. They've never run a retail business before. I mean, that's like me saying, I'll allow my 12-year-old daughter to get on with it. She's not run a retail business
I think
before.
that's fair point to a point, but I don't think you're crediting with a great deal of nous.
It's like Gordon Ramsay, isn't it? It's like a soft touch Gordon Ramsay. She's like, I wouldn't let my fucking...
I'm not crediting you with a great deal of nous. Look at this. You said you were going to put some systems in, and we've got a dump. There's no system at all. And all you're saying to me is, oh, we've got to let them get on with it. We can't.
No,
It's
I'm
not
not saying that. You're saying...
This is actually one of the more tame ones because sometimes people are very precious about their shop. This is a charity shop, so, you know, it's about managing the old ladies and deciding what shit to keep and what shit to throw out. But and they tend to want to hoard everything and, like, keep all the bric-a-brac. But she's like, no. Like, we want to make this a smart, modern charity shop so people don't come in here to buy little fucking China cats, throw them all away, and keep all the Versace hand-ins and put them up the front. Like, it's a really good program in general. Why is she so mad? Why is she so mad? Because she's been in there and she's told them, look, this is how you run the fucking stock room. Get all this shit out of here. And she's told Nick, that's your job. And I'm going to come back in 3 days and see if you've done it. And Nick's not even been in this shop. And he's the manager. She gets very cross with people who are managers who think they should just delegate everything and shouldn't get their hands dirty and do it. We should watch a bit more of Mary Queen of Shops another time. We maybe well do, depending on how copyright treats us. But this is the Mary Queen of Shops in China.
There are also some temporary person.
This is Mary Queen of Shops in China. Get those out your window, because we can't see in. Otherwise, we will destroy you. Even more mad than Mary Porters.
There are also some temporary personnel acting as police in
What?
Chengguang,
Temporary personnel acting as police. Now that's a bit of a
who are either security guards of private companies or gangster members.
gangster members. You wouldn't want that, would you? What's going on here?
At night, when the building was evicted and demolished, many people were still in the building.
They're trying to demolish a building and they're all in their houses. I shouldn't laugh, but what the fuck? Is it that they don't want to leave, or is it that they haven't been told properly, or what? You probably want to get them out of there before you carry on knocking it down.
This is a large number of demolition personnel wearing security uniforms.
Get them in there then. They're the demolition personnel. Get them in there. What's going on? I don't know, there's no context. Don't know what to say about
Cases
that.
like this are played out almost every day on the streets of various cities in China. What can Chinese people do in the face of mistreatment?
Nothing.
The Chinese government has set up an appeal channel. That is, the law provides for the possibility of appealing to government departments at all levels for redress of grievances.
That's probably a good idea, isn't it? Hand in your petition to the government, get all your people to sign it. You've got to get everyone to sign it, put your names down, hand them in. Yeah, good idea.
Reporting cases, making suggestions, and filing complaints. Let's take a look at the situation of Chinese people who have taken the path of petitioning.
I like it that Juzzy's like questioning everything, because it might be that they weren't demolishing that, it might be they were just trying to smash some windows in or something, or maybe it was a mistake, maybe the person on the excavator was actually trying to dig a hole and had made a mistake or something, maybe it wasn't what they're showing us. Yeah, that's a really good point. 3:30 in the middle of the night. All the people are at the office. I don't know what's going on there. I don't like this bit about petitioning. I'm going to move it on. I wouldn't turn up.
But petitioning in Beijing will affect local officials' work performance.
I wouldn't turn up. I wouldn't turn up and petition because I think it'd be a mistake.
And some other hired freeloaders to intercept petitioners in Beijing, arrest and illegally detain them, and even put them in mental hospitals.
I was going to say,
the only excuse they have is that petitioners have bypassed the local officials. The reality is, if the local petition can address the problem, who would want to travel to Beijing away from their hometowns?
They're arresting unemployed taxi drivers, apparently. What this does show, though...
Dr. Hilary Jones and
Hello, Dr. Hilary Jones. Just want a minute of my time to tell you about a simple little device you can shove off. Shove up your bum and fuck off. What it does show is there's some pushback against the police and local governments, which is a bit fruity. I mean, I didn't realise they were doing that in China. I thought they were just, keeping their heads down and getting on with it, but looks like there is some pushback.
Of equal prominence with the slogan of serving the people is, party cadres are the servants of the people. It's more than a slogan because it has been written into the Constitution.
Right.
For the past 70 years, Communist Party officials have illustrated in action what it means to be a public servant, according to the CCP dictionary. The conversational style of the CCP official when talking to the people.
Do you know what I think is funny? Two things here. One, he's talking to them from behind the police, and you can't see his face because he's hiding behind the police. And two is that in the UK we say that the police are they work for the people. They're servants of the people, the police. But you wouldn't argue that with them while they're arresting you. It's like a common misconception that you could be like, right, I'm a citizen, I pay my taxes, I'm your boss. Yeah, to Mr. Policeman, Mrs. Policeman, I'm your boss, and I'll wave my finger in front of you and tell you I'm your boss. And then they'll grab me by the finger, break it, and twist it around my arm and say, tell that to the courts. You're arrested under section 37, what is it, section 28, public order offence. Waving your finger in front of a police officer, shouting about how it's the common law. The common law means you can't arrest me, right? Or you can argue that in court. Then I'll break your arm around your back and section 28 you. That's the UK.
Two police.
That's the UK. He's giving his speech. That's right.
This is in front of a government building. People kneeled and kowtowed to the public servants. The masters were crying miserably in the street.
I don't know what's going on there. It's very quick.
The petitioners kneeled in front of a local petition office and shouted, "Return my hard-earned money."
It's like the most well-behaved protest I've ever seen. It's like the most well-behaved protest I've ever seen. Could you please possibly consider returning my money as I sit here on the floor in front of your office? Is there a possibility you could please... All right, no, okay. Here come the police. All right, we're going. We're going then. Juzzy doesn't like this video. There's a lot of police abuse. Yeah, I imagine if you did a controversial video on American police abusing their power, and just took everything out of context, you could probably put a fucking horrible video together. Yeah, I did start with this could be propaganda, didn't I? I did start with this could be propaganda. It's just on the internet. It's just stuff on the internet. If you could please possibly consider returning my hard-earned money.
Petitioners are kneeling to officials to plead their grievances.
To plead their this is how we petition in China. We kneel and plead. Maybe not.
These were,
mind you, that chap did kneel in front of the tanks, didn't he? Lest we forget. You know, they don't want them to remember in China. I'll tell you that. They don't want them to remember this in China, but this chap, and I say this chap because we don't know who he is, because like we don't know who he is, do we? I don't know, I haven't seen this. They look like foreign tanks, they're not China's. Have you seen this? No. It's quite famous though, isn't it, the old tank man? It might not be propaganda, just designed to get people to get views, yeah. Yeah, it might be that, yeah. Anything that gets views is good on YouTube these days, isn't it? Or, hang on, here's a different conversation though. Like, have you seen this image of Tank Man? Says the BBC reporter. And you're a Chinese person and you're on camera. And the best thing to probably say is, no, don't know what that is. Fucking move on. Leave me alone. I'm on camera. Leave me alone. Not, yes, that's a symbol of the revolution. Oops. What revolution? I don't know anything about a revolution, officer. No, haven't seen it. I think she has, actually, reading her body language. Reading her body language, she's doing this face of like, almost like, oh no, officer, no, I don't know what that is, but like, she's smiling, so I think they have seen it. I think they have seen it. Stood in front of the tanks, didn't he? He's out with his shopping. Stood in front of the tanks. Tiananmen Square. Tiananmen Square. So there was a student protest. That's zoomed in. That's that picture zoomed in, and now I've lost the page. Good old Scotty Hottie on the internet. Tiananmen Square, student protests, and several hundred, several thousand deaths. Part of the democracy movement in the 80s. I'm laughing, it's not funny, but the students went to the square to protest, and some of them were killed. Tiananmen Square, that's what that was from anyway, and they're saying they don't remember it because they fucking well know which side their bread's buttered. The university? I wonder if they remember it at the university.
Have you guys ever seen this image before? Of this man and the tanks?
We have seen this video.
Yeah, because we're...
Have you seen this before?
Yeah, because we're at university, but we're not smart enough to know when to keep our mouths shut.
Do you think many Chinese people are aware of these images?
Not very many Chinese people.
In the West, we call him Tank Man.
Tank Man, really?
Yeah.
That's very...
He has become very famous.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Say famous. Say famous. Nobody knows where he is or who he is, because I don't know what happened to him. But yeah, that was Tank Man. That's Mary Portas. This is China.
Parents who took a knee to defend their children's right to go to school. In front of a government building, people kneel to appeal.
It's an interesting form of protest, isn't it? Because it's definitely peaceful, which is good. Peaceful protest is important.
Did you know that there is a natural method to fix receding gums?
Can you leave me alone with the horrible adverts? Really? This is the most watched bit. Police confiscating a motorcycle. So, Soviet, I'm already heartbroken about the world, and I've lost faith in the Communist Party anyway. On what grounds are you arresting me? These are those not proper police that might be police, urban patrol police. This vehicle is not allowed on the roads, and he says, I'm not on the road yet. It's always good when you try and argue the pedantics of law with a group of officers who are already angry. Oh, I'm not on the road yet, though, officer. Right, that'll fix it. Tell that to the judge while we bend you up.
In many cases, those who enforce the law themselves face the same problem.
Right, so this China, there's one other thing I want to look at in China here, because I found this yesterday and I was like, what? I was like, what? So they're in the bins and they're fishing out like...
This is in Chongqing, China, a southwestern city known for its spicy hot pot. Someone has filmed 2 hotel employees recycling sewer oil from a garbage bin. According to Chinese media, on March 20th, the hotel in question responded to the incident saying that the women in the video were indeed employees of the hotel, but that their actions were not arranged by the hotel, and that the hotel didn't use the grease they recovered.
It's probably likely the hotel didn't use that because they binned it in the first place, but it seems there's some sort of value in this discarded cooking oil.
Chongqing's Market Supervision Administration said that several local departments have jointly investigated the matter and ruled out the possibility that the hotel recycled the grease for catering purposes. The concept of sewer oil first appeared in China in 1998. China's outspoken media, the Southern Metropolis...
So, now what you're seeing... Careful with this, because if you're eating your tea, you won't like this.
Daily launched a series of investigative reports on underground mills refining peanut oil from waste grease during Consumer Day on March 15, 1998. Since then, the term sewer oil has taken firm root in the daily lives of Chinese people. On March 17, 2011, China Youth Daily published an article entitled Rounding Up Sewer Oil, in which a professor found that the total annual demand for cooking oil in mainland China was about 22.5 million tons, but the actual production was less than 20 million tons.
So, they need 22.5 million tons of cooking oil, but they only produce 20 million tons. So they're about 2.5 million tons of cooking oil short. It's quite a lot of cooking oil. It's 2.5 million tons. That's annual. A rough guess. Where are they making up that surplus and that shortfall?
After investigating, he estimated that 2 to 3 million tons of waste grease flows back to the table in China each year. It means about 15% of restaurants in China use sewer oil at the time.
Why do they call it sewer oil? Why do they call it sewer oil, though? Why do they call it... Hang on, your adverts. Why do I need to get an ad blocker if I'm going to be doing these reacts? Cost money.
It can be assumed that the use of oil... Look at
this.
First
Look at
of
this.
all, the word sewer in its name. So how harmful is it to humans? First of all, the raw materials...
Oh, whoa. That looks very much to me like like a literal sewer. You can't be telling me that you're going to go in the actual sewer.
For making sewer oil come from kitchen waste, which is laden with pesticide residues, heavy metal contaminants, and pathogenic bacteria.
And you're just going to scrape, because obviously in the sewer, there's like a layer of fat on top of whatever else is in the sewer. And you're going to scrape that off and put it in a barrel, and you're going to go and refine it, sell it back. Because they showed those pictures a bit ago, those people with the bottling it up. Look. Bottling it up. It looks cleaner now. It's been refined. That's where it come from.
Come from kitchen waste, which is laden with pesticide residues, heavy metal contaminants, and pathogenic bacteria. In addition, a professor at China Agricultural University researched a number of cancer-causing substances under heating conditions.
So basically, I'm going to skip past this bit, but what happens is you heat the oil too many times and it causes more carcinogenic materials to be in the oil. You can't just reheat oil over and over again indefinitely. It makes it go bad.
The answer is no, except that oil, the human digestion, and use of sewer oil in restaurants. In Sichuan province...
So that's a hot pot, and like the main thing in it is it's like water and oil, isn't it? And then you put your stuff in the hot stuff, There's all oil. And this is the main thing, like there's loads of these, so there's loads of this oil kicking around everywhere.
For example, the prevalence of hot pots has led to the development of a sewer oil industry, and the crackdown on it has almost become a routine annual event for the local government. In December 2021, a hot pot restaurant in Sichuan province was fined about $200,000 after being found guilty of using sewer oil.
So you go to a restaurant in China, and you have like the most famous local dish, hot pot, everyone's having it. You dip your meat into the... I wouldn't, I'm vegan. You dip your meat into the hot pot, you're dipping it in...
However, it is difficult to tell whether the government's actions are cosmetic or sincere. The public may see the businesses being investigated and penalized,
They're all eating
but
it.
how many more businesses with the same practices are left unchecked?
I mean, how many people do you think... How many businesses do you think... It must be more the street vendors, you'd think, wouldn't you? But then, I don't know, if it's cheaper, and you can mix it with your normal oil, and you can, like, maybe use a third of this and 2/3 of that, and I wonder how prevalent this is.
The public has also found that those involved in sewer oil operations
What's he doing?
are
Look.
quite assertive nowadays.
What's he doing?
Check out this video. I'm uploading it now. Have a look and see what they say. They said they have official approval for the sewer oil they pull out. I have no idea which official can give her such approval. She said her sewer oil has legal procedures. I hope the government can check it out. Where are their legal procedures? I hope everyone sees this video and share it. It's no use to report to the...
It is possible, right, that this is just somebody cleaning the sewers. Right, they're not keeping the oil, they're cleaning it. But then you do see them dumping it into a big barrel and taking it away. I mean, it might be possible the government are employing people to clean the sewers of excess oils and fats. That's possible.
Police, do whatever you want. Okay, do you hear it?
But...
Everyone? She said it's useless to report to the police. You see how bold they are? I hope all the viewers who see the video can share it and spread the positive energy.
If you know just how profitable sewer oil is, you might understand why it's so rampant in China. According to a June 2018 report by Chinese media outlet Xinjiang Daily, a married couple began processing sewer oil in 2013.
Look at that, the big vats of the stuff. All shit in it. And obviously, you pile it all up and then warm it. I'm guessing you warm it through, all the shit floats to the top, and then you just filter it out the bottom, do it again a couple of times until it's running clear. You're done.
They paid half a yuan or 8 American cents for 500 grams of kitchen waste, made it into grease, and then sold it to professional and legitimate procurement and processing companies for 30 American cents.
So, like, 10 cents, that, like, it's like 200% markup plus, isn't it? You're getting waste product that you can actually buy the waste product. Imagine that. I used to work in the kitchen and I used to clean out the grease traps, and it was a horrible job. And what we did with that horrible dirty grease is we put it into these like blue container things, and then when the bin men come, we give it to the like special bin men for grease collection or something. I think that's what we're supposed to do, the restaurant bin men. I can't remember. We put it into these blue containers anyway. We didn't just dump it down the fucking drain, because that's where we got it out. We get it out of the grease trap. And to think that someone would pay for that at the end of it, and then take it away and process it and sell it on.
When the recycled sewer oil was sold again to restaurants and hot pot based manufacturers, the price rose to roughly 50 American cents.
So you're starting, it's like 10 cents and you're finishing at 50 cents. So it's quite a big mark. Like, for people that are really poor and you can flush it out the sewer, then that's like free money, isn't it?
As early as 2012, Chinese media reported that the price of a ton of slop was $25 and it took 5 tons of slop to produce 1 ton of sewer oil, so the cost of raw materials was $125. After deducting the cost of other materials, transportation, labor, and so on, the cost of 1 ton of crude sewer oil was about $157. Later, a variety of procedures such as decolorization, deodorization, and impurity removal were applied, which brought the price of sewer oil to about $1,250 per ton.
A ton of slop is where you start, though. Doesn't matter how much you end up. A ton of slop, $25. A ton of oil, 1,000. It's like that. How many zeros have you put on the end? That, like, That's quite a big markup, isn't it?
Raw material cost $125, and the final product sold at $1,250. It was an absolute windfall. Even the producers at the most rudimentary level could make a profit of at least 200 to 300%.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So, maybe I'm in the wrong game here. Maybe I should be out skimming the sewers for oil, boiling it up in my shed, selling it on to local businesses as like cut price oil.
According to a 2010 report by
mind you, if you do that in the UK, you end up in prison, I think. I think you might end up in prison.
China's news agency Xinhua, workers in an illegal sewer oil mill in a village could earn an average.
That just looks like someone cleaning out the grease trap, so I don't know where that grease is going, but
of more than 6,000 RMB, or about $950 per month. Other surveys suggest that some people make more than 10,000 RMB, or more than $1,500 per month. To this day, the Chinese government hasn't introduced a test method for sewer oil.
No test method. So how do you know if your oil's sewer oil or not? Like going in those supermarkets and that looks pretty like it. That looks like it. I wouldn't... How would you trust any of the... Like, there must be so much of this cheap oil running through the system, and for example, olive oil in what is it? In Italy, olive oil is, you know, first pressed virgin olive oil is the most expensive, and then you get your other, like, you know, it's like there's grades of it, and then it turns out that rapeseed oil, or what we call vegetable oil, is actually added to lower grade olive oil, mixed, and then they sell it as olive oil. So it might be a blended oil. Like, imagine that, but you're blending it with sewer oil.
The regulatory model was phased out internationally more than 20 years ago, but China is still using it today. Under such a system,
and now you're in China, yeah, and you're walking down the street and you think, do I want one of those little fried hot dog things or whatever they are, fried cheese fritters? I don't know what it is. You're looking at that oil, you're thinking, I fucking don't know about this.
Operate accordingly, making it difficult to establish a comprehensive kitchen waste management system.
Just have something off the grill if I were you.
As in the West. It isn't surprising then that many Chinese restaurants and small hotels have filthy kitchens. Likewise, pickup trucks loaded with food waste late at night, heading to who knows where, have become a night scene in many cities.
That sounds horrible, doesn't it? That's all pig's trotters there. Can eat a pig's trotter. This is the most replayed bit coming up now.
Media attention to the issue of sewer oil peaked between 2010 and 2011 and then dropped off abruptly. In 2011, there was a related incident. A reporter posted a message on his Weibo account on September 15th, 2011. It was his last message. The message reads, "Netizens complained about sewer oil site in Luanshan County, this province, and the local food safety committee responded that no such site was found."
This is what my head looked like before.
He's found one of these sewer oil sites, and then he decided to stop being a journalist after that.
September 18th, 2011, at 1 a.m., he was attacked at the back door of his workplace. He died after being stabbed more than 10 times.
Stabbed to death.
His computer bag was snatched away.
And they took his computer.
First, the police said, the current scene shows Li Xian was stabbed more than 10 times all over his body. It doesn't meet the characteristics of a general robbery case. It can't be ruled out that the murderer had other motives. However, the police soon announced that the case was an ordinary robbery.
Yeah, do you know what? I think I believe the case, the police case. I think I believe the police, actually, since I'm on the internet. I think it's probable, most likely, that he fell on a knife, slipped and fell on some knives. You know, you don't have to come and stab me. You don't have to come and stab me. I'm on the side of the Chinese police. If anything, I'm doing this stream to point out how well behaved and you know, look how quickly they solved the case. So they're right on it. Well done, the Chinese police.
At the same time, these parents took to the media to state that the incident had nothing to do with sewer oil and asked the public to forget about Li Xiang as soon as possible. The government's announcement was not well received. People commented
What'd you do when you want someone's wallet if not stabbing them 10 times, yeah?
The unscrupulous people who make and sell sewer oil are so rampant.
There it is again. So now we've got lots of different... It's that simple, isn't it? You open up the drain, and I do know that drains around here get clogged with fatbergs, but the people who come and blast them clear, they're from the local water service, you know, water companies, and they want to remove those fatbergs. They're not putting them in plastic bags, taking them home, processing them, selling them back into the market. But bloody hell, like...
a huge profit chain has formed behind them. Why did the murderer stab him more than 10 times if it were only a common robbery case? The reporter from Southern Metropolis Daily who first uncovered the dark secret of China's sewer oil in 1998 later migrated overseas. Exposing food malpractice in China is a dangerous job. On April 9, 2012, a well-known news anchor on China National Television posted a message on his personal Weibo advising, a message from an investigative journalist, don't eat old yogurt solids and jellies in solid form, especially children. The inside story is scary. I won't share details.
Oh god.
This message attracted the
I wouldn't eat anything like that then.
attention of all walks of life and was immediately shared 130,000 times online. At the same time, another investigative reporter from Economic Observer also wrote on Weibo, one day you throw out a pair of old shoes, in the blink of an eye it will enter your stomach.
That sounds horrible. I'll check the comments on this one because I forgot to on the last one, but I just say, like... oh my god, and like, don't they all eat the food? Like, if you're doing this, you're making this horrible sewer oil. I suppose you just do it because you're poor, don't you? Just do it because you haven't got a choice, but then you go out and you eat somewhere and you think, oh fuck. Spent all day scraping the sewer for oil and now I've got to go and eat some chicken. Like, oh no, like, oh... I'm Chinese Australian. Every time I go to China, my mom tells me not to eat the street food because it's dirty. I honestly thought she was being overly paranoid, but now I've seen this, I'm glad I listened to her concerns. Michael George here says, I thought this was under control, but recently I saw a woman taking sewer oil in Haiku a few months back. It disgusted me to think I'd eaten food prepared with that filth. It was a major factor in my decision to leave China. That one guy said it perfectly. The lack of integrity and moral decline to this practice of treating the sewer like a free cooking oil dispenser is horrifying. The people should be in jail. I'm from China. 10% is an understatement, they say. Just unverifiable on the internet. Unverifiable. It does make me wonder. I think there's an easy way to solve this, though, yeah? It's economics here. It's an easy way to solve it. You just pay restaurants $30 a tonne for the slop. And then you'd say, we're the government department for removal of slop. We'll pay you $30 a tonne. And then you remove the slop. And they don't sell it to the street hawkers because it's better and more... Make it a law. You have to dispose of it correctly. And then we'll come and dispose of it for you. And we'll even pay you. There's no business who wouldn't want to do that rather than, you know... Unless they're really interested in buying more of this horrible oil... They'd be into that, and that would shut down the industry quite quick, wouldn't it? Make it an economic thing. Mind you, then what you'd get is you'd get people who were just taking oil, turning like they'd find a way of producing slop to sell to the government without buying expensive oil in the first place. So they'd find a way around it. Like in India, I think there's a competition where they might have one in America as well with the pythons. They have competitions to kill snakes, you know, I think in India it was rats as well. They had like, you know, 10 rats tails or 10 snakes heads and we'll pay you some money, you know, for killing all these vermin. And then what people were doing was just breeding pythons and breeding rats, so then they could just like kill them en masse and take them all in and get their money. It didn't help. So there's pros and cons to economic incentives, but yeah, I think a combination of regulation and economic incentive would do something about this, maybe. It's pretty horrible, isn't it? Toxic garlic problem, yeah. Yeah.
Guys, the results are amazing.
I was watching a few of these, not this.
Of super glosses. It's called
Shut up,
Glaze.
Glaze.
It works like a super...
Safety problem. I was watching a few of these last night and I did see a few different products, but I don't know which video had the garlic in it, so I don't know, but there's a few people washing things in sewers, which is pretty fucking horrible. There's fake eggs.
行，怎么个个都没鸡蛋呢？鸡蛋黄了，我就喂这狗。你看，小狗吃鸡蛋吗？它不吃，人吃不出来。你看小狗不吃，看见没有？但是你看，这个是我超市买的鸡蛋，你看小狗吃。
Dog doesn't eat the dogs doesn't eat the fake egg.
人看不出真假来，狗能看出来，知道吗？你看这是有黄的，你看这是有黄的，是吧？看见没有？小狗吃了，看见没有？你看它吃那黄了， 它也吃那白了。黄花，过来，过来，你看，蛋白它也吃，蛋黄它也吃，你看，你看没有？这个狗不说瞎话，你知道吗？人现在
Dog's not interested in eating the fake egg.
没黄，吃的口感也一样。你说这中国人干的事儿啊，全世界人类没有的事儿，中国人家骗人骗的自己人。中国人自己骗自己了，知道吗？你甭说人美国这个那个的，你自己都不把自己当人了。
没籽儿的葡萄怎么回事？没籽儿的葡萄不都粘样了吗？粘的嘛呀？粘的冰样。吃完孩子不好吧？嗯，吃完孩子不好，那绝对。没籽儿的就粘冰样了。嗯。
I can't tell what they're dipping it in there. That might be good stuff to clean it. I don't know. Looks like it's dipped in something though.
Medicine has a therapy called moxa. It requires moxa strips, which are made from mugwort. In this video, the filmmaker shows how to use cheap cardboard to make moxa. It even shows how to use cardboard to make meat buns that people normally consume.
The thing here, I don't know if this is fake or not, you know, it's just on one of these videos, but the thing here is that what about the FDA? Like, America's got more regulations, hasn't it? But I tell you what, there's an awful lot of food going around the world that's mislabeled, and the Chinese know that putting made in China doesn't help it sell. So, you know, they're good enough at forging chuffing Nike trainers, they can forge a made in Australia sticker. There's a lot of food going around the world that is mislabeled, and I tell you what as well, I think that the problem with counterfeit goods around the world is quantities. I think that there's so many and so much in such quantity that we might catch some stuff, but I think a lot of stuff gets through the net. Like the way they do cocaine, cross-border cocaine mules, is you'll think that, like, you know, on a plane you might have as the people are coming off the plane, the what they call customs and excise officers are checking, you know, they're looking for somebody carrying a funny bag or whatever, you know, they're looking, and actually like 10 people have walked past, because it's not just one person on the plane, it's like 30 and like it's about brute force numbers in some cases. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we have better regulations around the world than, I mean, China itself has certain regulations, but obviously they don't seem to be upholding all the regulations very well. And I think around the world, exports, imports, whatever, I think there's an issue with just numbers, just being able to police numbers. This thing, turning cardboard into this, you can eat cardboard, it's cellulose, so it's not going to hurt you, but it's not going to give you any nutrition either, so it's not very good for you. However, I bet you could turn this invention here into some kind of slimming product in America, and you'd actually sell a lot of them. I don't know what this thing is he's putting it in. If that thing's real, it's real. If it's not, it's not. I'm not verified it. But that's the moxa. It's that like powdery, fermented mugwort. So it's put some in with it. Sounds like it's just some sort of shredder. And then it all looks like it. And it smells the same, because of course it would, because it's got some of that. Like if you took, you know, some pepper and put it in with a load of blended cardboard, you'd probably smell of pepper, but it's mainly cardboard, and then you can use that to make buns. It's fucked up, isn't it? It's fucked up. This is these are bean sprouts being... I'll tell you what, I'll find Chinese... garlic. I'll try and have a look for the Chinese fake garlic, and then we'll play sewer water. Oh. 10 Chinese foods that are cute. It was on one of these actually. I think I saw this, so maybe this has got it in.
This is the most popular street food currently in China, the fried chicken carcass.
What?
It's the leftover carcass after removing all the meat.
Why would you want to eat that?
Covered.
It sounds double horrible.
with various seasonings and then deep fried.
I suppose, listen though, I'm judging, but people are poor. You know, there are people eating street food, not because they like, you know, fancy a bit of fast food, but sometimes because it's the most easily available and cheap food that they can afford. So some people are eating chicken carcasses, and I'm not going to critique them even as a vegan.
Each can be bought for 10 yuan, which is about 1.5 US dollars. This kind of fried chicken carcass tastes crispy and delicious, and has become a favorite among young people.
Right, I'm going to critique them then.
But unfortunately, the cooking oil used to deep fry this food is likely made from illegally recycled waste cooking oil.
In your face, eating your chicken carcass, yummy yummy. Well, now it's got toilet oil.
Let's watch a video first. The video shows
We've seen that, we've seen her scraping the oil. Oh, we haven't seen that.
Processing site to be made into, quote, cooking oil for sale.
Processing site, processing. What's that? It's like a great big bath where we boil it all up and like, there's all shit rags in it that collect up all the, like, probably you'd want some sort of catalyst to like gather up all the shit material together and scrape that off, and then like you probably scrape something off the top and pour it out the side.
This kind of oil is called dego oil in China, or gutter oil.
Look at it all in the vat. You don't want that. Yeah, they are digging out in the... Yep, we've seen that.
In an era where any kind of fried foods are popular on the streets, gutter oil is in high demand. This is a video circulating on the internet and was taken from a restaurant kitchen. The worker is cleaning the floor with a mop before washing it in the cooking pot.
Right, that's bad, but not the worst thing in the world I've seen, because we've just been looking at people like, you know, collecting oil out the toilet, but you want hot water for your mop, and you've got a big wok, and it's wet, like, you know, you're cleaning the kitchen, it is being cleaned. It might be that's the cleaning wok. Do you know what I mean? It might be instead of a bucket, you've got a cleaning wok. It might be that's the wok you use for cooking, in which case I'm not happy with that at all. But at least it's clean. I know it's not clean, is it? It's dirty because you're cleaning the floor with it and washing the water in it. But then you're going to dispose of the water. You're going to like wash out the wok. It's not going to be the worst. It's not going to be as bad as drinking oil out the toilet. But
this young man is cleaning the wall with a broom.
Do you know what I mean? At least they got soap involved.
In the wok. This chef simply pees directly into the kitchen sink to save time.
That's not ideal.
These people are collecting discarded food from the sewers. I wonder whose table they'll end up on.
What? Are they just cleaning the grease trap, or are they actually collecting that? That's the conversation you need to question, though.
Swarms of mice are...
Oh, no thanks. No thanks.
These ladies are making sausage casings.
Yeah.
They'll be used to make sausages later.
And what they're doing, they're dropping them all on the floor. In the dirty water on the floor.
This customer straight up found a condom in his soup.
Nice.
Dare to eat the food prepared by such a restaurant?
No, you just wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't have any...
This is the cabbage that Chinese people love to eat in winter. From the video, we can see that the merchant not only placed bad cabbage leaves between the good ones, but also attached the fresh cabbage roots with scotch tape to cover up the rotting inside.
But there's plastic round it. So it's got a rotten cabbage, and he's put a good cabbage root underneath it, so it looks like it's not rotten. You've been done there, ain't you? You've been done.
Big name brands like Motai, Wuliangye, and XO Hennessy are all here. Each bottle of wine can be sold.
The shrimp farms, I'll have to have a look at that, but I think that's probably going to turn my stomach.
For more than 1,000 yuan. The production cost per bottle is only a couple of yuan, of which the biggest part is the wine bottle.
So if you can blag someone they're buying the bottle, like this is just counterfeit goods now. This is not like a surprise as this goes on around the world, but I mean, you'd be surprised about how many bars, you know, all the bottles look the same on the back, don't they? But how many bars, the vodkas, stuff like that, I think they're filling beer cans. Like, as long as you can get your hands on loads of these bottles and you can do a good job of faking the packaging, what goes in them, so that's just some sort of white spirit, and then you're adding colour to it to make it look like expensive whiskey or brandy or something. Yeah, you know, that goes on in Europe, all around the world, that does.
Hack the galaxy.
This is the adverts.
Ready, guys? One.
But yeah, this goes on all around the world, but I suppose it's, I mean, it's quite sophisticated. The bottles all look quite good, don't they? But that's what goes on, isn't it? Fake cigarettes, fake alcohol.
Everywhere under the rule of the CCP. So much so that even green onions have been dyed.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Because that's pretty straightforward and easy. It's probably even a glucose sugar solution. So, you know, who's going to notice the difference? I wonder how much fake honey sold around the world.
On January 25th, 2021, a lady in Chengdu, Sichuan province, bought 2 pounds of squid from the market, but she didn't expect the whole thing to disappear shortly after it was put into the pot, with only some crumbs and residue left over.
Looks horrible.
It triggered a buzz. Many netizens suspect that it was fake squid made with starch. However, some say that it's squid that has been soaked with alkaline solutions for a long time.
With bleached squid, and it turns to mush. Children's sweets.
And in the hot pot, it's made from various scraps.
Meats, scraps, fake eggs. Where's me garlic, you chuffer?
Has become a synonym for black-hearted products, where it has also caused the global trend of boycotting products from China. Although the Chinese authorities have taken measures to rectify the situation, there are still many counterfeit and substandard food products.
I thought it was in this video. Alright, I'll just watch this video then, you chuffer.
This is Jinshan, the garlic capital of China.
We'll do this, then we'll have a look at the shrimp, and then we'll play Genshin Impact.
Come from the countryside around here. Despite being a tiny county by Chinese standards, the local government's garlic harvest report can swing garlic prices around the world. China is the world's biggest garlic producer by far.
Oh god.
Growing 20 million tons each year.
And like, I consume a lot of garlic. It's not one of the things we grow at the allotment. But I just take it for granted that when I'm buying it in the supermarket, or wherever, like mainly the supermarket, you know, I don't assume it comes from China. I just take it for granted it's grown in Europe somewhere, but...
And 80% of the world's garlic exports. But the flavour in our meals has a dirty secret behind it.
And I bet a lot of the foods that you cook that are pre-processed have got some garlic in somewhere.
Some of it is peeled by prisoners. Over the past decade, as China's economy has developed and wages have grown, export companies have turned to prisoners.
That's fine, it gives them something to do.
The cheap source of labour.
I'm joking, they're Uyghurs, aren't they? They're, you know, forced labour.
Here, the security cameras show lines of prisoners peeling garlic.
Usually the prisoners...
They don't have a choice, as not working can mean they get beaten up by guards, according to former inmates.
Prisoners in certain parts...
Prison labour is common.
Prisoners in certain parts of the country, like over there where the Uyghurs are, that's where they put the labour camps, isn't it? The concentration camps for the Uyghurs, so...
Importing goods made by forced labour, including prisoners, are employed legally. But others are not.
But I thought it's bleached, grown in sewer water. We've already seen all the sewer stuff, and we can assume it's bleached, I'll get that. Right, Chinese shrimp farms, and then it's going to be off to Inazuma. Is it, I'll just take the top one, shall I? The dirty business with the shrimps, 29 minutes, that's 50. I need something like a bit shorter. Farm tree. Is it just the whole thing is horrible, or is it bad farmed? Are there bad ones? The devastating truth. They all look a bit horrible. Even the appropriate ones. Look, oh, I don't want to see anything too horrible. all this stuff has made it onto YouTube, so it's all fine for terms of service, but... Sprayed, the whole thing, just the whole thing, yeah. Like, not some special bad thing, just the fact of what it is. Farmed shrimp, how it's made. This is probably not the worst one. It's already making me feel a little bit queasy though, just the whole concept, because, you know, being vegan, I haven't really, you know, looked at this in this way for a while. Can you chuff off with your adverts? There it is, can I see it now? Thanks.
In the 1960s, the world's fishermen could no longer keep pace with the growing global demand for shrimp. To solve this problem...
I mean, before I was vegan, I'd go to I remember going to a fish restaurant in France and choosing to eat the freshly caught prawns. We call them prawns, but like choosing to eat these things. To me now, they look a bit like weird worms of the sea with all horrible legs. Like after some distance from eating them and seeing them as food, they don't look that appetizing to me.
Commercial shrimp farming was born, and building on centuries-old traditions, Asia has become the modern hub of this intensive form of aquaculture. Shrimp hatcheries raise the offspring of their breeding stock through 3 larval stages, before selling them to shrimp farms, which grow them to market size.
This is going to be like some little mom and pop shop thing, isn't it? Because they're going to let them in and see it. Like, this isn't going to be the whole... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
This model demonstrates the shrimp farm first purifies the seawater it uses through a system of treatment ponds.
Yeah, I bet.
Containing fish that feed on microorganisms. The treated water is then pumped to a culture pond, in which the juvenile shrimp will grow to maturity. This is what the shrimp look like at around 2 months old. Shrimp farms are typically located on the coast, where they can access seawater easily. Organic fertilizer is added to the bed of the culture pond before it's filled.
Organic.
To restore the growing conditions to optimum levels between harvests. The seawater is pumped into the first treatment pond.
And that seawater's not, you know, that's where they pump the sewage, isn't it, into the sea, so...
Where tilapia fish purify the water by consuming the microscopic plankton.
Alright, we're doing that, are we? It reminds me of...
fish feces settle at the bottom.
It reminds me of gold mining, where you have to have a great big pond to wash all the gold. You alright, Chuffy dog? You alright, my doggins? What's happening? My doggins barking. Nothing's happening anymore. Do you want to come in? Come in with Daddy? No? Coming in? No.
A weekly water quality test is made on samples drawn from the treatment and culture pond.
This isn't the real deal, is it? It just all looks horrible to me, though. It still looks horrible. I'm alright without that, actually. You know, as far as my dinner goes, I'm alright without that. I can leave that. When it comes to take it or leave it, I'll leave that. We'll have to watch Mary Queen of Shops next time, because it's a lot more... She's in a charity shop and she's talking to old ladies about where to display the clothes, and it's a lot more in keeping with my British constitution. I've had a little look at China, and I tell you what, I didn't like it. My biggest problem would be I wouldn't trust foods, and then what am I going to do? Not eat? That would be an issue. And then the next problem was the Chinese police, wasn't it? They'll arrest me for doing all the things I like doing. Oh, we're ready to go and... Paimon said something then, I don't know what she said. She was like, I'm ready to go and do something. What's going on, Paimon? We're just out doing our... Oh, can't do this, can we? The Arch. I wanted to do the Archon quest. Not the chasm. This. Complete Crassus Aortus. And that's that. And we're doing that. I've already done my commissions. Haven't spent my resin. Might have a little boss fight in me. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful wizard of Amakane Island, so deal with that. Of course, that view of China, a wonderful person that I greatly admire and respect who's dead, Tim Hetherington, was a documentarian and journalist, photographer.
Let's find shelter, quick!
And
works on plants, but not people.
And humanitarian. He said he wanted to reach... Alright, Docky. There's nothing to chop up. So do you want to come in here? There's no one there.
Surely I should be to a growth spurt by now.
So he was a great humanitarian, and he said he wanted to reach people with views of the world, build bridges to people with ideas. It's loud, isn't it? Build bridges to people with ideas, reach people with views of the world, and there were some views of China, but they're not necessarily, you know, they're not necessarily reflective of the true nature of Chinese culture. They're just some views of China. So just bear that in mind. Take that all with a pinch of salt. What do I know? I've never been there.
Let's find shelter, quick! Watering works on plants, but not people.
What are these chuffers doing at the beach in the rain?
We're looking for the Great Muchina Yokai!
Get home, you.
Do you know where it lives?
No, get home, you.
Great Muchina Yokai? What's that? Huh? You've never heard of it?
No, it's time for you to go home. It's raining.
It's a sneaky monster that goes around playing tricks on people. It's got magic powers and can even shapeshift into anything it wants.
Yeah, well, you can go home now because it's raining and thundery, so it's time for you to go home.
One time, the Great Muchina Yokai stole some rice from our house. And this other time, it pushed my dad into the river.
Yeah, I'll push you in the river if you don't go home.
Sounds like a very naughty little monster.
Why, you are looking for
We
it?
finally found out how to chase it away.
Yeah? And what?
My dad said that the Great Muchina Yokai likes to play tricks on people who stay out all the time and don't come home when they're supposed to.
Unbelievable!
So all we need to do is chase it away. Then we can come out and play whenever we want.
I said you should go home. I'm with your dad. Unbelievable. I mean, the story, I knew how it was going to go. A premonition. What the fuck? That's weird, man. I tell you what, I do this, though. I do this. My sister will vouch for this. We'll sit down and we'll watch a film, and then, like, 20 minutes and I'll be like, they did it, or it's going to happen that this happens, and then, like, 2 minutes later, this happens, and I'll be like, oh, here comes the car crash, and then the car crashes in. Or, like, I haven't seen it before, I just know how they're going to think and how they're going to write. Like, sometimes, it's not about, like, oh, I know how they're going to write. It's just, like, I feel like sometimes I would probably make these moves. If I was doing this, I'd probably make this move. So, that's probably going to happen, isn't it? And then it does, you know what I mean? So, like, I'm a bit of a one for that. But sometimes it might be something more subtle that I don't even know how I know. But I'm just like, I'm pretty sure it's this.
This monster sounds scary, though. Aren't you guys afraid?
This time it was just luck.
Surely your parents must be worried about you.
Yeah, get home.
Oh, not really. I told my dad that I was gonna find the Great Muchina Yokai with some friends, and he didn't even say anything.
No.
So we think it must be weak right now. It's probably hiding away so it can rest.
Well, how are you going to find it then?
Yeah. So as long as we get home before it gets its strength back, we'll be safe.
You little chuffins, you can come in here.
Something sounds very strange about all this, but Paimon can't say exactly what it is.
The dad's attitude doesn't quite add up.
Yeah, Paimon feels feels like the Great Mujina Yokai is one of those storybook monsters that doesn't exist in the real world.
I think so too.
We should tell them so they don't waste all their time looking for it.
But no, I also think that possibly one of the village people might be dressing up as the Great Mujina Yokai to scare them later. So don't spoil the surprise.
Oh, children, listen up. There's no need to go looking for the Great Mujina Yokai, alright? Because it isn't real.
Father Christmas isn't real now, Marlo. Marlo, are you barking because you've seen, or you think you've heard Adolf Hitler? Not Adolf Hitler. Is Adolf Hitler in the garden? Is that what you're barking for? No? No? Okay, he's not bothered about Adolf. Usually he's very cross about Adolf Hitler, that dog. Usually, aren't you? Come on in. Come on then. Marlo, come on. He's gone off looking for him. Usually, if you say Adolf Hitler to that dog, he usually sets him off. Even worse than Foxy. There's no need to go looking for the Great Mujina because it's not.
No way. That's impossible. My dad wouldn't lie to me.
I mean, who's not cross about Adolf Hitler?
Your folks are just worried about you is all. They don't want you wandering too far from home because it's too dangerous.
I do, but I keep that to myself. When your friends say I didn't keep that coming, you just give them a side eye, dude eye. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think it's actually quite fun to talk about what you think is happening, like, while it's happening in the movie. I don't know if like, the thing is, other people. You're right. Other people don't like talking about it while it's happening. But for me, I would even quite happily pause the movie or have other people pause it, and we can talk about it while it's happening. I'm quite happy for that to happen. So when they're cross at me for talking, I'm just like, well, you know, if you want to watch it on your own, you're quite welcome. I don't know.
That's not true. The Great Mujina Yokai is definitely real.
Like with there's a couple of things like True Detective, that American series True Detective, and like, you know, the whole point is you're supposed to guess what's going on, isn't it? And with Westworld, the first series of Westworld, the whole point was you're supposed to talk about it and try and guess what's going on. So that's what it's about.
Yeah, Yoimiya's even making some weapons for us. And then she's gonna show us how to blow it up.
That sounds dangerous. The weather's changed because we've been out here for so long now.
Yoimiya, huh? Wait, as in fireworks prison break, Yoimiya?
Yeah, not in the theatre, no, because I don't go to the cinema to watch movies. I don't like sitting there with all the other people. They're all talking and, you know, eating their foods and shuffling and laughing when they think it's funny. And, you know, so I don't even, sometimes I've been in where they, you know, make noises at the end like woo or clap or like, oh, fucking shut up, they can't hear you. It's time to be quiet. I wouldn't talk about it in the theatre. The only cinema that I've really enjoyed going to watch was, I mean, when I was a kid I enjoyed some things, like, but the one that I enjoyed the most was Blair Witch, because sat quite close to the front and got a nice immersive thing going on with the forest. It's quite high.
We told her all about the Great Mujina Yokai. She said we shouldn't be scared of it. We should learn how to chase it away instead.
I think Blair Witch Project's the last film I went to see at the cinema.
We've been waiting for ages now. And finally, Yoimiya said that today's the day. Yoimiya plays with us and tells us stories all the time. She wouldn't tell a lie.
No.
But... Come on, let's get out of here and go find Yoimiya. Wait, hold on, don't go. They didn't seem to take that very well. But Paimon was only trying to look out for them. Who knows what Yoimiya's got to do with this? Let's follow the kids and see what's going on.
I think we're getting way too involved in the goings-on of Inazuma, because listen, we don't know this land and their traditions. They're quite tied down, they're quite strict, aren't they? They've got some quite strict rules going on. Oh, hello. I wonder if, because Leeway's supposed to be more like China, and it was all about beauty and contracts and like prosperity and and the gods and the relationship between the modern world and the ancient world and the passing on of that ancient traditions to modern people, the backing off of the gods. You know, there was a lot of interesting things there, context to talk about in deeper form maybe someday. But Inazuma is supposed to be more like Japan, and they've got the tight tie-down rules. Now, they do have a bit of a button-down society. You wouldn't run around in the street shouting your head off in Japan. As a standard Japanese person following the local customs, you wouldn't do that. But it's interesting, maybe they're using some ideas they think, because these people are in China making the game, aren't they? They're Chinese people. So maybe they think, oh, we can't say this about China, but we'll say it about Japan. And then they can't possibly think that we're saying it about China, but we brought up some ideas about fascism and about holding people down and, you know, nail down society. And we're going to say it about Japan, so we won't get accused of saying it about our own society. But, you know, maybe there's something going on there. Anyway, I instinctively feel that out of all the places, you know, Mondstadt's our gaff. We can stomp around Mondstadt telling people what to do till the cows come home. But as we ventured into Liyue, I felt a bit like a foreigner on, you know, an explorer in foreign soil. And then I came to think of Liyue as my own home. Certainly my own stomping ground. And then we've come to Inazuma, and I feel right like a fish out of water here. Definitely don't feel like... I know my character is okay for it, but I feel right like a fish out of water here. Look at her pointy ears now. She's definitely related to that chuffer from the thing, isn't she? From the trailer. Look at those pointy ears. Her mom's going to turn out to be the top baddie, I reckon.
Dodoko, where are you?
And yeah, I feel like a right outsider, so I don't think we should be...
Cheer up, guys. Don't be so down. She was only joking back there.
Exactly.
How could the great Mujina yokai not exist, huh?
Yeah, we shouldn't be making these kids cry by, you know, breaking their traditional concepts into just... Yeah, definitely not.
But we've never seen it for ourselves. That's because the great Mujina yokai is extra powerful. And that's exactly why I need your help, isn't it?
It's like some kind of Father Christmas, you know, Easter Bunny thing, and we've spoiled it.
It's okay. Don't be discouraged. Hey, remember, if you want to be a hero, you gotta have patience. And wisdom, too.
Now, I'm saying something's going on with this character, right? She's got bandages on, which isn't normal, is it? Is it a fashion choice or not? And then this leg, like, it looks like it's... I don't know what it looks like. It looks like it's heavily padded. But not like in a sort of normal... Like, her knees don't seem to align. I don't know what's going on with her. I think there's some sort of creepy backstory. Because like, some of them have some quite dark, creepy backstories, don't they? Like, one of them was a funeral director. And I suppose another one was a lawyer. She's in the fireworks factory. Maybe something blew up and, like, damaged her. She's got bandages on. Mind you, Fischl only had one eye and we never found out who poked out her eye.
Even if you can't find it right now, it'll definitely show up before the fireworks show starts. So, remember to come and pick up your weapons from me before then, okay? No matter how powerful the great Mujina yokai might be, it's no match for my specially made fireworks. Just light them up and you'll scare it off no problem.
Also, I don't know about Father Christmas, and like, if I have kids, I know that everyone's like, oh, it's magic and all, but like, I don't know if I might tell them like Father Christmas is a load of bollocks and doesn't exist. I don't know if I might just say to them, there's no tooth fairy, but I will give you £1 if you know, give me your tooth. Like, I don't know if that will spoil things for them, like, or if it'd be better that I never lied to my children, because like, I think not lying to my children would be quite high on my agenda of things that I'd like to, you know, maintain as a... You know, if I ever have children, I think not lying to them would be quite good, wouldn't it? Be quite a good thing to do. Make sure they could trust you at all times. Never undermine their sense of your trust, like trustworthiness, by just lying to them outright. So maybe I wouldn't do that. I don't know.
It's up to you guys to protect your homes, your crops, and your folks. Got it. Thanks, Miss Yoimiya. We'll try and be more patient. Oh, yeah. Hold up a sec. I have a few slips of paper for you guys, one each. Remember to give it to your parents and tell them to keep it safe. Just tell them it's from Yoimiya. They'll know what it's about.
Weird.
Okay. Thank you, Yoimiya. Oh, thanks, Yoimiya. Come play with us soon.
I think she was burned in a fire.
Sure thing. Will do. Take care on the way back, and I'll see you later.
Like, one of them is a zombie, for Christ's sake, so you never know with these chaps. chapesses. Chapesses, or non-gendered, just chaz. Best not to lie to your kids. Let's crush the little scabs' realities. Yeah, like, you know, maybe just lie to them enough so they get their hopes up, and then, like, on Christmas Day, have them come down and say, "Oh, there's no presents. Maybe you weren't good enough." Oh well, I've got a nice new Nintendo because I was a good boy this year. What have you got, Mommy? Oh, you've got a nice present, Mommy. You must have been good this year. Sorry, kids. Father Christmas told me that you've been naughty, so you didn't get anything. Anyway, we'll watch the Queen's speech later, and you'll have to wait till next year.
So it was you guys. I guessed as much from the way the kids described you. No worries though, I'm not blaming you. The Great Mujina Yokai is pretty popular with the kids, so of course they're gonna get upset if someone tries to tell them it doesn't exist. Okay, but it definitely doesn't exist, right?
And Paimon's always got problems with imaginary things. I think it's quite a cool running joke. She doesn't really understand the concept of imagination and things not existing.
Yeah, the first time I heard about it, I knew straight away that was probably something the parents had come up with to stop the kids from running off all the time.
You see, this is not a good look, is it? If you second guess your parents and you work it out and then you think, right, I'm smarter than them for a start. I remember the one year when, you know, I'm at the top of the stairs, peeking, and Mom's come past with a, like, Santa hat on with the presents, and she's drunk and she's gone past, and I've been like, right, well, that's that then. There was the one year in our house as well, because me and my sister, I put out my Return of the Jedi. I was quite young at this point, you know. I put out my Return of the Jedi pillowcase, and my sister put out her pink, like fairy princess pink pillowcase. And when we came down and opened the first presents, Father Christmas had fucked it up and put the wrong presents in the wrong pillowcases. So we opened each other's presents by mistake, and like, I remember thinking, like, how did Father Christmas fuck that up? Because it's quite obvious whose pillowcase is whose here. But obviously Father Christmas was drunk, wasn't he? So.
But when the kids asked me about it, I didn't want to break it to them. I just told them that it looks cute and likes to play pranks and doesn't hurt people. So, I guess now the kids' impression of the Great Mujina Yokai is mostly influenced by me. Huh. So in a way, this monster is all a product of your creativity? Maybe so. In any case, I'm not gonna be the one who exposes it.
Right.
Sure, it's likely that the parents just wanted to stop the kids from staying out all the time. But they could have easily had other reasons too. If I just go ahead and tell them that the Great Mujina Yokai doesn't exist without knowing the full story, then who knows? I might be doing more harm than good.
I don't know. I'd like to get a better look at this leg. Or is it that she's just got, like, because some of them have, like, funny clothes, don't they? She's just got, like, one really elaborate boot. Like, that seems weird as well, one really elaborate boot, doesn't it?
Besides, they're just kids. They should be allowed to believe it if it makes them happy. That's more important to them than questioning what's real and what isn't.
And how does this bow thing stay up? Must have wire in it.
Heck, I entertain my fair share of fantasies too. The fire diamond that spins around and shoots out lights that are all the colors of the rainbow. Ooh, the mist spirits that live far off in the mountains and guide you to fairyland if you can find them. I know that they don't really exist, but I still enjoy believing in them. If someone came up to me and started telling me to stop being so stupid, they don't exist, nah. I'd give them the evil eyes and tell them to get the heck out of my face because it's just so annoying.
It's just so annoying. She's well voiced.
Right? So what if it's made up? It's also really awesome and kind of magical. So it's not up to anyone else to tell me what's what.
She sounds a little bit like Paimon.
The things we believed and the experiences we had when we were young turn into our priceless treasures as we grow up. When you were kids, surely you guys believed in things like heroes who slew dragons and sacred swords that cut through darkness. It's the same thing. If we tear apart these kids' fairy tales now, what else do we have to tell them? That Inazuma's locked down? All the grim tales of the Vision Hunt Decree? I think it's a bit too early for all of that.
That's a good point. You know, they're making the case for fantasy fiction in a fantasy fiction wonderland that kids are supposed to play, and in China you're not allowed to. Oh, hello, LadyDuane. Raiding. LadyDuane's raiding. Hello, LadyDuane. Got the raid on. Super raid. Is that right? Dwayne Ray. Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm just your average Super Genshin Impact streamer. Just navigating my way through the world of Inazuma. Now with a lady doing hello, like basically hello everyone. Hello everyone. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, LadyDuane. I'll continue. If I just keep saying thank you, it's not like content, is it? So I'll just carry on being normal. At the same time, I'll go a lot more red, and it's not a it's not a filter or anything. I'm just going to start going red if that's all right.
Yeah. Oh, way too early, for sure.
So I was just saying, because we're just finding out about whether we should. What we were discussing was whether we should tell children that Father Christmas isn't real, and that the Tooth Fairy doesn't exist. And I was making a case for just telling them the truth, because it's easier that way to never lie to them, and there's actually a good thing in that, which is that you're seen as a trustworthy person. But then it turns out that we're breaking their hearts, and it's way too early in their lives to learn the harsh realities of life. So I've been told as well. I've been told.
Whether you understood me or not, don't you worry. I'll take care of the kids and make sure they stay safe.
With fireworks.
Okay, it's about time I headed back. The Naganohara fireworks show is just around the corner, and there's still a lot of things to get ready.
I'm guessing you all like Genshin Impact. I'm guessing that's a big thumbs up, isn't it? I'm guessing you all like Genshin Impact.
Naganohara fireworks show? Is that hosted by your family or something?
So we could have I could make my case for Amber being the main one again, couldn't I? That's probably a good time for that. Amber, right? Amber, she's the main one. I probably should do this now. Amber's the main one. I don't know if you realised, but as we met her first, oh, sub bomb. Look at that sub bomb. You're all sub now, so now you have to stay here and listen. Amber's the main one, right? We meet her first. She's got business in the halls of Mondstadt. She's a Knight of Favonius. That's quite serious stuff. Jean is the acting Grandmaster, acting while the Grandmaster's away. But Amber's out here getting shit done. She's running around, firing the bow, collecting the stuff, gliding champion. She's climbing things, she's collecting things, she's doing shit. Jean, not so much. She's in the office, a bit of admin, acting Grandmaster. Let all things. Storm Terror happened. And Jean was like, oh, we've got a problem with this Storm Terror, oh no. Amber was right on it. She was out there firing the arrows, getting the shit done. So when the Grandmaster comes back, he's going to say, how have things been going? And they'll all say, well, Jean's been doing a very nice job, a very good job, but I'll tell you what, Amber, she's been she's been out there, she took down, we had this problem with the dragon while you were away, Grandmaster, and Amber went out and took down she was out there with Venti. Venti's God. I don't know if you knew that. I'm saying to the Grandmaster, and he's like, really, what's my favourite acting Grandmaster been up to? What's Jean been up to? Well, she let it all happen. She took her eye off the ball. There's hilly chills everywhere. What's Jean up to? She's like, Amber's the one. Amber's the one. Just remember that. Amber's the one. It'll all come round. She'll become she's not just gliding champion. She's also climbing champion, champion of hearts. Amber.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why her name is on the event. It's well known throughout Inazuma.
They're all good, though, aren't they? They're all good.
Oh, on the subject, are you busy these days? If not, then you should totally come along. I'll prepare an extra pretty firework just for you.
I need a more channel points redeem option. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't know how to and thing. We haven't got those little, you can type little fruity pictures in the, we haven't even got that yet. Things are happening. Things are going to start happening to me now. I do need these things. I certainly do, but you just have to hold on. We've been looking forward to it for ages.
In that case, come with me to Naganohara. We'll go see my bots. There's still a few fireworks to finish off before the show.
Oh god, not more fireworks. It's dangerous, fireworks. You should never do fireworks indoors. It's dangerous.
Inazuma is home to the Yai Publishing House, and a lot of people who like to write stories too. In fact, most of what they write is based off of the kinds of fairy tales I was just talking about.
Where's she gone?
A load of them have bad endings, though. Like, the fire diamond will get put in a rich person's gallery where it will never be ignited again. Or
she's still
someone will
talking.
see the mist spirit and not manage to catch it, but because they angered it, it'll never show itself again.
Show over here.
The hero who slays the dragon becomes the next dragon. The sacred sword that once fought the darkness now becomes a doomsday weapon.
A doomsday weapon. That sounds good.
I know these kinds of stories are all the
Where is she?
nowadays, but I really can't bring myself to like them.
She's not gone off. She's over here, isn't she? We're just listening to her voice in our head. She's over there, though. They always do this to me. I'm talking to you and having fun, and then like, oh, see you later, I'm over here. And like, what? I'll teleport. They don't know about my teleporters. Maybe she teleported. Maybe that's how she got over there so quick.
If something's magical, it should be kept that way.
She's still talking to me. I'll go the back way. We'll sneak up the back way. They don't know about this. Clee can go from this bush, look, then to this bush. They haven't seen it yet. That chuffer over there, he's not looking. Right? Up here. Round here. They haven't seen it yet. She's going to steal these berries, look. Right in front of the Millilith. They're not called the Millilith round here. She's in the bush. He's looking. He's up there looking. He hasn't seen her. Quick. Round this way. See? Go in the back way. No, see, you haven't been seen by the police there. You got to watch for those police. They don't like it.
Hey, Pops.
We've already been in, because we've been in the police station recently, and I tell you what, we kicked up a right fuss when we were in there. We did, didn't we? In fact, I think we killed a few of them.
The fireworks show is almost upon us, and the fireworks for each family are almost ready.
That's handy, isn't it? A fireworks show and festival, because you run a fireworks shop. I wonder how business is going on fireworks festival time. Bet business is pretty good, isn't it? How about 10% cut for your favourite champion of Mondstadt?
Oh, new faces? Who are these two? Friends or customers?
Champion of Mondstadt, saviour of Leeway. Saviour, I don't know if you saw the big wave that came splashing out. It was like a little bit mini tsunami came splashing, and then people in the Zoom were like, oh, that was a bit of, I wonder what's been going on in the water. It was because a great big sea monster that we killed fell into the sea, and then we dropped the Jade Chamber on its head. Bit of a big event. They put us as I'm a honorary noble of the Qixing. So. What do? You run a fireworks factory. It's still good. Fireworks. Everyone needs fireworks. It's good. But I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to big myself up or anything. Me and Paimon, bit of a team. Don't know if you might have heard of some of our exploits. Probably didn't, because they got you all on lockdown over here, haven't they? Not allowed to even read the newspaper. But if you could, we'd be in it.
A bit of both, actually. They arrived in Inazuma just recently. Can't let them miss out on a fireworks show after coming all this way, can we?
Actually, for a society that's supposed to be all locked down and all like tied down, and like they're after the visions. They want to get your visions. You'd think she'd dress down a bit, wouldn't you? You'd think she'd like just tone it down. Fireworks going off, running around, fire emblem thing, tone it down. You're gonna get caught.
Well, either way, come on in and have a seat. And I, Naganahara Ryunosuke, will tell you all about the long history of the Naganaharas.
Would you mind if we don't?
That can wait.
Yeah.
Oops, I need to ask you about something.
She's gonna ask me about something? No, she's gonna ask him.
A long, long time ago.
He's telling a story, don't do that.
Pops has started telling his stories again.
We feel the same, look. We feel the same.
Sorry about this. Ever since Pops had his accident, his ears don't work too well.
Do this to him.
Shh. People took one look and thought,
really? But for a moment there, it almost seemed like you were having a coherent conversation.
He can read her lips.
Much, much later, people eventually realized that if you grind certain materials into dust, they burn with many beautiful colors.
He was talking all that time, but all we heard was and now he's come out with this beautiful colors. So that's how you make fireworks.
Pops, wait!
It's interesting that she calls him Pops, isn't it? Because Pops, like pop, which is what fireworks do.
Huh? What's that?
I wonder if they wrote that in, or...
Did they deliver those firework materials that we ordered yet?
Did they?
Oh! Yesterday's fireworks have all been delivered. So have the ones from the day before yesterday. And the ones from the day before that.
Is he losing his barn pot? I thought he made the fireworks here. What do you mean delivered? You're not a firework maker anymore. You're a firework... just a firework middleman, really.
No, Pops, I meant the materials. The materials that we ordered. They should have arrived today.
Is he alright?
Ah, today's fireworks are almost ready too. Don't you worry. Your old man's skills are still as sharp as ever.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Pops, the materials. The raw materials for making fireworks.
Listen, Yoimiya. Just hang on a minute. Paimon will stay here with you. I'll just have it. I'll just go over and take the old man. Put my arm around the old man. Start to walk him. So listen, tell me again about the history of fireworks, because I don't think I quite caught. Wasn't there a point about the grinding down of the rocks? And as he starts, I just walk him over and sit him down with a cup of tea. Sit him down and say, just back in 1 minute. You carry on. I can hear you from the kitchen. Go through the kitchen, out round the side, and back to Yoimiya. Right, he's going for half an hour now. So let's just get on with business. He's useless to you. He's useless to her. Time to retire him, Yoimiya.
Sorry?
Materials!
She's getting cross now. You can tell that because of the size of her face.
Oh, the materials!
Yes, the materials!
Absolutely. When Paimon gets involved, you know it's getting good.
Sorry, Paimon got all excited because he finally got the message across.
It's a good one of Paimon, isn't it? It's nice when you get the close-ups of Paimon.
The materials aren't here yet. The couriers did come over to explain why, but, well, I think they did, but I couldn't quite hear what they were saying.
Do I have a moderator? I've got one moderator, my sister, in official capacity, but no. And do I need moderation? Probably not. What's the worst thing that can happen? So, yeah, my sister. So there she is. Look, she's here. She can moderate you. Don't moderate him, her, them, they. Don't know these days. Don't moderate LadyDuane. Just everyone chill. No one needs themselves modding. No one's doing any modding. No one's doing any modding. You just keep calm. All right.
No worries.
I need modding.
As long as we know, that's fine. We can just make them later. Don't forget to take the goods in when they deliver them. Okay, Pops?
Don't leave anything in his hands. He doesn't know what's going on.
Of course. Leave it to me.
Oh, sorry if we were a little loud. It's always the way, though. It's like that every time I need to ask Pop something.
It's not a good look for your business.
Uh-huh, that's my Pops. He's a good person, all right. Everyone around here respects him.
Yep. So did you like the fuses for those fireworks? You did the what with the what? Did you like the fuses for the fireworks? Did you like the what with the what? The fuses on the... Oh, let me have a... Ah!
Because my Pops is deaf, he never argues with anyone and never contradicts them. He just listens cheerfully.
That's a good way to go about life, isn't it? Because you can't hear what they're fucking saying, so no wonder he never contradicts them. Like, to him, it's just like...
When I was little, I thought it was because he really understood me and agreed with whatever I had to say. So, I told my Pops everything.
You've been deaf all your life?
Eventually, I realized that the reason he was like that was that he's deaf.
Oh, right.
But I still tell him stories every day.
So I shouldn't be making a joke out of it because it's actually a condition like a disability. I thought he'd gone deaf from blowing up fireworks and getting old, in which case, that's fair game. But the fact that he's actually deaf, what a weird way to communicate that, or to not communicate that to your children as well, to just sort of go, yeah, absolutely. Oh, no, right, yeah, I think so. Like, what the fuck would you do? Sometimes, you'd spot it. Because you'd be like, do you want some eggs with that? And you're like, absolutely, yeah. Do you want another egg? Yeah, I'll have another one. Then go on, then thanks. And you wouldn't say that. You just go, absolutely, yeah. And then you say, look, I wouldn't say this because I'm vegan. I wouldn't even be feeding people eggs. But at some point, he wouldn't want to eat any more eggs. And they'd be like, have you finished? Or they might even, if he finished, he's lucky. Have you finished? You can go, yeah, absolutely. But if not, if they say, oh, can you manage another egg? He's had to eat another egg. Like, at some point, it'd come out, wouldn't it? At some point, it'd come out.
Huh? Why would you do that? It just makes me happy to see him smile. And it keeps him from being lonely, right?
Right.
Anyway, more importantly right now, the fireworks show is right around the corner and the materials still haven't arrived. We need to think of an alternative.
Well, hang on. It turns out you're talking to the #1 fetcher-gatherer in the whole of Mondstadt and Leeway put together. You want something out of the chasm, I'll go and get that for you. You know? Just the other day, I was in this golden archipelago. I had to go ferreting around in people's imaginations for stuff. I can get anything from anywhere. In fact, round here, they call... Toma thinks he's a fixer. Toma thinks he's a fixer. But I'm friends with gods and adepti, so... What is it you need?
Yoimiya? Is that you?
Uh-oh, what's this?
Oh, you scared me there. I thought I told you to be more careful before you speak.
Sorry.
Sorry? Sorry?
Hold on. I'm coming over.
What's going on? She got someone trapped in that she's disappeared. Confirm the source of the sound. Alright, but this is going to be more fun than this. Look, this is a fireworks shop and this is Klee. This is Klee, yeah, and that's a fireworks shop. So look, watch this. This is going to make them well eggy. Uh-oh. What do you think of that? I mean, you probably like it. He's a firework maker. Oh, what brand of bomb have you concocted there, little girl? I remember in the 60s, the first brand of bomb that we threw, we made ourselves out of licorice and glue. And yeah, but isn't it worrying you that I could accidentally like... Oh, that one went really close. Didn't it? That one went on these buckets. Thank God those buckets are full of water, ready prepared in case the fireworks factory goes up. Spare buckets full of water in case the fire... That's a good idea, isn't it? Are these fireworks? No? What about these? Are these fireworks? They look like fireworks. They look like lollipops, actually. Don't get the two confused. These are fireworks. Right, here we go then. Oh! That would shit you right up, wouldn't it, if you ran the fireworks factory and someone was throwing little fire bombs? Wow, that one! Alright, anyway, confirming the source of sound. It's this. It's round the back.
No one's looking. Okay, you can come out now. Come around the side.
This is well weird. The person hiding... Oh, it's the person with the vision.
We're lucky that no one from the Tenryou Commission was around. Otherwise, we'd all be in big trouble.
I thought they had some sort of, like, slave... I thought they had some sort of modern slave. Like, I thought they got someone in chains that they were forcing them to make fireworks. Child labour or something. No, it's the fella that... this commission, she hides people who've got visions. And let's be fair... These are the worst people with visions that you've ever seen. Look at her, she's got a vision. Look at her clothes. Look at this stuff in her hair. Look at that, this guy's got an undercut and that's it. Some checks on his shirt. He's not a superhero. Look at her, she's got like... one funny knee pad strapped onto her leg. And that's what a vision hunter should... A vision carrier looks like. They look well cool and they do cool stuff. And this guy's wearing a pair of flip-flops and like pantaloons. Dark blue. What's your vision? What's your vision? Well, rubbish. Is your vision the vision of rubbish? What's your element? Is your element just rubbish?
Sorry, I guess I was a little rash, but when I heard you come back, I just...
Shut up, undercut.
Don't worry, Sakujiro. So far, at least, everything is going according to plan.
We don't have to waste time with this chuffer.
We're going to look for firework materials shortly. While we're out, we'll sort out the boat situation for you, as promised.
That doesn't sound good, does it, if you're waiting on a boat? If you're in this dangerous position and she's trying to smuggle you out and you're waiting on a boat, and she's now messing around with firework materials, you'd be like, no, hang on, wait. Could we do the boat first? Because, like, I don't know how long you're going to be out for, but the commissioner looking for me.
Thank you for all your help.
Who is this and why is he hiding in your home?
He's one of our old customers. He came back to Inazuma from the outside world not long ago. While he was smuggling himself in, the Tenryou Commission found him and put out a warrant for his arrest.
Oh, he doesn't even have a vision in the first place. No wonder he's that rubbish. Yeah, alright, so you're just hiding... She's like... He's the equivalent of Anne Frank. You're hiding him in your shop.
An arrest warrant? Shh, keep it down. We don't want to draw any unwanted attention.
We don't want to, no. So, if I were you, I'd get your hair sorted nice and smart. Lose the big bow. What's this arrangement here? Half a kimono. Can't you just dress like normal people?
If Sakajiro was caught, there's no knowing what crimes they could charge him with. All we can do is find him a boat and send him out of Inazuma again.
So judgy. Yeah, so judgmental. Let everyone be. No, this is Inazuma. You've got to be buttoned down and follow the rules. There isn't a thunderstorm out in the ocean.
Yeah, we know it's going to be dangerous, but there aren't many other options left.
No.
What if the boat capsizes? Drowning is really scary.
Now we're having to face the realities of illegal immigration.
If things are this bad, couldn't you have just not come back in the first place?
Well, there's something I felt I had to do.
Yeah, get it out then, spit it out.
But as soon as I got back, I started hearing about all these unbelievable changes. I had made my mind up originally, but now I'm not sure anymore. I didn't want to cause any trouble for Yoimiya or Mr. Ryunosuke, but I'm very grateful to them for taking me in.
Alright, good.
Hey, no worries. You're more than welcome. Remember what I said? As long as you've got that little piece of paper, you'll always be a valued customer of the Naganoharas.
She's cool, and I like her, but she just contradicted herself saying about how she's got to keep it low, on the low key, and she's dressed like fucking... Like, you know... I don't know what she's... you'd expect to see something like that at a festival, wouldn't you? And whilst there is going to be a festival of fireworks, for her top priority should be just blending in and keeping low key, because otherwise they're going to take a vision off her and she won't like that.
Little piece of paper? Yep, the same paper slips as the one I gave to the kids earlier. Whenever a customer orders fireworks for a commemorative event, we always include a little paper slip with the goods.
Right.
Only people from inside my family can understand what's written on it. It's the recipe for the fireworks they ordered.
Yeah, and...
If someone shows a Naganohara that paper slip, we guarantee we can make the exact same firework as the original one they purchased, whether it's 10 or even 100 years later.
Okay.
Wow, that is so awesome!
In a way.
It's a family tradition. All our regular customers know about this.
The slip I have is from back when my parents ordered fireworks from Mr. Ryunosuke. Now that I think about it, it must be nearly 20 years ago.
So everyone's got the same fireworks for 20 years, so...
I would have thought that things would turn out the way they have.
No, it's chuffed, isn't it? It's really chuffed. But luckily, you're looking at the champion of Mondstadt, so if anyone can turn this situation round...
It'll be fine. Escaping in a boat is just a last resort for if there's no other way. I'll still try and come up with a different solution, because it'd be much better if you could stay in Inazuma.
That's right.
Whatever their reasons might be, if our customers come to us looking for help, we're not about to leave them high and dry.
True that.
Thank you. This way, I still have some time to consider my options.
All right. Well, let's not stay out here in the open for too long. Hurry up and get back inside. I'll let you know as soon as I have an update for you.
That's cool.
All right. I'll leave it to you then, I guess.
Just getting back inside. We didn't even have to do that. That was all just...
It's a shame. They still wouldn't give him a permit, even though he was born and raised in Inazuma.
That was all just like side fluff. This isn't helping me get to the Shogun, is it? And we're supposed to be finding fireworks. Come on, Yoimiya. You're getting distracted.
Speaking of, you guys only got here recently. How did you manage to get a permit?
I've not mentioned about being big cheese in Liwi and like... I've not mentioned that to you, Yoimiya. They went through this. Oh, and also we went through a long bureaucratic process on Ritu.
Even then, we only got through thanks to some help from Miss Hiragi Chisato of the Kanjo Commission.
That as well, I think.
Oh, I see. So you had big shots helping you.
Yeah.
I guess that won't be of much help to Sakujiro.
No, get him out on the boat.
I just wish the commissions could be a little bit more flexible.
Oh, we'll make them so flexible, we'll bend them until they snap if you just line me up against them and I can cha-cha. We'll do a bit of that later. How about that?
I bet nowhere else you've been is quite like Inazuma,
huh? Each Archon has their own idea of how to run things.
Well, no matter what, I have to find a way to help him.
It's got tattoos, is that... What's underneath these bandages? That's what I want to know.
I'm sorry.
Are they tattoos?
To come watch the fireworks, but now I have to run a few errands.
They could be, couldn't they? Yeah. It's quite that's quite a serious... Like, they're quite painful, aren't they? So that's quite a big
You don't have to join me if you don't want to. I can go sort out the firework materials in the boat by myself. And then you can come meet me back at the house later.
I don't have a choice in saying that sounds like a good idea. I'll do it later. No, I'm interested in learning how the fireworks are made, apparently. But, I'm already in for a penny, aren't I? In for a penny, in for a pound. Come on.
Then let's start with Sakajiro's boat.
Go on then.
We can chat along the way.
Let's get me in that boat. I told you we should start with that anyway.
If it's fine with you, can I ask how you two first met? She saved me from drowning this one time, and after that, we started traveling together. Why do you ask?
Where have they gone?
Nothing. I'm just quite envious of your relationship.
You're on here.
If my pops had a person like you around, his being deaf wouldn't hold things up all the time.
Knock on window.
Why do you look so excited?
They've done it again. They've gone off without me. Don't go off without me. They've gone off without me. They're over there. They've gone off without me. I have to find my own way over there. That's fine. Don't worry. I'm not local. I'll find my own way.
Person, and not floating child or a mascot.
Someone said person about Paimon, and not floating child or mascot. Oh, poor Paimon. Look, they're over here now. Who's this? Who's this? What's going on here now?
Koichi, I'm here. How is the boat coming along?
Stood out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's, all right, I guess. I was questioned, though.
All right, did they rough you up?
Wait, should we really be talking about this in front of them?
Finally, someone who's got his head screwed on.
Oh, don't worry. They're my friends. You can trust them. They came with me to check up on the boat.
3rd-degree burns. You see, I'm telling you, I think she got blown up in a fire. I think she's got burns. I do think so.
Yeah, you could say we're all in the same boat here.
Paimon made a joke.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you. I'm just being cautious. The boat is ready, but I'll have to be discreet moving it here.
Go and get it then. Why are you messing about having a conversation?
Huh? Why is that?
Why is that?
Because of the Sokoku decree.
Yeah, we know about that.
I understand. I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess.
Don't be silly. I'm actually happy you came to me for help. I've always come to you for fireworks, and again this time. So just consider this my way of saying thank you.
Ah, he likes her.
Right. I'll go fetch the boat now.
Go on then.
Thank you. Oh, if it's on the way, you can always pick up your fireworks from my house.
Get him.
Everything was made in strict accordance with what was on the paper slip.
Get it.
You won't find the slightest thing wrong with them.
That doesn't sound...
The fireworks show will be starting soon, won't it? You should make sure your new friends get to see it.
Get off.
Yep, that's the plan.
Yeah, go on.
That's a long story,
No,
actually.
I don't want to hear your long story. I want you to go and get the boat.
Right, yeah. Got caught up in the conversation there.
Okay, well, I'll leave you to it
Go
for
on.
now.
Lucky you reminded me. Otherwise, I would have ended up chatting the rest of the day away.
That's right.
I've been so busy with the fireworks business these past few days that I haven't had a moment to stop and chat with anyone. It's killing me. Of course, Pops is happy to listen to me chatter away, but because he can hardly hear anything, it's difficult to get an interesting reaction from him.
God, imagine that. She talks all day and he can't even hear her. That must be a weird combo, mustn't it?
And I'm doing it again, aren't I? What I meant to say was, while Koichi is bringing the boat here, we should try to find some firework materials.
It's interesting that she's actually self-aware of being too verbose, and sometimes the game does go on and on and on in a story quest, like does a lot of talking, doesn't it? And I'm skipping some of it, and she's even still aware of being too like, it's a bit of a self-aware joke, that is, in a way, isn't it? She's quite a cool character, though.
I need to make fireworks not just for you guys, but for those kids and Sakajiro as well. It'll be fine. It's when people want fireworks, it's always because they have something to commemorate.
All right.
So, what you're trying to say is that you enjoy the work? Oh, I do. I really do. What I really wanted to say was, don't worry about me. Sorry. It's just that good conversation can be as fleeting as fireworks sometimes. Let's head to the city. I think I'll try my luck with some people that I know.
She likes things that go boom. So does Klee.
Question. Doesn't it hurt your voice talking all the time? It can get uncomfortable, I guess. But what else would I be using my voice for?
She should be a streamer.
Huh. You kind of have a point.
If she wants to talk all the time, she should be a streamer like us. Detective? Have we done this before? Have I talked about this before, detective? Detective. Everyone's in the chuffing police round here, aren't they? Detective. Doing a bit of detecting, are we? The case of the surprising bomb. Oh!
Please speak to President.
He turned around at the wrong time. He solved that one.
Here we are.
Well, here we are then.
Hello, Morihiko. How's business these days?
Oh, don't start with that.
Yoimiya, there you are. I thought you might show up. Ha, no need to beat around the bush. You're here for the fireworks materials, I assume. I put a batch aside just for you. It'll definitely be enough.
Good.
Huh? Really? How did you know?
Because a fireworks show is coming up. And that usually means you'll be running all over the place trying to get your hands on some last-minute materials. I've come to expect it now.
Oh, I'm so sorry for bothering.
Ah, come on now. You know I didn't mean it like that. I'd sooner have my business go under than turn down one of your requests.
He's sweet on her. He likes her.
What about you two? Are you the ones needing some fireworks made?
Don't try that shit with me, mate. Sweet on her.
It's no trouble at all, my friend.
Moustache.
Once when I had an argument with my son, Yoimiya was the one who came and calmed him down.
Give him a smack.
I'm hopeless at communicating with him. If it wasn't for Yoimiya, who knows? He probably would have run away by now.
God, what are you saying? What are you saying?
Nah, he was never gonna come to that. He's a sensitive kid and he cares a lot about your feelings. It's just, he doesn't know how to express it.
Anyway, this has got a bit personal quick, hasn't it? Like, your kid's business. Like, we're just here to pick up the firework materials, so if you could just shut up and get them.
Maybe if you turn that frown upside down once in a while, he
Who's
might
this?
feel more at ease.
Oh, that's his son. That's his son. What's he doing? What is he doing? Playing an invisible trumpet or something. Is it a dance? Is he doing a TikTok? Doing one of those TikToks. Anyway, he doesn't look... Something not right about him. There's something not right about him. I think we should stay well away.
Yeah, I guess I'm probably too serious around him.
I've just done something to him anyway.
Which is strange, because I don't think I'm anything like that when I'm talking with other people.
So...
Don't worry about it. No one's perfect. If you have any more trouble in the future, just come to me. Even if it's not fireworks related, I'll happily oblige.
No, she's forward.
Customers come first. Always.
I see, she's forward.
All right then. Everyone's always saying what a good kid you are. Your father must be very proud of you. Go ahead and take the ore, by the way. It's on the house.
They've got a thing going.
Oh, no you don't. That's out of the question.
Yeah, definitely. Pay for it and let's get out of here. I don't know where this is going. Not sure I like this guy.
Don't worry. Just take it as a token of my gratitude.
You can just go in the shop now and leave us alone.
Gratitude won't pay your bills, though.
I already said it's fine.
Well, how about this then? I'll record this in my notebook, and we can consider it a down payment against any fireworks you want to purchase in the future.
She's putting it in a book, so...
There's no convincing you, is there? All right then. If you insist, pass on my regards to your dad. Tell him Morihiko wishes him health and happiness.
There's no point, he can't hear you.
Will do. You look after yourself as well. Don't push yourself too hard. You don't want to make yourself ill again.
God, she won't stop going on like... We're going to talk about how... Oh yeah, my sickness. Oh, that time I was ill. Everyone seems to really like you. That is true. That is true. Everyone seems to like you, and she's really nice to everyone. And
well, for one thing, if you want to commemorate something, naturally you're going to want something loud, bright, and beautiful. But I think more importantly than that, everyone trusts us. If it wasn't for our customers, we wouldn't be able to stay in business.
They obviously, it's a weird thing to have a fireworks business, isn't it? And like be the big fireworks people of the area. Like is that maybe it's cultural? They need a lot of fireworks, obviously.
Anyway, we've got all the materials we need now, so that solves that problem. Next, we just need to go find someone to process them.
To process them, that's you. You're the fireworks maker. And she's gone. Disappeared. Left us here. Left us here outside the Chuffing publishing house with this chuffer.
A new book from Yai Publishing House is out. Come take a look.
Ooh. Ooh. New book, you say? New book, you say? Oh, sir. Sir, I've ventured far and wide, and a new book is exactly the sort of exquisite joy that I've been craving over my travels. Oh, sir. Greetings. Welcome to Yai. But he stopped doing it now. He stopped doing it now. He was just trying to draw the customers in. Now he's got one. He stopped doing it now. Him and Book Boy are going to have a little chat. Look. Welcome to the publishing house. I'm looking to buy some books. Well, exactly. Of course you are. Thank you for your patronage. Feel free to look around. What? You've actually got books? What the fuck? What's this? What is this? Because they're expensive. They're not that expensive. They're not that expensive. They're relatively expensive. I can only buy one of them. It's a quest item. Quest item, quest item, quest item. I'll just buy them all then. I've got no idea what this is. If I'm at the bookshop, they've got one of each. I'll have them all. Book Boy is a big spender, bear in mind. He's used to the finer things in life, so we're going for the expensive ones first. And that means when you get down to the cheaper ones, it won't seem so bad. Book Boy is a bit of a big spender. So I'll have all of these. Don't even know what they are. It says quest item. Don't even have to care. I have been picking up. I'll tell you what, I've been stealing books all the way around. Every time I see a book in someone's... Like, we had a few in the library and Mondstadt just half-inched them. They went in my bag, that was it, they're mine. And we were in the bookshop in Leeway, and Book Boy was talking to the lady behind the counter. Meanwhile, little Sai or whatever, you know, the others were robbing books on the sly, stuffing them up the jumper. Oh! Obtained! This one, I obtained it. All the others, I just bought them and put it in my bag, doesn't matter. This time, obtained, so that was good. Obtained! So that's probably good. Teviat Travel Guide Inazuma. Didn't obtain that one, just bought it. This one, The Serpent and Drakes of Toko. The original edition of this text was transcribed on Watasumi Island and brought back to the Narukami Island by a merchant while the former serpent god yet lived. No one reads this ancient tome nowadays. Purchase! Enough of this, Book Boy says. Oh, sorry, I was just reading the back of the book. Well, it was an interesting one. Stop reading my books. They're my books now. You can't read my books. Stop looking at my books. Daddy, one of the shopmen has been looking at the books before I've read them. Daddy, the dirty shopman's eyes have been cast across the books that I am to read. It's like a violation, Daddy. Daddy, claw his eyes out for me. You'll never look at another book again, you chuffer. Looking at my son's books. Well, are you some kind of book pedo? Right, look. The Treasured Tales of the Chokan Shinkangechi. The first part of a traditional Inazuma novel. That's going in the bag. We want that. Saga of Hamamravan 2. Bought that. Look. Bought it. Sold out. No one else can have it. Only Book Boy. Saga of Hamamravan 1. We want that because we've got number 2. Haven't we? We've got number 2. So, we want that. Better have that, haven't we? Better have that. And the preface. Oh, now you're trying to screw us over. Hang on, wait. You've seen that I bought every other book in the shop, yeah? Every other book in the shop. Won't stop buying books. You've seen that. Now you're taking me for a fool. Because I bought Hamravan 1 and 2. You think, oh, there's a preface as well. Also, there's a preface. Yeah, oh, no, honestly, there is. As you tear it from copy 1. Sell it separately. I've got your number. I've seen your game, mate. I think you should throw that in for free if I were you. Otherwise, all of these books that we bought, maybe someone might be due a big refund. Someone might be coming back for a refund. You never know. You never know. Someone's daddy might come round with his soldiers and demand a refund. Tear down your shop. And we'll keep the books, thank you very much. The Saga of Amram preface. Go on then. We'll take it. You twisted my arm. Bought all the books. Hey, big spender. Now what do you think of that? What do you think of that? He's so impressed, look.
The new book from Yai Publishing House is out.
I think I've already got it, mate. I don't know, I think I've already got it, mate. There's not a book in the shop I don't have, look. He's impressed. He's waving his hands. That must be the international hand signs for I'm impressed. International sign language for doing bad jokes against the deaf today. It's not bad against the deaf, is it again? We're not going. It doesn't matter. They can't hear me. There's just oh no, don't say things like that. There's they can put the words on underneath.
Come take a look.
There's he's doing. This is the international hand sign for being impressed. Anyway, look, book boy bought all the books. So, dun dun dun, hey big spender. Dun dun dun, hey big spender, spend a little time at the bookshop. But don't, because there's no books there now. The book boys bought them all. He comes in, swoops in like an owl. An owl, you see, an owl, that's a bird that reads books, isn't it, an owl? It's a very bookish sort of bird, so I can think on my feet, me. Swoops in like an owl, reads all the books.
On a journey without a good book to accompany me.
See? All the good books. If you look in your bag, now I should have a load of books. I still haven't worked out what they do though. Now I've got these things, I've got letters, I've got... That's someone's signature, I can't remember what that's for. This is an ancient investigation journal. Oh, read, look, I can read it. There you go, I can read that. No one's going to read a book. What are you on about? Read. No, there you go. Oh, it's all words. No one gives a shit about reading. We're in the middle of like super wonderland here. We can run around and kill people with my sword. Read a book. There's like a little side quest. Read a book for fun. What are you on about? There it is. Look. Woo. Read that one now. So, do you get stats or something from it? No. Like usually with the other books. Like if I feed him a book, I force him to eat this is Hero's Wit. It's like a little book, and I force it down his throat. Like forces the books down his like that, and then that gives him experience. So I don't know why we can't do that with these other books. Certainly have a good experience with these new books, won't he? No. I've just bought all the books anyway. That was handy. That's that one. Unnumbered years would pass before a young child of any motorway. Yeah, well. Books. I've still got these. Asterism shards. Got that, look. Cannonballs. Carrying all this shit around in my bag. All this in my bag. He's probably got servants carry stuff around for him, hasn't he, book boy? Back to Clee. We're going to the Enema Smithy. We're going to the Enema Smithy. An Enema Smithy. We're going to the Enema. That doesn't sound good. Pretty sure I don't want this guy doing anything with an enema near me.
Hajime, Mr. Aminoma, it's me.
Aminoma. I got it wrong. I got it wrong.
Yoimiya,
That's all.
If I'm not mistaken, you must be here for some firework materials.
Yeah. But don't stop doing your hammer while you talk to us, you rude bastard, will you? No? You're going to put that down? It's very rude to carry on doing your hammering while you're talking to her. Very rude.
Seems like everyone knows how busy Yoimiya gets leading up to the fireworks show.
It's her main thing, isn't it? Fireworks, so...
I'm very sorry. Would you be able to wait for a while? I have quite a backlog of weapons orders right now.
Double rude. Double rude. I don't even think we should shop here anymore. I think we should go somewhere else. I can teleport you to Leeway. They've got a very nice blacksmith in Leeway.
No worry. Oh, wait. Actually, yeah, that could be a problem. Some worries. How about this? Do you need a hand? As long as we can get through your orders, you can help me process my ore, right?
I don't know if they realise, but I'm quite a big cheese. I go around, like... I don't know if they realise, yeah, but I'm quite an important... I don't know, I've only been here a little while in Inazuma, but I've met all the Shrine Maid. There was a Yoimiya or someone, the Shrine Maiden. I've had a chat with her. Quite a big cheese. Don't need to be doing any blacksmithing. In Skyrim, I had the same problem. In Skyrim, I had exactly the same problem, I tell you. In Skyrim, I had exactly the same problem. That fucking blacksmithing. I had to make like 1,000 daggers. I didn't have to. You don't have to. Oh, you don't have to, no. But it's there for you, isn't it? It's just there for you. Do you want some extra XP? Do you want some cheeky... As I went through Whiterun, some woman was there banging away on the thing. First time I went in Whiterun, there was a woman there banging away on the thing, and I was like, oh, hello, you can do some blacksmithing. That's interesting, isn't it? Got everything in this game, innit? Got everything in this game. She was like, do you want to buy a dagger? I was like, no, I don't really. They're not very good compared to the weapons I use. I might come back and have a look at your... I never really was interested in buying anything off her. I mean, I traded with her. Quite often I sold her my stuff, but didn't really need to buy her rubbish. Ended up blacksmithing it up myself on her material, on her wheel. You know, I had to wait for her to get up. When she got up, I sat down at her wheel and did my own blacksmithing. It's quite rude of me, that was. Quite rude of me. You don't go into the kitchen and ask them, you know, you don't go to a restaurant and start cooking your own chuffing dinner, do you? Anyway, point being, experience out the rum pole, experience through the years. Oh, making a dagger. Getting rid of all those daggers, and then I didn't want to do it anymore. I only came back for the Daedric bit. Only came back for the big stuff. Bit of blacksmithing. Goes on, doesn't it? It goes on. I mean, it's Skyrim. I've had my fill, though. I've had my fill. Got my XP. Got my blacksmithing XP. Dun-dun! Blacksmithing increased. Dun-dun! Blacksmithing increased. Another 10 daggers down. Dun-dun! Blacksmithing increased. Dun-dun! Blacksmithing increased. Ant-Man with the bearded headphones. I haven't seen Ant-Man. Dun-dun! Blacksmithing increased, yeah. Oh, I've done my... And I'll tell you what I've also done. I've also made about a bajillion potions. Every time someone handed me a potion, I was like, ooh, I might use that later. Never used them. Then I came up and I was like, oh, I'll make a bajillion stealth potions. Bajillion. What was that for? Well, I harvested all these snowberries and I harvested all these glowing mushrooms and I got a chest with all this stuff in it. Still in Skyrim. I mean, I'm quite a big cheese in Skyrim. I have, you know. By now, I mean, what am I? I Dragonborn, Dovahkiin. I fixed the Civil War. Sorted out the Civil War. On my first playthrough of Skyrim, I will confess, even though no one need know, because it was way back on the Xbox, but I thought the Imperium looked like a good race. Thought they're frugal with the money, you get extra money as a little thing, and the Imperial, they're like the Romans, Emperor Roman, and so I played as an Imperium, you know. So when it came to the Civil War, I was like, fuck you, rebels, Imperium all the way. So I was, and that played in well with the whole story, didn't it, really? So anyway, pretty big cheese around there. I don't know why I was doing my own blacksmithing. I don't know why I was doing my own collecting of herbs. I had a chuffing house, Carl. I had several houses. One of the political elite sorting out the big business. They could be collecting... They did, to be fair. Some of them did, you know, gather some stuff for me. I did have some gardens that would grow things, but come on. Come on, man. Blacksmithing. I'm not saying it's beneath me. You know, I'm not too big for the dirty jobs or anything. I'm not saying it's beneath me. Not that at all, but... Just isn't it a bit like... You know... Isn't it just a little bit rude to be asking the big cheese from Niue? The big cheese. Isn't it just a little bit rude to be assuming that I'm going to be doing some of this now?
That will depend on my master.
Good, he's not going to like me doing it. He's going to understand why I'm totally overqualified.
Oh, you don't mind, do you, Mr. Aminoma? As you know, it's not long now until the Naganohara fireworks show starts.
She's trying to play it off. She's trying to leverage the fireworks show. As you know, it's not long until the fireworks show, and you do like those fireworks, don't you? And if those kids don't get their fireworks this year, I don't want to have to tell them that it's down to the chuffing fella from the blacksmith, do I? So somebody's going to have to start showing someone a little bit more care when it comes to the firework materials.
There's still a lot of fireworks left to make.
God.
If I don't finish them on time.
She needs people helping her out as well. We're out here messing about. People should be busy making fireworks for you. It's all going... I think we need to just take a break from it. I think you don't... Why don't we just say, look, this year's fireworks show is postponed because we didn't really get it ready on time, and I can't really be asked, and the blacksmith was busy, and, you know, let's just do it tomorrow.
Talkative as ever, I see. Dear child.
Oh, there we go.
The essence of Amenoma art is patience and focus.
See what I just say?
When the mind is disturbed, it will show in the blade that is forged.
What did I say? I told you, what we need to do is we need to take our time. We need to take our sweet chuffing time. Fireworks get blown up when they get blown up, mate. Don't tell. I tell you what, a good idea is not to tell anyone and just have them all turn up anyway, and then they'll be there and they'll all be looking at the sky, and then just like, you know, just don't do it. And then they were like, well, what's happening? And when they finally realise that it's not happening, they will start to disperse. Then let off one firework, just one firework. Wee pop, and then they'll go. Oh, then they'll come back. They'll think, oh, fireworks are going off now.
If you badger Hajime like this, you will only succeed in disrupting his concentration.
Don't want to do that.
But this is a special circumstance, surely. The Naganohara fireworks show is right around the corner.
Sounds like he's already disrupted his conversation, but he hasn't stopped hammering that fucking blade, has he? So, do you think it's done now? Do you think it's ready yet? I mean, how much hammering does one... Is that... It looks pretty hammered to me, mate.
So give me your ore, and I will process it for you.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Huh? Master, you mean you'll do the work personally?
He won't put down that hammer, will he?
Is that so surprising? It is, after all, the only option.
He won't put down that hammer. He's not prepared to put down the hammer. It doesn't even look like he's making any progress. To me, that doesn't even look like it's hitting the blade at all. Do you think he's having some sort of breakdown? I think that's what it is, isn't it? You know, he's like, pass me the ore, I'll do it for you. Do you think what it is it might be one of these, right? Where people expect to see a blacksmith hammering. You expect it, but these days swords aren't made by hammering on the iron anymore. Do them in the factory and the machine. So people expect to see the handmade craft, don't they? So you have a big strong lad out the front hammering on an anvil all day. He's just there for show, isn't he? The real job's being done behind closed doors in the factory. Just pumping it out through a little machine.
Thank you for helping out, Mr. Amenoma.
She's happy with that.
You're quite welcome. The Naganohara fireworks show is an important event.
This fireworks show.
This I know well.
It better be good.
In addition to this, I am indebted to Ryunosuke for all the business he has given me.
It better be good. After all this build-up, it better be a good fireworks show.
But Yoimiya, you should plan things more carefully in the future. Do not rush everything at the last minute.
Yeah, especially with fireworks, otherwise you get your hands blown off.
I'll try my best. In the future, I'll get some extra materials in to cover any unexpected changes of plan late in the day.
I'm gonna have to copy some of these poses in real life. You have to copy some of these poses in real life. I want you to take this on board. Not many of us do this enough, but really, it's quite effective when you're putting across your point. I don't know why more politicians don't do this. You know, politicians do this. They don't want to point because pointing's rude. Nobody should be pointing it, that's rude, but they do because they're chuffers and they really want to start. So what they do is they moderate it by just turning their knuckle in like that, and now you've got the politicians put. And now you're making a statement and you're making a point, and you're not pointing at people, but oh, they love that with the body language. They like a bit of that, right? What about if you counter that politician's point with the body language? What if you counter that with this? Do a bit of that. I would like a vegan, that means no animal products, vegan thing off the menu. Whatever the thing is off the menu. I don't have to look at the menu because I'm pretty sure you've only got one. Oh, you got two options. Well, you pick 50 fucking 50. I don't care. Just give me the vegan thing off the menu and I'll eat that. Yes, I'll have the chips.
Though for you, dear child,
it's a bit of a workout as well.
No matter how much you prepare in advance, it may never be enough. Excuse me. I will be back shortly.
Yep, got to go and fight some more out. Got to go and put it through the machine in the back and pretend he's working.
Mr. Amenoma! Just look at the shape and size of these grains. It's beautiful. I'm at a loss for words.
She's giving you the little tickle, look. She's giving you the little tickle. Hello. She's giving you the little tickle. She ain't looking at you though, but she's giving you the little tickle. Look at her. She's giving you the little tickle.
It's been a while since I've seen you take up your tools, but it looks like your craft hasn't degraded one bit.
He's quick as well, isn't he?
Of course. I have studied these techniques my whole life. They are impossible for me to forget.
So have Amenema Art and Naganohara Fireworks been working together for a long time already?
You don't want to say it's impossible for him to get. He's tempting fate at that age.
Back in the day, it was my master, and Ryunosuke's father. The people may have changed from one generation to another, but the ingredients required to make fireworks have remained the same.
Maybe that's allegorical for something.
Hajime, in the future, this will be up to you.
Oh, he's got no chance. Look, he still hasn't finished banging on the anvil.
I know.
Look what he's done to his hair as well. I mean, that could be a cultural thing that I shouldn't maybe laugh at, but since we're not really in Japan, we're in Teviat, and this is like only reflections of Japan. That doesn't quite look bob on, does it? You know when you go to the barber, you know when you go to the hairdresser and you say, can you do this, or that, or the other, and they end up doing this, and you're like, oh, well, maybe you could stop now. I'll just neaten it up around the edges. No, maybe you should stop now. What's that? What's that at the front? He's got his hair cut on backwards.
Alright, I won't bother you guys any longer. Oh, remember to come and watch the fireworks.
Yeah, they won't be able to not... And anyway, it's only a small island. Everyone will see them from their houses. All the children will have to watch them because otherwise they'll be scared. And they, you know... What's the noise that's going on, Mommy? I don't like the pop-pops. Oh, it's the fireworks. It's going on again, isn't it?
Okay, time to head off. Koichi probably isn't back just yet, but let's go wait for him.
Let's do whatever. I just really want to see these fireworks now, to be honest. I want to see how the game handles them because it's really built them up. So where am I going? Hang on, she's disappeared. I thought they'd just be over here. Why are they doing it to me again? They're doing it to me again. It's almost like they don't like me. They keep running off. I'm getting a vibe here. Oh, what's that? They're not looking, are they? Just sweeping. I just pick. Don't. I just pick that up. Haven't seen me, have they? No. And that. Right, we're off. Quick, run. They were sweeping. La la la. Exactly. La la la. No, they're not in my bag. There's just bombs in my bag, mate. Shouldn't think so. Adventurers bandana. No, I'm just wearing a red hat. No, I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Adventurers bandana. Did you see an adventurers bandana, Nanko? I think Nanko said she'd had it. Run. What did you say? I said nothing.
Just as I thought, he isn't back yet. But not to worry, because actually, I've been hoping for a chance to have a nice long chat with you all day.
Right, Paimon's gonna have to shut this down immediately. No long chat. Firework display. No long chat. Firework display.
Sorry for dragging you with me everywhere. Everyone's been so good to me, though. It's all gone really smoothly. Feels like Paimon has barely spoken a word this whole trip. I felt like I was neglecting you guys, so I wanted to find an opportunity to catch up.
We haven't separated all day.
When we first met, I was in a hurry. We didn't have a chance to sit down and have a proper chat.
You've already said that.
You guys are travelers, right? So, where else did you go before coming to Inazuma?
Oh, well, since it's my turn, right. You're not going to believe this, but... Right, you might not believe... Well, I don't know. I don't know what you believe these days. I'm not actually from round here. And it's not just I'm not from round here. It's that I'm not from round here. I'm actually from another place entirely, another world, another universe. And I don't know how I got here. But despite not having a vision, like you, little miss, despite not having a vision, like you, little miss, I can command the power of several visions all at once. It's quite a strange thing. Bumped into this little chuffer. She was drowning, apparently, even though she can float. Drowning. Bumped into this little chuffer. Memory's a bit hazy, but we get on the trail, we run into Amber. And before you know it, Big Cheese in Mondstadt. Honorary night. Honorary. They don't give that to everyone, you know. They don't give that to everyone. Mondstadt, the city of freedom. They don't give that to everyone. Also, we've got written here, Leeway, the nation of contracts. Leeway, the nation of contracts. In both of these places, I've been chatting with God. Just going to drop that. Don't have to elaborate there. In both of these places, I've been chatting with God. The gods. So...
I haven't been to Liyue before, but from what I've heard from Miss Beto, it sounds like a really interesting place. But something big happened there recently, right? Didn't their Archon leave all of a sudden?
You're talking about a phenomenon where someone from a different culture thinks someone looks like someone they don't really look like. Maybe that, yeah. It would have to have its own name, that would, because it's quite a complex...
Yeah, a lot of crazy things went down as a result. Luckily, everyone worked together to stave off a huge disaster that could have wiped out the whole city.
That's right.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. I gotta say, it's pretty remarkable that the citizens managed to step up and keep things going even after their Archon left.
Well, hang on. What we meant there was that when Paimon said that everyone gathered together, really, we did a lot of it, and it's all well and good praising the citizens after the Archon left, but come on. You stood... I think she's misheard what we said there, Paimon. I think she's missed the point.
I mean, I sure can't imagine Inazuma without the Shogun.
You might have to, because I'm here to kill her.
My friend once said to me that only people with a strong will and a clear purpose decide to go traveling. Maybe it's to see a certain view or to fulfill a certain wish.
I say kill her. I mean, I don't really need to kill her, maybe, but I need to stop her being such a chuffer. I need to have a word with her. I'm here to have a word with her. We'll say have a word with her. I didn't have to kill Zhongli, and I didn't have to kill Venti. Although, like, if I needed to, I could just hold his head down in the toilet. It'd be no trouble.
So, what made you guys embark on your treacherous journey to Inazuma?
I can't remember, to be honest.
And to find a lost family member, too. You were separated from your family because of a god? Oh, that must be really tough.
It's something like that.
I get it. Well, if that's how it is, then that's how it is. You know, I was going to ask if you guys wanted to stay here in Inazuma.
What, forever?
Unlike the outside world, what Inazuma seeks is eternity.
Oh, forever.
In other words, a state of tranquility where very little ever changes.
It's getting a bit weird now. I don't know about this, Paimon. Paimon, just edge back gently, because she's getting a bit weird now. I don't know what's going to happen next.
The advantage of that is that if you're ever tired from your journey, Inazuma's a great place to come and rest.
Forever.
Let me put it this way. I was just worried that you might be getting weary. And if you keep pressing on in that state, you might start to lose sight of the things that made you want to start your journey in the first place.
Interesting, because maybe they're sort of, alluding to the fact that after you've played a game for a certain amount of time, then the initial, what you might call a honeymoon period, the gloss wears off, and you're grinding, and you're doing similar things, and like maybe she's... Like, sometimes the game feels like it's talking you through the process of enjoying the game, doesn't it, some ways?
Sometimes. That's also just how it is. When you're exhausted, everything becomes an uphill struggle. Even trying to have fun. You won't be able to enjoy yourself if you're too tired.
And quite often, I'm laughing because quite often the game feels like it's talking to me directly. But I'm sure many, like we were talking on stream the other day, weren't we, about playing too much and, getting too tired and taking a break and stuff like that. Sometimes the game sort of prompts you to do that.
An adventurer friend of mine once told me that if you're too focused on reaching the end of the race, you'll miss a lot of opportunities and precious moments to be had along the way.
I'll bear that in mind.
Don't worry, though. I'm sure I can think of some way to get you feeling relaxed and happy.
Don't know what you're suggesting. Hopefully it's just fireworks.
And you're here now, so even if you're gonna leave eventually, I want to make sure you at least leave with fond memories.
Of fireworks.
Who knows? Once you're reunited with your family, maybe you'll find Inazuma the right kind of place to call home.
Don't worry about that, love. I've got myself a teapot, and that's where I live, in my teapot. Don't tell anyone that, Paimon. Don't let anyone hear that, Paimon, because it sounds really fucking weird. And she won't want to, hey, after we've been out tonight for a few drinks, maybe you want to come back with me. Oh, right, where'd you live? I live in this teapot. Yeah, I don't know. Might just get myself a cab, actually. You sure you don't want to come back in the teapot? Might just get myself a cab.
I already have an idea of the color and type of fireworks I want to give you guys. I'll keep it a secret for now, though.
Right.
Yoimiya,
I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head over to the boat. Okay, good. Let's go then. Just act naturally, though. We don't want to raise any suspicion.
Yeah, a traveller dressed like no one else, no other in the land. A floating paimon. Chuffing fireworks, Chuffer. Yelling and shrieking and being painted bright red. We'll be fine. We'll basically just blend in, won't we?
If it can withstand the storms out on the ocean, it must be super sturdy, right?
Listen, Paimon, once he's out in the middle of the ocean, no one's going to know, are they? So...
Absolutely. Rest assured that the quality is guaranteed.
Guaranteed now. So if he sinks and drowns, he can come back and get a refund. And they've gone without me again. Rude. Look, he's up there talking, Domon. We've already dealt with him. We've already dealt with your stuff. You shut up, you. You can't talk. You shut up, you. Already dealt with your stuff. Do it again, do it again. Now run. He's seen you, run. Hide in the bush, You see her, can you still see her? Go closer. Is he looking? We used to play this game at Cub Scouts where we'd all go in the bottom of the field and they'd patrol the cub hut and we'd have to get in without them seeing us. Don't climb up. Stay on ground. Ready. Run. He saw you. He's seen you. What's this up here? That's my sweet flower. I'll pick that. That's mine. Keep that in my bag. La. Whee! Oh, look at that seaweed. We'll have that because it's shiny and glinty and deserves to be picked. Splash. Seagrass. That's good, isn't it? Not like the normal grass, but special seagrass from the sea. You'll like that. That should be your new favourite. Boom. Standard iron chunks. Still like them. You know. Still like them. It's like cornflakes, isn't it? It's like cornflakes. There's nothing wrong with cornflakes. Still like them. Standard iron chunks. I'll put them in my bag. What we're doing is the boat. It looks well rubbish. You can't go to sea in that.
It's way too small.
Yeah, but it's not really our worry, is it though, Paimon? We're here to sort things out with the Shogun. One chuffer who wants to go out and see to a boat, you know, just call it collateral damage, Paimon. It's not really our worries, is it?
Can't be helped, I'm afraid. This is the biggest and sturdiest boat that I can provide. It's built from the finest Inazuman timber.
Sounds rubbish. What I think we should do is, I've got a friend called Bedu, and she's got a great big boat, and that's how we got here, and she's a bit of a big cheese herself. Let's get her involved. Job done. What's it called? We will do. I don't know if there is a name for that phenomena. Don't know if there's a name for it.
Still, I'll be the first to admit that if he's planning to ride this into the storm, it's going to be exceedingly dangerous.
It certainly is, isn't it? You wouldn't want to take that out to sea.
I'm also hoping Sakajiro won't have to use it. It's just there as a last resort.
All right.
I gotta say though, Koichi, it feels like your craft has improved once again.
Did he make it?
I'm not the one you should be praising. It's all thanks to the guys who kindly pitched in.
All right, in that case, yeah, it's a lovely boat, yeah. Yeah, it's obviously not big enough though, is it?
To avoid detection, we each worked on our own materials separately, then assembled them secretly in the night.
So it don't even fit together properly.
This is the largest we could afford to build.
All right.
Any bigger and there's no way it would pass the Tenryou Commission's inspection.
It's all a bit weird, isn't it?
Let's store the boat here for now then. I'll fill Sakajiro in when I get back. He'll need to make some preparations before setting sail. Uh-oh.
Sure will.
Paimon feels really worried all of a sudden.
He'll need to get himself one of those life jackets, won't he?
Helping Sakajiro make you a collaborator in the eyes of the Tenryou Commission?
Oh, absolutely, Paimon. What we're doing here is subversive enough to get us arrested and thrown in the old slammer, isn't it? We're definitely being well naughty.
Maybe it does, but I knew what I was getting into from the moment I agreed to help him.
We're like the, they're fascists, and we're hiding the people that they're trying to track down.
My family has pretty good connections with the Yashiro Commission. We work very closely with them. And whenever there's a national event of any sort, the other two commissions come to us too. As long as I'm polite and respectful and don't cause a fuss, they won't look to cause trouble for me either. And anyway, to your point about collaboration, you've been helping out too, right?
I've been helping out. Yeah.
That's true.
I wouldn't say it out loud in
It's all
public.
a collaborative effort. Wait. Oh no!
Top Paimon. We were chased by the Millilith in Liyue too. Do we have to be the bad guys in Inazuma as well? Like, I wouldn't have said it out loud. I'd have said, well, you said we were collaborating. I didn't. That's an idea you've got in your head. But, you know, not going to just, like, absolutely self-confess, am I? Grasp myself up. No, I don't know. Me, personally, I didn't see it as collaboration. I just went and followed you around because, you know, I'm new here.
Ah, so you're seasoned crooks already, eh? Don't know what I was worried about then.
Yeah, we've been the bad guys before.
Anyway, thanks for everything, Koichi.
It wasn't us that was the bad guys, was it, though? It was Child who killed the Millilith in Liyue. It was Child who did that. He actually killed Millilith, so...
And your fireworks are ready, so just go pick them up from my house whenever you want.
Is that a threat?
While you're there, you can get my pops to settle the boat construction fees.
Oh, don't worry about paying anything.
Who's third sis?
Yeah, get on with it.
Let me explain this one. It's a story my pops told me. There used to be a thriving merchants guild in Inazuma. It got really prosperous. At one point, there were a dozen or so kids born around the same time to the families of the guild. They all grew up together, each of them learning their respective family's business. They were a tightly knit group of friends. But eventually, they all grew up and decided they each wanted to go into business themselves. It was inevitable that business would send them all to different corners of the world, and that they'd have far less opportunity to see each other in the future.
That's right. Just before we went our separate ways, the eldest of the group suggested that we should all go watch some fireworks together one last time.
They were all very ambitious types, and each had their own knack for doing business. One by one, they left, until Koichi was the only one of them remaining in Inazuma. After that, he hardly saw them. But whenever one of them did come back to visit, fireworks would always be involved.
Yeah, no matter how close you and your friends are, there's always going to be some distance after being separated for a long time. But as soon as the fireworks lit up the sky, it'd instantly take us right back to our childhood, and we'd be chatting away like in the old days. To us, those memories are eternal.
Oh, so this is what you meant when you were talking about commemorating things.
Just a bit of a random side story there.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's why I can't let people down when they're counting on me for their fireworks.
Which is why we better get back on with it.
Anyway, I need to go update Sakujiro. See you, Koichi. Thanks again for your help.
Yeah, I should get out of here too. I don't want to get caught red-handed.
If that's a problem, what are we all doing here stood round by the boat having a chat? We're the worst revolutionaries in the world.
So, whenever Koichi brings one of his friends from the trade association to see me, they always mention how they used to play with me when I was a kid, or held me once as a baby, or something. But there are so many of them in that friendship group, and I don't remember...
She's going to go on. I've got to go and find this chuffer to tell him the ship's location, which means I've got to knock on the window, tell him the ship's location. We're going the back way again.
One time, he shows up with another one of his friends, and the friend asks me if I remembered him.
Do you remember him? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do. You held me once when I was just a baby.
Right.
Koichi just bursts out laughing and says, actually, this is one of his carpenter friends.
You can shut up now, I'm here.
The boat is ready and waiting. I'll mark the location for you on the map.
Right.
After how much effort it took to get back in...
He doesn't want to go on the
It won't
boat.
look much better if you get caught by the Tenryo Commission.
But it's there as a backup.
Sooner or later, they're...
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean it like that. If we ever ran... But if the Tenryo Commission...
Okay.
Okay.
I won't... But...
Why did you want to come back to Inazuma anyway?
I didn't used to like this place at all. That's why once I started to realize that, I got restless. So I... forget it.
He wasn't even going to tell us anyway.
Pity. Talk to us about it. If only there was no Sakoku decree, huh? Anyway, don't worry. We're not going to bother you about it. We'll keep trying to buy you as much time as possible until the Tenryo Commission. If only they weren't so overzealous. They're... Oh, that's right. That elderly couple, old customers of ours. Their son's in the Tenryo Commission, isn't he? That's it. I'll go talk to them.
Are you sure they won't just report me instead?
Oh, don't worry about that. They're really nice people. All right. You should. Okay, let's go. Time waits for no one.
You said it, you chuffer.
Wait, hang on. What about the fireworks? All those materials? There's so many orders to finish.
That's what I was going to say, one thing at a time. Like, why are we going to talk to these other people now? Can't we just do this chuffing fireworks quest?
Pops! Pops!
He can't hear you.
No, never mind. I know. I'll write him a note telling him to sort out the fireworks.
She's done that.
Why did you cut Paimon off earlier?
It wants us over there. So they're going to talk to each other. We're going to teleport. And now... Oh, quest reward. Hang on. Have I finished my quest? No. Don't be silly. No. No, you haven't. No. You're still in Cassius Aratus Chapter Act 1. What I really want to be doing is... my main Archon quest, but it won't let me, so I'm doing this. It's fine, it's fine. I don't mind talking to an old lady about some chuffing whatever, and since I'm here, I'm just going to take her sweet flowers out there. Little tax, just these melons. So a little look around, a little bit of a tax. They're used to it around these parts, you know, the officials come round and they're always like this, aren't they? They don't know who we are, so they just assume, oh, look, she's in uniform. She might be someone important. Little tax. I haven't seen an unfamiliar face in the village. Are you looking for me if you're running into any difficulties? Goodbye. Okay, you know, he's a bit worried. He don't want to really... because they're so used to having the, what are they called? The commission come round and rough them up. They're so used to it. They just put up with it. And there we go, 4 melons for me. 4 melons.
Well, if it isn't Yoimiya. Come on in, dear. Come and take a seat.
We're going to smash their fishing rods later.
Are these two your friends?
Yes, they're travelers from afar. Outsiders have a very difficult time getting into Inazuma nowadays.
Don't tell everyone everything.
Indeed, these are unprecedented times. But seeing as they came all this way, we locals should give them a warm welcome.
Oh, before I forget, I brought the fireworks that you ordered.
Oh, thank you, dear. Your family is so good to us every year. First your father, and now you.
Don't know where that little chuffer is now.
I wonder if I'll still be around to see the next hair of Naganohara fireworks.
That's positive, isn't it?
Of course you will. You're both in great health. Don't say things like that. It's bad luck.
We aren't as young as we once
used
to be that I could spend all day working the land. I wanted to do some weeding yesterday.
No worries. Say no more. We'll handle it.
Now we're listening to old people complain. Now we're listening to old people complain that they. We're listening to old people complain that they can't do the weeding. We're going to do the gardening for them. That's not what we're here for.
No, no, no. We can't be... I'll just go fetch the tea and some...
It's fine. It's no trouble. Really. We don't mind helping.
Oh, you're such good kids. If you're quite sure it's no trouble...
Sure. It won't take us a moment. The old folks aren't very mobile, so come on. Let's help them out.
Right. Go on, that's fine. Yeah, I'll do that. With my chuffing pole arm. It's expensive. This flute that I've got. Expensive sword. I use it for weeding your garden. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. It's not like I've got books to be reading. I'm going around. I'm gardening now. I'll cut this down as well. Double bubble, mate. Double bubble. 2 for 1, look. Cut all that down as well. 2 for 1. And I've had your mushrooms, so... Cut these down now next. Cut that. Cutting everything. Right. Doing the gardening, are we? Right. Just... Sorry, that was your neighbour's garden, so don't worry. Yours is fine. Yours is fine.
Yeah, you got it.
Just doing a really good job over here.
Should just about do it.
Don't worry about your neighbour's garden.
Satoru was on the other side of the village. Let's go see him now.
Oh God, have we not? Because I think we might have just embarrassed ourselves by doing his garden for him already. Oh, hang on, look, there's another melon here. No one could see me. Whoop, that's gone. Hello, Tejima. Hello. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Oh.
I've already waited this long.
Yeah, shut up then. Where am I going? Oh, there's one of those. Hang on.
Body in mind.
Up on the roof, yes. Don't want the bird's eggs because I'm vegan, but even though I'm vegan, I'm still going to be taking this because it's a character ascension material, so you just have to. But we'll pretend it's a carcass of a bug and not the actual bug. The bug has shed its carcass, and we're just having. Oh, I'm just collecting berries now. I forgot what I'm supposed to be doing.
Time to act.
This happens to me a lot. Just get confused. There's some melons, they're mine. Just have them. No one minds. It's not like they've been. It's not like they're ripening them for future consumption. Am I supposed to be going over there, or can I go over here and kill these people? I think it's okay if we kill these people, isn't it? Hello.
Let's get down to business.
What sort of business would that be? Jumping. Oh, ow, ow! That was pretty aggressive. Now listen, if you do anything. Oh right, I'll tell you what. I tell you what. You think you're clever, but now you're frozen and getting your chuffing smashed up. Look at that.
You can't run.
Didn't expect that from a little wet boy, did you? He's got friends. He's got friends.
Rain outlines your face.
Cut his chuffing.
Yes.
And they're all dead. Took a little bit of a turn, didn't it? Oh look, there's one of those animo things on top of that. I'll have that. They leave that lying around. I don't know why they leave that lying around. It could be dangerous, so I better remove it. That's what I'll tell them. I thought it was dangerous. You thought it was lucky? Oh, I thought it was dangerous. Got rid of it for you. Could have been dangerous. Look at these little legs. There she goes. Well done, Clee. Thought that was dangerous. Took it down. Took it down for you, mate. Health and safety. Courtesy of the Shogunate. So, you know, don't want to mess with them.
Hey, Satoru. How have you been? Keeping well?
Yeah, same as usual. Not much has changed.
All thanks to the support of our loyal customers. We sold some fireworks to Liyue a while back, and word is they were a real hit.
That must mean a lot more work for you, though. Are you sure you and Mr. Ryunosuke can manage? If it gets too much, don't forget, you can always ask me for help.
We should be fine. I think we can cope. Oh, yeah. This is some pickled radish from Mrs. Imatani.
Oh, we're delivering pickled radish now. We're delivering pickled radish. That seems about right.
Oh, wow, thank you so much. I never used to be a fan of pickled radish, would you believe?
Would really? Oh, no, I wouldn't. Now, incidentally, though, you can shut up.
But then I try some of Mrs. Imatani's homemade stuff.
Speaking of your family, how's everyone doing?
No, don't ask. Now he's going to talk again.
They're doing well. Being close to family is now Mr. and Mrs. Imatani.
Huh, they didn't seem that way to me. I think they're just used to it.
She can talk, but...
You make a good point, though. I should drop by more often in the future. That way, they won't get so bored.
Oh, I'm sure they...
Thank you.
He's not allowed to?
Now that we finished all the chores, it's time to talk to the Imatanis about Sakujiro.
It's time to do what? Because over here there's some of this stuff that I collect. So... Those old people can wait. I'll have that. Oh, wrong button. You chuffer. Shouldn't put them so close together, should you? You shouldn't have such fat fingers, should you? All right, well. All right. Steel Series, getting eggy about your keyboard. Didn't ask you, did I? Yeah, well, we work very hard on these keyboards. Yeah. Didn't account people with big fat fingers, did we? Didn't account for them.
La la la.
All right. Getting a bit touchy about your keyboards, frankly. Getting a bit eggy about your keyboards. It's only a keyboard, isn't it? It's got QWERTY written on it. It's not a super keyboard, is it? It's got QWERTY written on it. It's like fucking some... You haven't redesigned the wheel, have you? It's got QWERTY written on it, and you press the spacebar. What more do you want? AWSD. Oh, fucking... Special keyboard, mate. Special keyboard.
That was quick. Ah, young people are so handy.
Handy. Handy.
Younger people have bundles of energy, and older people have a wealth of wisdom. Each have their strengths.
It's patronising.
Speaking of youth, Do you know what? It's been 50 years this year.
Since the fireworks.
Oh, so it has. Goodness, how the time flies.
50 years since what? Some important day?
Probably some fireworks thing.
Well, if you must know, it was 50 years ago, back in the days when this young lady was still trying to win me over, that...
Oh, stop trying to impress them. We both know you were the one who was hopelessly...
Well,
anyway.
Maybe you're right. To tell the truth, I was still a little uncertain. Even as it was rising up into the sky, But then it exploded. The sky lit up. I looked back at her and saw her eyes twinkling in the light of the fireworks.
I told you it was going to be about fireworks, didn't I?
Before I knew what was happening, apparently, I'd already said it.
50 years. But 50.
I had no idea it was your 50th anniversary. If I'd known, I would have made some extra fancy fireworks just for you.
Oh, no.
No, we want the
quite
original
all right.
fireworks.
We seeing that.
So.
Ah, what a great. Yeah,
Sakujiro.
I don't know what this is about now.
You know him?
Oh, it's the fellow with the boat.
He was our. But one day.
Sakujiro.
I'm just going to skip through this because if you anything like me, then you have actually got tired of these old people and their chuff.
Coincidence. I understand.
And all this.
Until we finally. Two best buddies in childhood.
Right.
Well, we can find some other way to help Sakujiro.
Yes.
I think after.
Just get them off. Get them out of it.
Well,
Edit them out.
Can't say we didn't try.
Edit them out.
I'll let Sakujiro know after.
Back to Sakujiro. I knew it would be. They're always doing this to me. Go out there. Come back here. Go out there again. Come back here. Where are you now? Out there or here? Because you need to go to the other place. Which one? The other one.
La la la.
La la la. Back to where you started. Alright. And they disappear and they get there really quick and I have to run. Chuffing. Oh, can I pick that up? Oh no, it's just talking to him. I don't want to talk to him. Watch this. Watch this. Now run! He's seen that.
Yoimiya, something bad's happened. Some people from the Tenryo Commission came by.
Huh? Why? Do they know?
He can't hear you, love.
Pops, are you alright? They didn't do anything to you, did they?
He can't hear you.
I told them the show was starting soon and the place was filled with fireworks, so they shouldn't go in because it's a fire hazard.
This is like the setup for a nice comedy ending. Setup for a street glazing over the ranty parts. It was just the two old people going on about their and the fireworks are special to us because, and what we're supposed to be gleaning from this is that fireworks are just so important to all these people in Inazuma from cradle to grave. It's fireworks this and fireworks that. Ooh, I got a good score on my maths test. Fireworks. Ooh, there's a new brand of cereal that we want to try. Fireworks. Ooh, the goldfish died. Fireworks. Like, fireworks is just so important to them all, and that's important because she, our character, this one that you know, bigging up, promoting, promo, she's got the fireworks thing going. So fireworks. I've heard the word fireworks more I have today than I do on fucking November the 5th. Remember the 5th of November, gunpowder, treason and plot. So can't be listening to those. Can't be listening to those other. You can't have a side story and a side story. Now the dog's going. Now the dog's going for it. You're going for it. Where's Marlo? Marlo, you chuffer. Down in the garden, chuffing. He's out in the back garden, chuffing. Let him have it. It's our anniversary. This is Genshin Impact, mate. We run around, we blow things up, we kill people with swords. Big fucking enemies chomping around, chopper. And me like, cha. By the time this is done, I'll need my resin will be replenished. I'll have got 50 years old.
But they didn't listen. It seemed like they knew Sakujiro was inside. Luckily, Sakujiro heard them coming in time and managed to escape through the window.
Oh, this is bad news. I don't think Sakujiro had enough time to make his mind up. Pops, did you see where he went? Oh, the Tenryou Commission will definitely be chasing after him.
So we're getting to see firsthand the struggles against this Tenryou Commission and what it's like to be, you know, vilified and held down by the Stasi, and you have to run from. We're getting to see that, a bit of that. That's the point of this as well, which is good. I don't know about the 50-year anniversary and the fireworks. I think we could have edited that whole bit off. Just cut that bit out.
Good point. Names. We need names. The Commission wouldn't normally cause this big of a fuss over a stowaway.
Sorry, my ears are no good. And I didn't get a good look at them either. If you're wondering which way they went, they left the city. I wish I'd caught their names. But I didn't hear a thing.
It's almost like he heard what she said then, though. Isn't it? You seem to get the thing about names. I'm starting to think he's not really deaf and he's just got selective hearing. Starting to think he just, like, chooses what he does and doesn't hear, because he seemed to hear what she was saying about names.
As it happens, I did. I was getting some ore from my friend's place and happened to bump into them on the way over. I think their leader's name was Keisuke, just like you said.
Just as I thought. Thanks. If Sakujiro still hasn't made up his mind, those two running into each other won't solve anything. And even worse, there'll be no coming back from it for Sakujiro.
Just gonna have to run up and see what the dog's doing. You right, Chipper? Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
We can't let that happen. Come with me.
Come
Let's
with me,
track them
Grave
down.
Kipwa. Let's track them down now. Now, I tell you what. This sounds like a job. Right? You have to download Chinese malware so you can hear the nice dialogue. We might do a run of this. Not a rerun of the whole game, but you can switch to Chinese dialogue or Japanese dialogue or whatever. And we might do a bit of the game in a different different, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We might do a bit of the game in a different language. Might have a little try at that. Might have a little look at how it sounds. I was going to say, this seems like a job for Amber. She's a bit out of place in Mondstadt, but... bit of a detective, isn't she? She's a bit of a...
Leave it to me.
Investigator agent Amber. But also, we've actually got... this fella. He's a level 20. He only got the... you know, only popped the 20 for the free wish. But he's actually a detective.
I'm on the case.
He's on the case. So if anyone's going to do it, this chuffer on the case... don't know what that's going on in the air. What's that in the air? Some sort of animo power thing. I've never used him. But he does that. If only he had a proper pair of shoes, it'd be really cool. He's a detective, he's on the case, look. This is who you need. Follow the road out the city and look for clues. Alright, well I'm not on the road, am I? So and he can move around, sort of... like he's from Inazuma.
It's Matsusaka and his friends. Let's ask them.
Oh, let's ask the kids.
Hi, Yoimiya. Are the weapons to scare away the great Mujina yokai ready yet? Oh, Mr. Ryunosuke is making them right now. You can go collect them from my house later. Aren't you gonna play with us, Yoimiya? I'm sorry. I have something important to do right now. But I'll bring you guys some candy next time. The extra sweet candy, the one you guys love. Yay! We're gonna get candy! Also, I wanted to ask you guys something. Did you see a bunch of scary-looking men come by here at all?
Yeah, but they told us not to tell you what they did, so we're not going to say it. We're just not going to mention it.
Yep, we did. It looked like they were chasing someone.
Grasped him straight up.
Are they trying to catch a monster too?
Something like that.
No, don't worry. It's all just a big misunderstanding.
I mean, no.
Be good kids and stay out of trouble, all right? Stay in the city for now, and I'll come play with you after the fireworks start. We will. We'll be on our best behavior, especially for you, Yoimiya.
So, all this came round to them having to go home. At the start of it, I said they needed to get home. Now she's telling them.
This is the right way. Let's keep going.
Go on then. We
If
better.
Jiro still hasn't made up his mind, I guess I'll have to step in.
We better not get into a big fight because I haven't got my fighting crew on. So I better just switch to the fighting crew because you never know. We might just have a big Barney on the beach, mightn't we? What would I take her?
I can't wait any longer.
Hottest chef in Leeway. You can't me. Yeah, look, I knew we'd have a fight.
People from the Tenryu Commission over there. It must be them.
Should we just go past them? No, we'll talk. We'll go in and talk to them directly.
Sorry, official business. I can't let you pass.
All right, I've had enough talking. Let's have a look at sword fight.
Sakujiro and Keisuke are up ahead, right? We need to talk to them about something.
Didn't you hear me? You're not getting past.
Rude.
Ugh, what a nuisance. Well, you've only got yourself to blame.
Look at it. She pulled the pose. She's ready to kick ass. Let's kick ass. Are we going to be her? We're her.
Time for a light show.
She's got a bow.
Must withdraw.
So like she's absolutely annihilating them with this bow, but it is a bow, isn't it? Look.
The fuse is lit.
Amber's our pyro bow. So what are you? Pyro bow. Don't know about this.
Nice and spicy. Your turn. You can't run. Lights out. My sword.
Withdraw.
Must withdraw. Bit premature, these guys. Right, let's have a look at this then. Bloody hell. It's a bit cooler than Amber's one, isn't it?
I must withdraw.
Firecrackers. Oh, she's gone now. She's gone.
How dare you impede the work of the Tenryu Commission?
Well, got a... Point in. Rude. Take him as well.
You will be punished for your actions.
Well.
There is nowhere you can escape justice.
She's running.
Not even at the edges of the world.
Running.
Look at that. The one with the loudest mouth had the fastest feet.
Exactly.
We can't waste any more time on these guys. Let's push on. They should be just ahead.
I'm a bit surprised that she's a bow. I mean... Amber's a... It's a bit... I'm glad Amber's not on the squad right now to see that, because it's a bit rude. It's a bit rude, really. Amber's a fire bow. And she's got a really cool animation when you do a... She's got a really cool animation thing when you... What's this now? Oh.
Your skills with the sword have stagnated, Sakujiro. You should have known that you stood no chance against me in a duel.
This is more like it. Bit of kung fu.
I never imagined I'd fall into your hands. If this is to be my fate, I accept it. I have nothing else to say.
It's a bit of an unfair fight, though, isn't it? He's in his pajamas and you're in your armor.
But your return says that you finally came around to my point of view.
Whatever you say.
You will return with me to the Tenryu Commission to await your sentencing.
He's off down the slammer.
The one who made this boat will also be punished.
Shit. We're in trouble as well.
Wait!
Here she is.
It doesn't have to end like this. Don't you have anything else to say to one another?
Hey, I know you. You're Naganahara's girl, who makes the fireworks. I know you like to get involved in other people's business, but stay out of this. It does not concern you.
It's okay, Yoimiya. The past is the past.
And why did you risk life and limb to get yourself back into Inazuma? And why were you so reluctant to leave after you got here? I'll tell you why. This is why. This is the chance you've been waiting for.
Little Krabby behind him.
Everything through.
So now we're going to wait for the little Krabby to appear from behind him. Because there was a little Krabby went behind him. So just give it a minute. There he goes. There he goes. Look. There he goes. Little Krabby. Hey. All right.
I have nothing to say to him. He's a criminal. I work for the Tenryu Commission. There is never any room for discussion.
And look at his fashion sense.
Out of respect for the friendship we once had, I gave him a chance to fight for his freedom. But his skills with the sword are as disappointing now as they ever were.
What are you talking about? And just who do you think you're kidding? You left all your subordinates back there to guard the road, making sure no one else followed you here. Seems to me like you were hoping for a chance to talk.
Hoping for a chance to talk.
I can see it in your faces. You both have so much to say. And you're just gonna choose to keep it all inside?
Don't flatter yourself. What would you know?
It's like a weird, like, because in kung fu movies, this wouldn't generally tend to happen. Like, it's like a weird, how do I want to say this? Like, it might be considered more feminine to, you know, talk through your problems. It's a different angle, isn't it? It's a different attitude to take. And traditionally, this kung fu standoff would end in like a big Barney. They've already had the Barney, we didn't see it. Now we're going to talk about their feelings instead. It's different. There's the Krabby again. So.
Yoimiya, leave it. It was just my wishful thinking.
Just I sound like a mobster. They are sort of, aren't they? They're the fascist mob, aren't they?
No, I won't leave it. I will not stand by and watch when you haven't even done anything, Keisuke. You seem to like settling things with a duel, so let's do it your way. I challenge you to a duel.
That's cool.
If I win, then you need to say everything that's in your heart. No more running from your feelings. And the same goes for you, Sakujiro. If I win, you will tell Keisuke exactly why you came back. If you don't say anything now, you may never have another chance.
Come on then, let's have the duel.
If you lose?
Then I'll admit to collaborating with Sakujiro and accept the Tenryo Commission's punishment.
I'm not gonna.
Yoimiya.
I accept. Let's settle this with a duel.
Let's go.
Sir, we're here to back you up.
Back up? Duels are supposed to
Hey, that's not fair.
All right, that's it. Let's help Yoimiya. We can't let her fight them all alone.
Smash them to bits though, watch. Smash them to bits.
You can't run.
He's not even going to get a hit in.
I must withdraw.
Look at you, lying around on the ice, look. Look at you. Ooh. Oh, there's more of them, look, the chuffers. Even more cheat. Even more cheating. He's trying to poke her up the bum there with his stick.
Withdraw. Goldfish of Doom.
Look at that goldfish of doom. Whatever that is. It's goldfish, look, it's two goldfish going around. What's that about?
Get the lights out.
What's that about? Two...
Sir, they are too strong. We need more men.
Look at the effects going off, look.
Stand down.
Yeah, stand down.
What?
I thought I told you to stay away.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
The true power of the... I mean, they might as well call me an honorary...
You are just as obstinate as Sakujiro was back then.
Like an honorary adepti, for Christ's sake. Look what I just did then. All the elements and the...
Why were you so convinced that we had things to say to each other?
It's time for you to talk.
Because Sakujiro may not have told me about you when he came back, but he did order a firework from me. Then your parents told me about what happened between you when you were younger. Once I'd heard the story, I realized that the firework meant something special to you both. And that's why I simply refuse to believe that you have nothing to say to each other. Nobody sets off a firework to feel lonely, do they?
It's about fireworks again.
The reason I came back is that I felt lost. It wasn't that I'd changed my mind. I just felt that what I'd done in the past was to try to escape from reality. I saw the freedom of Mondstadt, the contracts of Liyue, the wisdom of Sumeru,
We haven't been
and
there
the
yet.
justice of Fontaine.
All that.
It all left a deep impression on me.
Sumeru and Fontaine, they're coming.
I was glad that I'd left Inazuma, but then I happened to hear about the Sakoku decree.
Yeah.
I was an escapee, and I was proud of that. What I should have tried to do is take the good things from the outside world and bring them back home.
So that's why you came back? Out of your naive hope of changing the way things are here?
No, I let go of all those delusions of grandeur. I just felt that I never should have run away like that. After all, you never ran away.
Aww.
Huh? I don't know about you, but life hasn't been easy for me. But I just had to come back and visit.
Life isn't easy for anyone.
Life is a burner, I wanna ride it.
I truly worship the Raiden Shogun. Her ideas were my personal creed, and I desired nothing more than to see her will done.
Her will be done.
But now, My role is to punish violators of this Hakoku decree
Cheese.
and confiscate people's visions.
Cheese roll.
It's not what I signed up for when I joined the Tenryo Commission.
Your role's a cheese roll now, mate. Nice cheese roll.
I do wonder, am I really doing the right thing?
Nice bun. Nice cheese bun. Oh, well, they're gonna have a little moment.
The boat is yours.
Ah.
Huh? I couldn't make you stay in Inazuma, but that doesn't mean I want to keep you here by force.
But he is gonna die in the sea, so like, the boat's no good.
What will you say to the higher-ups?
He's died in the sea.
Don't worry about that. I'll handle it. If you want to come back, I hear the process of returning to Inazuma from the outside world is long and complicated, but it can be done.
That's more like it. Why don't we just return him? If we send him out there on that boat, he's going to chuff and die. You're going to go back to your boss and say, "Oh, I killed him on the beach," and then that'll be fine because you won't see him come back from the sea in that little boat.
I will lend you my help, but until then, you'll have to wait.
I'll wait for you.
And don't kick the bucket on the way out.
Yeah, don't die in the sea.
Don't worry, Keisuke. Any chance we can watch the fireworks together?
Ah.
Maybe next time.
It's a little bit Brokeback Mountain, this, isn't it? The boat departs in an inscrutable silence.
I'll be demoted for sure. It's not like me to give in to childish sentiment like this. It's the one that Sakujiro planned on using for his escape. I asked Yoshitaka and the others to transport it here. Forcing Sakujiro to this spot was also something I had planned all along. It's just like you said, Yoimiya. Even though I hadn't fully made up my mind, my actions betrayed my intent.
But I think you did the right thing. And look, now you've managed to resolve the grievance in your heart by talking about it.
I understand now. Thank you. I didn't know you were quite so perceptive. You saw right into what I was thinking.
That's only because I know your parents so well. They're both really nice people, so...
I had heard there was a new Naganohara running things these days. Little loud and reckless, maybe, but you live up to the family name.
There we go.
Naganohara Fireworks can reproduce the firework that the two of us set off back then, right? Would you be able to make one for me?
Absolutely not. We've got a huge backlog of orders, and to be honest, we're supposed to be there doing it now, and we're around fuffing about with this. So it's all thanks to you that we've had to fuff around all day. So if you think I've got time to make extra fireworks for you when we've got a huge backlog and a festival, now's not the time, mate. Now's really not the time.
Sorry, no can do. Without the slipper reference, I can't make the same one again.
Told you.
And I'm afraid Sakujiro is the one with the slip.
Ah, I see.
See?
Never mind then.
Yep, never mind. It's a bit of a one, that is, isn't it? He's done all these, like, he's got himself demoted. He's done us the big favours, and he's like, could you possibly do me a fireworks? She runs a fireworks factory. She's like, no. No, fuck you.
Don't get too down just yet, though. I mentioned that Sakujiro ordered a firework from me, didn't I? I can't make another one, but I'm guessing Sakujiro probably won't be needing his anymore. It'd be a shame for it to go to waste, so I'll make an exception and let you set it off instead.
Oh, well, he got his firework in the end as well.
Thank you very much.
No worries. And don't miss out on the start of the fireworks show.
Hopefully none of us will, Yoimiya, because it's been built up now for a long, long time, and if I don't get to see these fireworks in the next, say, 10 minutes, it's going to make my brain pop.
Yoimiya! The way you took command of that whole situation was amazing! What can I say? I like to talk. I'm a strong believer in the power of words.
She's saying that after she killed everyone with arrows and did a great big fucking giant blow up in the sky with the goldfish and then tagged one with the goldfish and then I smashed his head in with my pole arm.
If you're not willing to communicate, then the problem just sits there. If you just keep staring at it without doing anything, eventually you'll watch every last opportunity to resolve it slip away before your eyes.
But I do get what they're saying. You know, I do understand the point here.
Sakujiro and Keisuke can't turn back the clock in their relationship, but that's no reason to live with remorse. Anyway, follow me. I'll bring you to the perfect place to watch the fireworks.
Oh, thank God for
My
that.
pops will set off the firework that I wanted to give to you.
Here we go. Fireworks, fireworks, fireworks. No, go to a place to watch the fireworks show. And it has to be this place. It's not I can go anywhere I want. It's this place particularly, the specific place. Go to this specific place to watch the fireworks show. I'll walk up the proper way because it is nice. I've seen this before and it is nice. Don't mind us. Now I feel really bad walking past all these Shiro Commission people because I know that, like, aren't we like public enemy number one? We've been in the prison, we've kicked ass, we've done all sorts of stuff already. Just walking past them casually. Here's a vendor.
What kind of mess should I make now?
Tell you what, I wouldn't be eating any of this street food these days after I saw about that sewer fat earlier in our episode today. Don't know if I've eaten any of that. What are you selling? Very similar to the last stall.
I'm really looking forward to the next festival.
Fish. No. No thanks. Just be leaving that. But look, it's lovely up here, look. Lovely. This is my fruit stall. This is my fruit stall. 3 for £1. 3 for £1. Get your lovely melons. 3 for £1. Get your lovely melons. Look at them. Lovely juicy watermelon, mate. Lovely juicy watermelon. 3 for £1, mate. 3 for £1. 3 for £1. Up here, it's lovely though, look. Fireworks. We're going to have a look at some fireworks. She's with the Shiro Commission, so just leave her to it. Up here for the fireworks, and it will be nice. This is what we've been waiting for. Yes, fireworks. Yes. Yes. No. Oh, don't cry, look. But he's going to be out on his boat, look. And he's going to see the fireworks go up behind him. Oh. Oh.
No.
He's going to be like, hang on, that's my firework. So I set off my firework. They look reasonably good, but they made all the effect with the emotion. That's his fire.
Keisuke.
Oh. Oh, wait. It just cascaded my firework. And I'm swimming out to sea.
These fireworks, what do they mean to you?
What do you think they mean to her? Okay, there we go.
Yoimiya?
Oh, she's just enjoying it. She's enjoying it. She don't do any. This is the time where she don't do any talking. Oh, shut. We didn't get to see enough of that.
That was amazing. It was so beautiful I could weep.
We should see more. It should have had more of the fireworks going on with us sitting there for a little bit longer.
I didn't actually cry though, right? I just feel a bit misty-eyed.
Very pretty.
Oh, remember that big one that went up first? The gold one? That's the one I had Pops make for you. Oh, Paimon saw it! It was one of the best ones! They won't forget that anytime soon! That's what I wanted to hear! I was hoping it would leave a deep impression on you guys. No matter where your journey takes you, and no matter what hardships might lie ahead, I hope you'll always be able to look back fondly on the fireworks you saw tonight.
Look at those chests. There's 2 chests down here. There's a chest there. Leaving the chests lying around, mate. Yeah, I'd always look back on the fondly on the fireworks. It's as if it's supposed to be a really memorable moment in the game. They've done a reasonably good job of making it emotively engaging. Like, you know, the guy on the boat and the sad. It's a bit of a moment, but they should have just that moment where you're seeing the fireworks and the 3 of you are sat there and it all going off. They should just left that on a bit more.
I believe that as time goes by, this firework will only grow brighter and more beautiful in your heart.
Ah.
Oh, and also, you're technically my customers now. Here, this is your paper slip. If you ever want to see that golden firework again, just come and see me.
Fair play.
You know, Yoimiya, you seemed to turn into a completely different person during the fireworks. You were so quiet, and it was like you couldn't hear anything at all. Oh, I could hear you. I just have a habit of being silent while I'm watching fireworks.
She was just ignoring you, Paimon.
Quietly watching something you made with your own hands rise into the sky feels like a sacred ceremony to me.
She's really into these fireworks.
You asked me what fireworks mean to me, right? Yep. Well, for Koichi, who built the boat for us, and his friend, Third Sis, fireworks commemorate friendship.
Paimon's going to tell us. I mean, we've learned this throughout the entirety of today's episode, haven't we? We've been going around seeing all what fireworks mean. Paimon's going to tell it back to us like with fucking children again.
For Keisuke's parents, they commemorate marriage.
Yep.
And for Keisuke and Sakajiro, they were commemorating...
Marriage.
Oh yeah, right, beliefs!
Something like that. Something like that, Paimon.
As for me, to be honest, even though I've thought about it countless times before, I still haven't found an answer. Seriously? Huh. Paimon was expecting something deep and philosophical.
Yeah, it's too big for her to really get her head around, isn't it, Paimon? It's like everything to her.
Well, no one's ever asked me this before, so I've never really settled on an answer. It was by chance that I happened to be born into the Naganohara family, so it was by chance that I ended up learning this craft from my pops.
True.
It's also by chance that I've met so many people, learned so many things, and discovered that people associate watching fireworks with the things that are most precious to them.
Sort of. I mean, that's these people here, yeah, I suppose, yeah. But round my way, kids get hold of a bunch of fireworks and they just, like, set them off to scare the dog. Like, it doesn't have the same social context. I mean, maybe in China it's got more of a social context, but, like, as far as I can see, like, once a year, round fireworks night, kids get hold of fireworks and they're just, like, setting bangers off. There's I used to live in Bristol, and there's a place in Bristol called St. Paul's, and it's a bit rough. It's a bit of, like, you know, a bit rough. And all the gangs in St. Paul's, they do, like, a fireworks night truce. It's not real truce, because instead of shooting each other and stabbing each other with weapons, they shoot each other with fireworks instead. And, like, in St. Paul's, they got, like, they have these, like, they put all the fireworks, I'm not going to tell you how to do it. They put them in some sort of pipe arrangement and fire them at each other anyway. And it goes off every year. It's pretty hectic. But that's got nothing to do with commemorating any special...
Fireworks that disappear in a flash of light are probably the furthest thing away from the eternity that our shogun desires.
What an amazing, interesting point.
But people's feelings don't just disappear. And it's those feelings that give fireworks their purpose. If nobody wanted to watch fireworks, then they wouldn't exist. Also, consider this. You have to have the Naganoharas because so many people are emotionally invested in the existence of fireworks. If we didn't exist, their wishes would go unfulfilled, wouldn't they?
Don't know, maybe someone else would do the fireworks, or maybe they just, you know, they'd attach their wishes to something else symbolic.
You know, I don't really think about complicated things like this very often. But I'm proud that I was born into the Naganohara family and have the chance to make so many pretty fireworks.
It's interesting because I've found this a bit of one of these story quests where we've gone around the houses quite a bit. There was an emotional context to it that they could have played on a bit more instead of going on the long... Like, some of the conversation bits just got a bit too long, and then we had the old people, and then we had this, and then we had that, and then we had the bloke on the boat. If we just stuck with the bloke on the boat and not gone around the other people, it would have probably been a bit more concise for me, and I'd have been a bit happier with it. But for her to then start talking on this, like, deep... Like, I'm normally into that sort of shit. Like, the social context of fireworks. What an interesting conversation. But after we've done all this other stuff... I want my primos now, mate. I want my primos now. Thank you. Quest complete. A fireworks note. I've got that now. 60 primos. Ooh. Ooh. Nice primos. Love your primos. And there she is. She's off in a world of her own. Let's have our photies. She's looking at me. There we are. We'll get our photies together. What about you and Amber? You and Amber make a nice pair, wouldn't you? With both your fire arrows. See how you compare. You and Amber.
At the ready.
I mean, I feel like there's going to be a bit of a competitive edge between them, don't you? I feel like there's a bit of a competitive, like a bit of an unspoken competitive edge here. Blonde and brunette. Both fire. Amber's all smart and, you know, preppy. Yoimiya's like a bit... I don't know what you'd describe her dress sense as. Abstract. And, like, Yoimiya's got that amazing, cool... jump up in the air, explode into fireworks. Amber's just got fired arrows out the sky. It's not fair, is it, Amber? See, Amber feels a bit... like, Yoimiya's
Jean will
got...
be upset if she catches us lazing around like this.
That's right, Amber. Yoimiya's got eye makeup on and stuff. Jean will be upset if Amber wears eye makeup. Amber's got gloves on, though, like a proper pair of gloves. Yoimiya's just got one hand wrapping. Yoimiya's got a tattoo. Amber would never get a tattoo. Except if it was of the Knights of Mondstadt of Favonius logo or something. You know, she'd never get a tattoo, would she? Tattoos aren't allowed in the Knights of Favonius handbook. Jean would be upset if she saw you getting a tattoo. Like, maybe they'd make good friends, I don't know. And it looks like Yoimiya's just slightly taller, but actually...
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
That's right, Amber. But actually, she's just got little, like, platform shoes on, so she's cheating, really. Don't think Amber and her are going to get on. Hottest chef in Leeway.
I can't wait any longer.
They'll be alright, they'll be friends. Similar interests. But they both like fireworks as well. Anyway, look, there's a chest down here. It's got my name on it. And there's one just beyond, so we're going to tag these two. Leave her up on there, she can stay up on there. She's happy up on there, she don't care. She left me enough times, didn't she?
Nice and spicy. You can't run.
Taking this one out quietly. His mates, by the time he's gone, his mates now just realised. Bit cheeky. Oh, whoa. That's a bit mean. That's a bit rude. Stop hitting her.
Let me
weave you a verse. There was a young man from Minazuma. There was an old man from Inazuma. The internet called him a boomer. Oh dear, the things that I can think to rhyme with that aren't that good.
Pretty good.
The internet called him a boomer. They're going to report her. They're going to report you because of her daughter. And he said he would groom her. Oh no, that's really bad, don't say that. We're just going to come over here and gather these. No one's going to mind. They're not going to get... They're not even going to get eggy until we've had them. No, we're going to have... No, they're eggy now. They're eggy now. He's come over. He's come over. He don't even like... Don't like you get taking these rocks, does he? He's a big fan of these rocks. Have that.
Rain outlines your fate.
Have that, look. Frozen. Poke him up the bum with your stick now. Chuffing miniature lollipop, mate. Miniature lollipop. Who fancies a miniature lollipop?
Lights out.
Made a bit of a grunting noise then when I killed him, which seems a bit... made me feel a little
Treasure
bit...
hunting. A valiant endeavor.
Made me feel a bit bad, actually. Made that big grunting noise when I killed it. Oh, look at them. Oh, I'm going to have to kill that one. Look at it. Look at the colour of it. I'm going to have to kill it.
No, my sword.
That's the non-vegan way of living and thinking, isn't it? Ooh, it's cross. Ooh, it's very cross. It's gone for a run. You know, mate, it's getting well eggy. I'm electric. I'm electric. I can't. God, man, you're getting well eggy. Nice. No masks though. Could do with the masks. If you could do with the... If you could just leave your masks. Arrowheads, mate. What about your masks? Arrowheads. Stinky arrowheads. Is that a Celia over there? Look, I've got to come over here and do all this stuff. Got to come over here and grind it all up. Nice. Beris. My Beris. Lovely Beris. Right, we've done some Inazuma. We have completed that story quest thing. It's gone. So that's good. This now means that my Archon quest still can't be continued because I've got to do Nivis Grusnivis. What's Grusnivis? That's this. The Whispers of the Crane and the White Rabbit. Kamisato Ayaka's request. Me and Paimon need to prepare her for a meeting. Oh, that's doing the shopping. That's doing the shopping. That'll have to wait till tomorrow. Oh, rubbing his eyes. Tired boy. He's rubbing his eyes. He's tired. Yeah, don't do it. I'll get copyrighted. Yeah, do you know, talking of copyrighted, the last stream on YouTube that we did, our last YouTube stream, got 3 copyrighted. If you want to watch it, you can't watch it in America. I don't think. Chemtrails, What's the Truth? I don't think you can even see it in America. Banned. The stream that was banned, I've got to cut out. I've got to keep asking them to cut out the sections. When they come up and they say it's a problem, I'll just say cut it out. Just cut it out. And they're like, okay, we're cutting that one out then. And I'm like, fine. And they're like, what about this other one? I'm like, cut that out too. Can't, because we're cutting the first one out. Got to wait for that, mate. So it'll come. It'll get there. It'll get there. I'm not re-uploading it or anything. I'm just going to let them do the editing themselves in their system the way they like. But I think it's because we did chemtrails and conspiracy and YouTube doesn't like it. That's what I think. But it's interesting stuff, and obviously we're not conspiracy theorists. We're more like, aren't we? We're more like debunkers, if anything. But our Genshin Impact stuff lives there. Make sure you go and check out Ganji Kid on YouTube and our other channels. Ganji Cuts. New one, Asmongold watches new Genshin Impact trailer. Ganji reacts to Asmongold. Ganji reacts to Asmongold's sexism. Or RE sexism, sorry. Asmongold said Genshin is a waifu simulator and Ganji reacts. That's actually picking up a few views. Yay, championing Genshin Impact on the airwaves. Venti's dancing. Today we didn't have the dancing characters, did we? Should have put them on. Ganji Cuts there, new videos. And Ganji, all sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. It's 11 o'clock PM in the UK. So before I leave, world join request, I am sorry, but I'm about to knock off, so I'm not going to be... I'm a curmudgeonly old person, so I don't accept everyone's world requests as a part of the course, thank you. On stream, I'm not even finished with the story yet. Not even finished with the story yet, lad. Not even finished with the story. We've got this to claim, whatever that is. We've got this, whatever that is. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. I love that. Oh, that's nice. That's mine. And I wonder if I've got any things to ascend characters with or wishes to have. Bet no wishes. No wishes, I bet. Oh, I've got 2. We'll have 2 wishes then. Let's go somewhere nice. I'm not going to try and go anywhere lucky because I don't really believe in that anymore, but somewhere nice. Somewhere nice. On the beach, look. On the beach. This would be nice. It's a beach. It's a nice little beach, won't it? Oh, hang on. There's a fella with a sword there. Oh, there's a chest over there. Oh, I can't help it, can I? It's like drawing me towards it. Magnetic. Oh, it's one of them with the Sealies. I bet you more Sealies. That chuffer. Look at that chuffer. Rude. We're going to do the wishes by the boat, but I'll kill the chuffer first. Rude. Going about. Watch. I bet he's rude. Hello. I just wondered. Is this the beach where you... Don't know what you're doing now. It looks a bit... Is this the beach where people come to do wishes? Oh, that looked rude, right.
Punishment.
I told you not to be so rude. I've told you. If you can't behave, I'm going to pull your pants down and smack your bum in front of everyone. Look at him. Missing. Missed that, dude. Missed.
You can't run.
It missed. Look at him jumping in the air. Frozen. Frozen. Oh, he's got his blade all red. Red and fired up. He's not going to enjoy this. Cheap tricks, yeah, whatever. Work on you, though, don't they? They work on you. Chuffer. Cluttering up the beach with your bad attitude. I think you'll have to go home now, and you'll be quite hot in all that stuff. Right, we'll go to the boat. It's not about luck, it's just about aesthetic, because I'm not sure I believe in luck. Not this kind, anyway. The only kind of luck I believe in like this is that I always get chuffing streamer lucked. They've set me up for streamer luck, which meant I got all the things I wanted, because I'm really lucky like that. And when I say I got all the things I wanted, I should have, when we got raided earlier, I should have done this. We've got all the little ones. We've got Chi-Chi, we've got Klee, I've got Diona.
So heavy.
And I got Sayu. Oh, I got so lucky. I got everything I wanted. Got Klee, that was the big thing. Saving up for Hu Tao. And since I've been saving up for Hu Tao, I've hit Kaching. We've got Ningguang. We've got Toma. Fischl. They just threw that at us recently, didn't they? Shikanoni. I've got all of these characters while I'm saving up. Well, some of these came in the rolling for Klee, but, you know, they're XS. They're bonus. I'm doing really well. I'm really lucky. So I consider myself lucky already. Doesn't matter which... Alright, you. Doesn't matter which location I go to do my wishing. It's kind of irrelevant. Got streamer luck, mate. Streamer luck. But that also means that they take the mickey out of me sometimes. They make it a joke on me sometimes, don't they? That also means that I've got double of Wet Boy. Oh yeah, I get a few doubles. Got 2. And that's quite good to get that, isn't it, the constellations? But I could have done with more characters maybe, but instead I've got... Okay, fine. And her. All my main ones I've got duplicates of. That's fine. That's fine, I'll get duplicates then. I'll take duplicates, that's fine. But don't give it me on Lisa as well. Oh, you chuffer. I mean, if there's anyone that I don't play, it's Kaya, isn't it? So to get it on Kaya as well. There you go.
Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
So now I've built it up. Just be 2 crappy bows, that's all. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Just be 2 crappy bows. Right, 1 crappy bow, 1 crappy bow, and 1 thing that... Ooh! Oh. What did I tell you? Streamer luck, mate. I called it. I said 1 crappy bow and 1 thing. Ooh, exactly what I said. And is it... No, they're taking the piss out of me. Every time you see that purple, it could be a character that couldn't it? Instead, it's a Favonius Codex. It's a book. It is a nice book, though. Thanks, Nan. I'll read that on Boxing Day. Thanks, Nan. I'll read that after my birthday, after I've come back from the club. I'll read that. Thanks. Oh, I do like that book. It is a good book. Thanks. No, I would have bought that myself, actually, if I hadn't waiting for Christmas to see if anyone bought it for me. It's a nice book. Thanks. No, I do like books. Thanks. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Just going to open these other presents first, though. I'm just going to... Before I read the book, I'm just going to open these other... Ooh, Scale Extric, ooh. No, I still like the book. The book's still probably one of my top... If anything, it's probably my best present. I don't want to spoil it yet. I don't want to read it yet. I'll just put it aside and save it. Because if anything, it's my best present, Nan.
Don't we have a job to do?
Yeah. Collecting books, you chuffer. To be honest, I do need a few books because... who's a book? She's not a book, she's a bow. He's not a book. He's a book. She's a book. And Lisa's a book. And Clear's a book. So the more books we need, you know, every character's got to have a good book, haven't they? So we do need a few books. Clee's got our best book at the moment. It's not really a book, it's that, whatever that is, a round thing that twiddles round. But all the others are like books, so we call it a book. And she's got the best one yet, but it's not the best one. It's a 3-star that we've leveled up. So 5 stars, 4 stars, these are better. This is actually quite a good book. However, energy recharge rather than attack. Oh. But now we can either enhance this and refine it, put the 2 books together and increase the chance of the critical hits giving a particle, or keep them separate for a bit, hold off on that because we might want, you know, I've got 3 characters that need a good book and I've got 3 good books there. So it might be that we want to keep them separate. But I'm not going to do much messing with those books right now. They're on the back burner. Books aren't my favourite kind of weapon. So they're on the back burner. I understand it has to be done. I understand it's important that every character has a good weapon and a load of good artifacts. But it's not my favourite thing. It's just not my favourite thing, Rodney. It's just not my favourite thing. The weapons I am trying to level up. But that's a dragon spine spear. Made it with a bit of dragon's tooth that I had to stick into a dragon's heart. And it's red, and so is she. And it's got some dark colours, and so is she. And it kind of suits her. Big dragon spine spear. It could do with being a bit more bright white like the rest of it. Anyway, look. It makes icicles drop down from people and do 80% attack damage. And opponents affected by cryo are dealt damage equal to 200% of attack. So that's good. I'm trying to enhance that. Need these chuffing wolf's teeth again. So that's what's taking priority over the books. No wonder. Look at it. It's a giant chuffing pokey spear. That sword. It's better than a book. Isn't it? Imagine if Wolf Boy had to go around waving a book. So there you go. Good old Genshin Impact with your chuffing streamer luck. Oh, I get you. I know what you're doing to me. I know what you're doing to me. It's giving me what I need, not what I want. Isn't it? It's giving me what I need, not what I want sometimes. That's alright. That's fine. Standing here out with the arrows and the swords. And now my new book. Mind you, today we did buy a lot of books, didn't we? So maybe it's all part of it. You know, maybe books are good. Got myself a fireworks note as well if ever I want to read that. I can't because it's written in a language that only the people that work in the fireworks shop can understand. So fairly useless. And character ascension. Pushing towards 80. Got 12 of these books. These are good books. So I'm going to give him about 8. There's another level. We're always pushing on the top characters, but we're also pushing these smaller characters through. She can stick the fireworks note on there with that. So we're also pushing those up, and we're going to have our mini team, Klee, Chi-Chi, Sayu, and Diona. We're going to have them coming up as our main squad hit 80 and ascended beyond. We're going to have these little chuffers coming up, and once we've got those done, all in good time, we're going to then bring in Kaching, Ningwang of the Liwei Qixing, maybe Fischl as well. We're going to bring in some of these others, Haizu, but they're going to take these main main people, all the way up to 80, taking precedence. It's all happening. It's all happening. And our onward journey is through Inazuma in this coming month, and we're going to hit all good time, the guard. I'll have to watch that. Sorry, new chatter here. Not a Chinese spy. Please remember your old pal Spy when I become rich and famous. I'll try. What I'll do though, what I'll have to do is if any of us if I become rich and famous, rich will be fine, famous, forget it. Famous and not rich, oh, how annoying would that be? Everyone knows who I am, can't afford a bag of crisps. Chuffing hell. Have you seen him? He can't even afford a bag of crisps. Oh, I know. But everyone, I thought he could. Have you seen him? He's driving around in a beat up old Ford. Oh, I know. He's not doing well, is he? He's not doing well. That's famous and not rich. That's not what you want. Famous and not rich. Or rich and not famous. People wouldn't be saying anything. They'd say, have you seen him? No, I don't know him. I haven't heard of him. What are you on about? But you'd be going around chuffing, eating marshmallows. What would you do if you were rich? Eating marshmallows before your dinner, just out of a bag. Going in the supermarket and just buying a big bag of marshmallows. Go out on the checkout with like 2 or 3 bags of marshmallows. Leave one behind. Say, oh, you've left one. Say, well, that one's for you. That one's for you. Sharing the love, baby. Sharing the love. Leave the marshmallows. Off eating your marshmallows before your dinner, walking around town. You can go and buy a new pair of shoes, and you can go in and say, I'll have a new pair of shoes, please. And they'll say, oh, lovely. And, like, you know, just could you, if you mind leaving the marshmallows by the door because sticky fingers on the shoes. And you say, oh, don't worry about it, mate. If I get marshmallow fingers on the shoes, in fact, how about this, mate? And then you just pull out the money. I'll just buy all the shoes now. And in that case, we won't have to worry who's got sticky fingers on what. And they go, what? All the shoes, what? You pull out the money, all the shoes now, mate, all of them, every size, all of them. I'd like to take every trainer in the shop, every shoe, box them up for me, my good man. Every one. And actually, don't box them up, just bring them all out. Bring them all out so I can choose which one I want to wear now. And I'll take off the shoes I'm wearing, throw them in the bin. They're gone. Turn them into Chinese jellies. Throw them in the bin and wear my new shoes. Oh, lovely shoes, my man. Box these up. And then what I'd do then is I'd go out the shop with all these boxes of shoes and I'd just stand out the front, and as people went in the shop I'd say, oh, excuse me, sorry, bit of an issue, they're closed for the day because somebody's bought all the shoes. And whoever's going in the shop would go, oh no, I needed a pair of shoes. And he said, don't worry, it's me that's bought all the pairs of shoes, take your pick, free shoes day. And then I'd have to get someone else drafted in to fill in for that because I wouldn't want to spend there fucking around with people's shoes all day. I feel like I worked in a shoe shop. I've got things to do. I'm rich and nobody knows who I am. So next I'd be off down the road. The marshmallows are gone now. I've finished them. You can't even eat marshmallows because I'm vegan. Yeah, vegan marshmallows. So, if I ever were to become a millionaire, it wouldn't happen in one fell swoop, would it? You'd have to work your way up there. But you know, if you hit the lottery or something, I'd be like, yes, celebrate. And I'd be like, oh, I'm vegan though still. So, chuffing out. One of the things I wanted to do that I still could do, even now I'm not a millionaire, I still could do this, I need to pull my finger out and do this, is there's a restaurant in Spain, and it's not vegan, right, it's not vegan, but they make these steaks. Americans would understand what I'm talking about here. They make these steaks, and they're like dry aged or whatever, and it's the only thing they sell. They're these big, thick, chunky steaks. It's the only thing they sell in the restaurant, and it's a little underground thing. They've got a big oven, it's like barbecue oven thing. You know, they cook 20 of these steaks, and that's all, like big plate size things. And I'd like to take my dad there. He'll eat the steak, I'll just have the bread. But no, it's like an experience, this special Spanish restaurant that specialises in this thing. I could do that even though I'm not a vegan. But I wouldn't want to, you see these things, like, I'd be like, oh wait, caviar, except not caviar because I'm vegan, so I don't know what rich vegans eat. Probably just share the food around, don't we? That's probably more likely what I'd do. Probably be nice to be able to go somewhere less developed and just spend your money there, just making a huge difference. Not all of it, but some of it, you know, that'd be nice for a bit. Making a huge difference and seeing it in action and being like, fucking hell, thank God for that. Because you see so much awful stuff on the telly, don't you? See so much awful stuff. It'd be nice in real time, one-to-one, to see success stories. Yeah, so we're going to finish off in Azuma. All in good time to get to Sumeru. But it looks like there's loads of content here and it's loads of fun. Having a really good time. Genshin Impact. Having a really good time. Making a few videos about how good it is as well. Gonna have to start. I've decided to start writing our review soon. Now, soonish. Decided to start writing it. And I think I might start doing a few little just out there videos, just like, you know, I think this. Not the whole review, just one thing. I think this about Genshin Impact, really nice and clear. Doing a few of them, because I think it's misrepresented, to be honest. I think it's being misrepresented. I think too many people think it's a waifu simulator. Too many people think it's some kind of mobile gacha thing, when actually it's got a lot more to offer than that. So I think it's being misrepresented a bit. The footage of Sumeru is beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it is, isn't it? But it's all been so fucking magnificent so far. It wouldn't surprise me. It's funny, isn't it? Because it will surprise me. It'll have me jaw dropped, I'm sure. But there's so many places around here that I've found absolutely amazing. A friend of mine once said that they remember going up a hill in Skyrim and seeing a dragon for the first time in Skyrim and being like awestruck, and it's a memory they have. But like, you make these video game memories, don't you? And like some of the places in Genshin Impact, like, I mean, I haven't played every beautiful PC game. I've played enough games though, you know, I've been playing games for a long time, so maybe it's part of that, you know, I played Breath of the Wild before, so, but this is more than that. It is more than that. There's a lot more subtlety and depth. And we haven't even got to the places in Azuma yet that are just like, I haven't even run around these places yet, but these are epic and lustrous environments.
What a nuisance.
Like magnificent. And all the environments are very densely saturated and packed with things to do and stuff happening. Like there's so much that gets, like, just, like if you just, the first time I heard about this game, I was told it was a gacha game, and I heard about it in terms of, I used to play Hearthstone, and we used to have conversations about loot crates and loot boxes, and I used to play FIFA, but before FIFA became a loot crate experience, I used to play it before that, and so I've seen games change because of loot crate. FIFA used to have no loot crates at all, and it used to be a competitive football game, and then it became something else, and I was like, I don't play FIFA anymore. And then Hearthstone, I went into that with my eyes open because I knew it was like loot crates, but I'd made a film about computer game development, which you can see on my YouTube channel. I'd made a film about computer game development, and I was interested in the concept of an online card game like Magic the Gathering. I'd been talking to this lad about Magic the Gathering whilst we were on the bus as part of this video game thing that I did, and just the ideas were all bubbling around in my mind, and then I saw it on the internet while I was editing. I was supposed to be editing, I was looking on the internet about video games, and I just said, oh, I'll have a little go on Hearthstone, and then it's one of those that you download the how to play Hearthstone user experience first go, and 2 hours later you're like, give me the cards, I want more cards, give me the cards. So I know what it feels like, I've seen them all, and so I heard of Genshin Impact in the conversation about gacha games and loot crates, and so I wrote it off immediately, you know, just wrote it off immediately. Battlefield 3 was like that for you, the buildings were exploding, bombs going off, it felt like a real firefight. Blew you away, yeah, like, and also I tell you what, it doesn't have to be, it's something about layers and depth and stuff like that, rather than exceptionally good graphical fidelity. I mean, I've got a nice computer now. I used to play on consoles, but I come from a place where, you know, I played like 3D was impressive to me. The GameCube was the most graphically sharp and amazing thing I'd ever seen, the GameCube. Like, I come from a place where the NES was not necessarily the best, and then the Super Nintendo was amazing. So what goes on here is just like for me, once it's hit over a certain bar, like, and I've heard Asmongold say graphics aren't important before, but as a NES player, graphics are not important. Gameplay is important, and everything else is done in my brain. I forgive. It doesn't have to be good graphics or whatever, but I forgive fidelity, and I exchange it for imagination. I can use my imagination. So a lot of great games over the years have not been the most, you know, they don't have to have it doesn't have to be photorealistic, but your imagination does the rest for you. So as long as it's got an art style that's consistent, you can deal with it. And, you know, I'm talking about 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit. We don't even talk about bits like that anymore. You just don't talk about it like that anymore, but every improvement was magnificent for me. And what I hoped and dreamed I would get to play in my own home when I was a kid, what I hoped for when I grew up, this is 10 times that, 20 times that. So I never have to worry. Anything that they put out these days, the graphics is good. And if you take me back to retro graphics, I like that as well. So everything they put out, graphics, I'm happy. Unless there's some flaw in it, unless it's glitched and it's fucked up and, like, you know, it doesn't match the scenery and this is from this and this is from that, and it's all just asset packs and whatever. And obviously, yeah, but that's one thing. But yeah, it's very impressive. It all runs on a decent phone as well. Yeah, I think the future is that everything runs on the phone because phones get so powerful. Like, what a phone can do is more like, my phone's more powerful than any games console I had up to the age of about, I don't know, like up to maybe the PlayStation. Even not, what, PlayStation 2? Is your phone better than a PlayStation 2 these days? Probably is, isn't it? Your phone is probably better than the
Work hard
PlayStation
and
2.
live each day to the fullest.
I was playing Grand Theft
That is
Auto.
what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
If you can run this, then you could probably run... I would consider that a better games console than my PlayStation 2. It's weird, isn't it? Your phone. But they will get stronger and stronger, won't they, the phones? They'll just get more and more powerful. And I think there'll be a move to this, back to this intermediary device of saying it's not a phone, but it's my device, and it's like not a computer, not a console, it's not a phone, it's not a laptop, it's not an iPad, but it's slightly bigger than a phone, and it does all this shit for me. And like, you know, maybe we'll get there, because not everyone wants a big box in their house, do they? A lot of people are just happy to have a more moderate item that runs things.
Don't we have a job to do?
So that's interesting as well. But Genshin Impact, yeah, it's consistent in these graphics. The graphics are good, but it's not so much just about, like, it's beautiful because the design and the intelligence of the design, the layering of the assets, and the 3D quality, the vertical quality, the way that you investigate and explore, and the way they've laid things out so that you traverse them in... It reminds me of landscape design, like, for gardens and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, pathways and hills, and... We've seen a couple of good examples of them today, haven't we? Like here's one here, like, you know, you're going to walk up this, aren't you? And then you're going to discover this. And it's framed for you, and here it is, and it's beautiful and interesting, and... Like, there's a lot of that sort of stuff in this game. They've done such a good job on it. They've done a really good job on it. And it's free to play. It keeps blowing me away. At the end of every session, I do a bit of talking about my feelings, and it keeps blowing me away about, like, I haven't paid for this. I bought a really expensive computer to help us with our stream. Thank you very much to your tippies and donations and subs. You know, that big sub bomb today, I'll reiterate, thank you very much, because it goes into not just helping me eat, which is quite important for me, but also it helps me to push our content forward. Which I'm hoping to do I've got a little cheeky thing I'm thinking up this week that I'm tired of saying, I'm really trying to get interviews going. I'm tired of saying it, but I'm going to start doing it, trust me. So anyway, it helps me to push content forward. I bought an expensive, powerful PC, and what I've ended up doing with it the most is playing a free-to-play game that you can do on your phone. But it's not like Diablo. It's not like that. It's not like some simple device that you just, like, run the same dungeon over.
Everything is negotiable, except over time.
People assume mobile gaming is facile and simplistic because it exists on a phone, and at some point it has a microtransaction because it's on the phone. Like, it's some weird way that these things go to added in together. They're not. They don't have to be, and they won't be in the future. In the future, your phone will just be able to handle quite a lot of the range of the online services that other devices handle. Like, this is not so much a game as an online service, an ongoing online service as well. So there's that to consider. Like, it's like a new era of gaming, and it was considered mobile gaming, and that's where this sits at the moment. But it won't be. You know, it won't be. It'll be considered online service, ongoing service, except you don't have to subscribe to this. This is free to play. Fortnite's a bit like this as well. And Fortnite and Epic are very much thinking metaverse. I don't know what I don't know where... It'll be interesting to see in 10 years' time what they look back on this point in gaming, the last 5 years, and the change. Because dinosaurs like me, I still think that I want to go out and buy a console game on a cartridge. I still want this. This is still what I want. I still want that. I don't even like the DLC. I prefer it to all be on the cartridge. And I buy it and I pay 40 quid, and then I play it, and then it's done and I'm finished, and I put it back in its box, and it goes on there next to all of my Xbox games.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
I used to have a lot more Xbox games, but at one point in my life I had to take them to the pawn shop and exchange them for cash. But, you know, it goes on there. I would have kept them, but, you know, it goes along that with all my Xbox games, with all the achievement trophies. That's where it lives, but it's not that anymore, is it? It's not that. It's not that. It's different. Different these days. Oh yeah, thank you to LadyDuane for raiding stream today as well. I didn't realise LadyDuane was also such a big cheese. I've said a big thank you to LadyDuane for their subscription and support over the last couple of weeks when they subscribed, and yeah, I'm gonna have to do a bit more investigation, because I am an ignoramus sometimes. But yeah, absolutely, thank you. And yeah, I suppose I've got to get off. I'm not ready to get off yet. I'm not ready to get off. I'm happy just talking. I'm happy talking. Happy being in the environment. We're here with you and talking. So, talking about video games. Battlefield as well, I wanted to mention this. Battlefield, I had really high hopes, and I wasn't able to really engage with Battlefield that much because of my system requirements and all that, you know, all that sort of business, and paying for an online, like, this is an ongoing online service, this game. It exists on the internet, they update it, it's not all out yet. You know, it's an ongoing online service, but I used to have to pay for a subscription for like Xbox or PlayStation or whatever, and it's expensive for a year's, you know, whatever. So there were things I could and couldn't do, and computers and stuff like that. Things I could and couldn't do. But one of the great hopes I had as a young, like, being able to all play together, like Battlefield, like the simple concept. Again, it's one of these things.
Everything's negotiable, except overtime.
It's one of these things that I kind of yearned for as a kid and never really believed we would have, or kind of believed we would have. But now, the simple concept of that many people being able to play an interactive war experience together, like, it blows my mind still. Like, we really are at the absolute heights of. Like, we've come such a long way in so many fields, but we're at the absolute heights of this medium at the moment. It's really flying. Gaming is really flying. It's gone through so many phases. It had a literal stock market crash, didn't it? Like, gaming was dead in the water at one point. Console generations and stuff. We've gone through the. I heard someone very intelligent talking about gaming in my film, in the film that I made, that you can see on our YouTube channel called Indie Game Development Paradise. Just check it out on my YouTube channel. It's called Stugan Film. It's not quite finished, but it could be. Anyway, look, it's an indie film about indie game development, talking to indie game developers. And Lucy, in that, Lucy Worsley, I think it is, she used to work for Ubisoft, and she said to me that she said she thought gaming had gone through its sort of prepubescent stage of aggressive shooters.
Work hard.
I'm paraphrasing.
And live each day to the
of
fullest.
aggressive shooters, and
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
and like teenage titillation. And I'm thinking like Duke Nukem, like Doom was killing zombies in hell with a shotgun. Duke Nukem was shotguns and, you know, jokes about willies and piss. And like we've kind of moved through, and gaming was really the domain of the sort of, like, a bit like, how do I put it together in my brain? A bit like Red Dwarf or something, that like certain culture things seem to be the domain of like sort of geeky young lads for a bit before they take off in other ways. Maybe some things, I don't know. Like, anyway, it changed, didn't it? Things changed. You even had Gamergate where the whole conversations were had, and now you've got esport university teams. Yeah, it's just like a totally different world these days. And it happens subtly, and then
Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
and then it's forever changed. And I think there are moments in gaming, and certainly people point fingers at games like, I don't know, Journey. People point fingers like pre-Journey, post-Journey. You know, in the world of computer game development, there was a world before Journey, and there was a world after Journey. Like, certain games make a bit of a statement and, you know, exist in a big way. And I'm sure there's a big list of these games. I kind of feel that Genshin Impact would be in that. Like, would be highly regarded and lauded. Would be like, it would be like not just award winning, but like landscape changing. It's playing on the shoulders of Breath of the Wild, of course. It looks very Breath of the Wild to the uninitiated observer like myself, like I was. I came here because before Breath of the Wild 2 comes out, I'll play this Breath of the Wild clone for a bit. You know, it's free to play, I'll have a look. I've stayed for other reasons. It's not exactly what I thought. No waifus, you know, lots of different stuff. Thought I was going to write a little review after a couple of weeks, and I had to put it down because it started getting predatory and they were cheating me. Thought I was going to have to write a little review about how, you know, they get predatory and they cheat you. No, that's not what I'm having to do. Not at all. And you know me, same old G, being low key. If they were trying to cheat me and predatory me, oh, I'd go mad at them. I'd give them lickings of a dog. But no, that's not the case. Why did I pick that up for? That's not the case. That's not what it's been. It's been something totally different. Yeah, good old Genshin Impact. Gaming is a socially acceptable thing nowadays, yeah. You're too young to imagine when gaming would be an embarrassing thing. I guess I wouldn't have said I wasn't ever embarrassed by it, but there was certainly a point in my life where I had to be told to put down the computer games and grow up. That was definitely a thing that happened in my... Like, when I went to university, I took my PlayStation 2 with me, but... in fact, I've never stopped. I think there was a point, though, in between... Because my mate had a GameCube, but I didn't. I think after the N64, I had to apply myself to more, grown-up things, and I didn't buy the GameCube. I didn't get a GameCube. And then I got a PlayStation 2 second-hand, so I must have missed a little bit of that PlayStation generation. I obviously played these games at my mates' houses and in the garage. We used to sit in the garage. Like, my friend had a garage, and we used to sit in the garage and play Tony Hawk for hours and hours and hours. Played a lot of GoldenEye, I'll tell you that. We've played a fucking lot of GoldenEye. But yeah, and then I went to university, came back, and yeah, that was about the GameCube time. The GameCube era was about when I was at university. So I didn't have a GameCube, but my mate did, and we played a lot of FIFA together.
Better to do. We could go foraging for ingredients.
And then Nintendo did the Wii, and that was an issue because the Wii was great for opening up the world market, but as a dyed-in-the-wool Nintendo, I love Nintendo. I didn't really want a Wii. Wasn't that interested. My sister had one. So what did I have? PlayStation 2 still, I guess. Was working on the computer making music. Was doing hairdressing and Xbox. That was when I got an Xbox. I worked as a hairdresser. Learned to cut ladies' hair.
Pyro slimes taste better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
And I was working at this one place, and this one day, this guy was off for the weekend, and I did all his clients for him. And so a lot of them paid cash. And I was walking home, counting this money in my hand, and I had like over 300 quid in my hand. And I was walking past Blockbuster Video Hire. This is how old it is. Walking past Blockbuster Video that doesn't exist anymore. And in the window, they had an offer. It was Xbox. It wasn't brand new, but it was Xbox, and it was on offer. And FIFA as a bundle. It was with the new FIFA game. Get an Xbox with the new FIFA cheap. And I was like, yes, look, I've got all this cash in my hand, and there it is in the window. Like, of course. That's me back in the game. So I just walked in there, bought an Xbox in cash. I remember walking home with it like in the bag thinking, fuck yeah. Like, this is me. I've got my hairdressing qualification, I'm earning my own money, and I bought myself an Xbox, so fuck yeah. So it was Xbox for a while then. And then thank God for Nintendo coming back with the Switch. I bought my sister a Switch for a Christmas present, and then I got myself one a bit later. And the Switch was brilliant, and now here we are. Like, you started streaming on the computer I was using for editing with, the old Mac that I was using for editing, and here we are. Here we are. It's been a big round trip, but it's been amazing, and I don't think it was ever socially unacceptable necessarily, but I'll tell you a story about, not a Chinese spy, I'll tell you a story about, I told this the other day on stream, when I was having a rough time.
I'll whip one up in no time.
I've always connected with gaming in different ways, and when I was having a rough time, I did used to stay up late. I remember I was playing The Sims. This is a good one. I come back from university. This is in between getting this is before the Xbox. Playing on the PlayStation 2, playing The Sims, and in some way it was like a recovery process for me. I was in a bad place mentally. I'd failed university. I'd fucked up a relationship. I'd grown a beard. I was sad, and I stayed up late at night playing The Sims. And then when I heard people getting up for work, I was like, shit, I've stayed up all night, so I went to bed quickly. And then when I heard them coming home, I was like, shit, I've slept in all day, so I got up quickly. And then I played The Sims all night.
Decide whether pyro slimes taste better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
And that went on for a bit. And I remember coming to the end of The Sims, and my character was an astronaut or what have you. And I was like, right, that's the end of The Sims now. So that's the end of sitting here and playing this fucking game all night. I'm going to shave my beard, I'm going to go out and get a job. And then that was that. I didn't play The Sims anymore. It was like playing and completing The Sims was part of my mental health recovery process of not being in the real world, but being in that game world. And once I'd achieved that, and I was like, look, you can pull your shit together now, son. I shaved my beard and I went and got a job at the local call centre, and it was hell. But, you know, things went on.
If there's nothing better to do,
was my- yeah.
we could go foraging for ingredients.
Me and my sister played a lot of games together growing up, yeah. A lot of the machines, like the NES, the SNES, the GameCube, the N64, we'd swap around who's got what machine in each room or whatever. She played all of Ocarina of Time, which is why when I bought her the Switch, you know, it had a little card on it that said, it's dangerous to go alone, take this. Yeah, Nintendo's been a big part in our lives, yeah. And it went on with the Wii, and like I said, me and my friends used to sit in this garage and smoke weed all day and play Tony Hawk, and then when we went around our mate Charlie's house after a rave, we'd all be doing the Wii bowling the next day, like the Wii bowling on the you know, when you don't get up off the sofa and you do the bowling without having to get up, we'd be doing the bowling the next day with the scruffy dog. And then yeah, we've been playing video games for a long time, I suppose, but there was a point where it was like, why are you playing this video game instead of sorting your life out? That was a point. And this is pre-streaming. This streaming didn't exist. Twitch didn't exist. Like, the internet wasn't, like, we didn't have the internet in the house on the go. Like, it just wasn't. It's weird to think of that. It's weird to think of that. It was known that you could have a career in games because you could grow up and you could start making them. And round our way, Codemasters had made a bit of a success, so you could become a computer game developer. Yes, that was now seen as a legitimate career path, but it wasn't really when I was growing. It wasn't understood that well at my school or anything. I never considered it, and simply the playing of games was a childish pursuit. And the PlayStation generation changed it to being a more young adult pursuit, but still not an adult pursuit. Everything's changed now. Everything's changed in so many ways in such a short time. It's weird. You didn't have to shave your beard. Yeah. You had to give away your console to your nephew for that reason. Yeah, and playing and not putting it down, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm lucky. There are so many things you could get addicted to that are maybe more harmful. So I'm lucky in a way. I don't think it's like always been a negative, like I'm addicted to this thing and it's a negative. And like sometimes I've felt like the experience of playing Ocarina of Time, and like you can't underestimate how the previous generation had been 2D top down, and now you're in it and you're 3D and you're firing the arrows and running around. Like, it was incredible, and it lasted some time. There was no guides, there was no internet, it was just you and the game and your evenings. You can't wait to get home from school because Ocarina of Time.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go foraging for ingredients.
This game's got that quality to it so much as well. It's so, like, you can't finish it in one quick sitting. You can't even begin to scratch the surface, can you? It's not a 40-hour game, is it? It's a 40-week game. For all the negativity and the waifu slot machine thing, you know, I actually think for Western audiences, they can make their money in China however they want, but for us, they've really failed themselves in this way. Because there is some excitement in the rolling of the thing, and there is some, you know, interest in the banners passing and stuff. But really, they could have taken this slot machine and binned it off, been a lot more responsible with the monetization, and their game would have been heralded as an absolute joy. Free to play, egalitarian, absolute joy. It would have award-winning, game-changing, and instead it's been sort of sidelined into the bin a little bit because it's got a slot machine gacha game on it and it's a waifu simulator. And it's funny because the things they've leaned on in terms of and the people who make the game are often, it's often said that the people who make the game, the developers, have no real influence on the monetization system, and that comes later with the money team, you know, the execs and all that. But it can't be, because they have to program the fucking stuff. So I just think they've even written into the game stories about integrity and honor and feelings, and, you know, there's a lot of depth in their thinking, and I think they understand this, and I think they will understand this. And it's such a shame that the game that could have been the 10 out of 10, forget Breath of the Wild, and I love Nintendo, forget Breath of the Wild, I'm wearing my You Died, forget Elden Ring, like, this blows it out the water. I mean, Elden Ring came out after this, like, this blows all these things out the water in so many ways, and instead sidelined waifu simulator, slot machine, and yet those things are the things that they lean on the heaviest for their monetization, that on the other side of the coin, literally the coin, they make the most money out of. So yes, in some ways these characters are dressed up a bit sexy, and no, we're not given a real cross-section of society, you know. Yes, I can understand the waifu aspect. If you want that from a game, this is a game you can get it from, even if it's not laden, overload and thick with it. Like, yeah, I can understand what people are saying. I can understand that perception, and I can understand that the people who make the game lean on that a little bit, because it sells some wishes, attracts some people. And the whole of anime is a bit like that sometimes. You know, it's not all hentai, but, you know, sometimes you think, hang on, going a bit close to the edge there. You know, in anime sometimes, don't you? Don't know why I picked Lee there. You've got a bit of a saucy get-up, haven't you? No, it's a full dress. Who's the most saucy? I don't know. Anyway, look. So if they hadn't done that as much, if they'd just, you know, been a little bit less, a little bit more, like, it would have been absolutely heralded. You've done 1,000 hours in Genshin last year. Fucking hell. Oh, that's a lot. I don't know how many hours I've done, but I didn't expect to be doing this many. I'm going to have to go and kill that thing while we talk. I didn't expect to be doing this many, but it is compelling, isn't it? That's a good word for it. It's compelling. And I think they did themselves a disservice, because it would have been heralded as Game of the Century, if not potentially the best game of all time. You know, potentially one of the best games of all time. Actually, there is. Can I smash these? Hey, you! I'm trying to see if I can smash those crystals, you chuffer.
Get them! Judgment!
Alright, do him!
Punishment!
Get him, do him!
No, my sword!
You get his legs.
Let me leave you a verse.
We don't appear to be doing much damage to this chuffer for some reason.
You can't run!
What is it? Does it have to be fire, does it? Does it have to be fire? You don't like the fire. You don't like it up him. Ooh, run! Getting cross now. Getting well cross. Getting well eggy. He's trod on Book Boy. He's melted Book Boy. Book Boy's drowned. No, he's taking us out to deeper water. I don't like this. Get me back on the rocks. Wise man built his house upon the rocks. Look, get me back over here. You. Rude, if anything. That's rude. Thank you. I'll have your horns. Take your horns. And this chest. That's mine.
There are a few interesting trinkets here.
So it could have been Game of the Century, I think. There's only one other aspect I want to really bring up here as well when I'm thinking about this. Is you spent a good time running in circles. I did actually as well. My first experience of this game was for a week before we started streaming it. I wanted to get used to how it moves. I just bought the computer. I'd not done WASD movement and whatever before. Well, I had when I had to. I used to do WASD when I had a Spectrum ZX Plus 3, but it's not the same. So I'm not really familiar with that. So I ran around this area and I just did the ley lines for a week. So when we first started streaming, I had a load of materials. Yeah, there's one other thing I wanted to say, which is that really good games, and this does have a co-op aspect, but there's one aspect of this that hasn't quite it's not that sort of thing, but I just want to say it, is that some games will be timeless and will be forever. It's a good job I'm saying this in Inazuma, isn't it? Eternity. And the best of them are just simple 2-player games, or 3 or 4. Like football is a ball and you kick it and there's a goal, and that's simple, isn't it? But the complexity, when you start to analyse, you know, how the game rolls and how things act, the complexity, oh wow. Chess, you've got these simple pieces, they move in simple ways. The bishops and the knights are quite different. And from that infinite complexity, we need artificial intelligence to fucking solve it.
Don't we have a job to do?
I think there will be some games. I think there will be some. And I think companies should be really careful when they've got the germs or the gems or the nucleus of these sort of things, like Splatoon or Call of Duty, or what's big and popular, Counter-Strike. You know, we're talking about Counter-Strike and Call of Duty are a good example because they're both first-person shooter multiplayer games. So it's basically the same thing, isn't it? But if you can get that really tight, really crisp, if you can make sure that it's really fair, really balanced, and you know, it's essentially the chess of first-person shooter games, you're in a really strong place for a longevity point of view, and you don't have to change much. Just keep it working properly. And I think there's a lot of games
and live each day to the fullest.
Like Hearthstone.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
Certainly PvP in other games like PvP in World of Warcraft, you know, that can be almost timeless, and you can make this, what I said before, this esports thing of it, you know, esports thing. It's a lot of Genshin. You got Juzzy's got 1.5k. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. It's a lot of time, but then it's a beautiful place to be. You know, this versus Elden Ring. If you put that same amount of time into Elden Ring, you'll be having a nervous breakdown, mate. You put that same amount of time into Dark Souls, and I've seen the speedrunners. I don't know how they do it. You know, you put that amount of time into Dark Souls, and like, you know, you won't want to go outside properly. You'll be mentally scarred. At least this is a pleasant place to be, huh? But yeah, I think 2-player games, or interactive in that way, where you create a mechanic, a platform, you know, a space.
Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
And then players play. Rocket League's another good example. FIFA, I would have thought, you know, it should be eternal. You get those mechanics right. You don't have to change it up too much. It is what it is. People are still playing chess. People are still playing football. I know in the future we're going to be playing virtual reality and we're going to be doing X, Y, Z, but I don't think that a controller will ever really die. I think that's quite a good system for human beings to interact. Like, we've got thumbs and fingers, and we like doing that. And we've got brains, and that's a good system. Yeah, we'll have Elon Musk will implant a chip in my brain so he can advertise behind my eyes while I'm trying to play the game, but really, it's quite a good system. So I think that in the long run, it's a very strong place to be, to have a you know, Splatoon, Call of Duty, whatever, an esport, StarCraft, League of Legends, an esport that's clear. The best ones, like football, you've got a ball, you play. The best ones, the audience will understand instinctively what's happening, and they won't need an explanation, and they won't need a handbook.
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
And Genshin's actually really like that.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
It's really like that. It's quite obvious what's going on. Hitting them, they're killing me or I'm killing them. Finding the stuff, beautiful exploration. It's quite, you know, you can see it, you can achieve it, you can do it. It's not too complex. I'm not having to open up all these complicated menus. I mean, sometimes I'm doing my artifacts, but you know, I'm not having to open up complicated menus. And if you want to see the combat and understand if you can do it, well, you can. You can press E and Q and move around. That's basically it, isn't it? But within that comes complexity, layering up the different elements and all these different options. So there's a lot to it. That really is what makes things last and have that longevity, is a simple system that everyone can understand instinctively and intuitively, get to grips with quickly. An outsider can look in and say, oh, I see what's happening there, and through interplay of systems it creates an almost infinite wealth of possibility, option choice. That's where you start strategizing, and coming up with ideas. You know, that's chess for you, isn't it? So I don't think Genshin Impact will last forever. I think it'll stand its test of time. I think one day they'll be downloading this on their phones as a complete package. You know, the entirety of Genshin Impact Anniversary Edition, 50-year edition or whatever. You know, they'll be downloading it, they'll be playing it, they'll be looking back, whatever. It will come as a complete package with all the characters and everything, because, you know, by then we'll have moved on and no one, you know, maybe that. But I still think we're in, like, in the world of gaming, I still think we're in these birthing stages. We've come through so many different things, but we've come to a point where this ubiquity, this I think in the next 50 years, in 50 years time, there will be 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 games that are like the Olympiad of gaming. And I think there will be maybe an Olympiad of gaming, like the Olympics. Maybe some aspect of gaming will be in the Olympics, and there'll be sort of 4 or 5 games. You'll have specialists, but you'll have people that play the big 5, you know, and are like decathletes who play the big 5 or whatever. And there'll be a first-person shooter, there'll be a battle royale, there'll be a maybe racing. Maybe racing will be involved. You know, there'll be big, clear players. When I say players, I mean organisations. Like, we have sports these days, don't we? Basketball, football, cricket, whatever. There's big, clear organisations, and there's one game, and they all play it. And I think that in the long run, in terms of esports, in terms of gaming, in that way, there'll be these almost eternal games like chess. There'll be these.
Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
These bastions of the world of gaming. You know, maybe Overwatch will win out. Maybe, you know, maybe it'll be Fortnite. Fortnite seems poised to, you know, live on for a long time, doesn't it? But with how long GTA 6 comes out, maybe GTA 5 will be one of those forever games. I'll tell you what annoyed me. GTA 4 was one of my favourite games, and then when it all went online, I thought, oh, I'm never getting a one-player GTA again, am I? I'm never getting an involving, interesting one-player campaign again, am I? They did it with Skyrim. Was one of the best games you've ever played. Everyone who plays it understands what I mean. And then after that, then where's my next? When am I getting my, you know, my big one-player? This has got that about it, hasn't it? This captures that. So, you know, Bethesda said we're going to be behind player 1, but they don't mean it. But this has got that about it. So that's not to be sniffed at. Everything I just said about competitive doesn't apply to Genshin Impact. Like I said, I think this will stand the test of time as its own place in time, and there'll be like a world of games after Genshin Impact that aspire to a similar holistic approach. I mean, there have been games before that have aspired to that. You know, you've got MMOs and stuff, haven't you? But I mean, I have got experience with a lot of games, and it doesn't. I think everyone who's in chat here will understand, because they understand a bit about Genshin Impact now, that it's got a je ne sais quoi, hasn't it? It's got something special about it. Yet it's not that different from most of the games you've seen.
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
It's taken a lot of elements that you've understood.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
It's like one of these where they've really got the recipe right. You know, it's not doing anything particularly special. It's not doing anything like, it's not trying to break the wheel and, you know, reorganize the world. It's got a few clever ideas, but it's what you want, isn't it? I don't want to play a game where I've had to relearn how to chuff in, you know, hit with a sword again. Super sophisticated, brand new system. I actually quite like. What are these things in the water here? They like. Oh, I'm picking up meat. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Oh, that was a mistake. I thought they were like little plants. But yeah, there's so much to say about Genshin Impact that I even think can't be explained, because it's like saying, oh, a cheeseburger's a good idea. Like, yeah, but a cheeseburger's a good idea, yeah, and it's not like the finest steak. And I'm not saying this is a cheeseburger or a fine steak, because I'm vegan, but like, people eat a fucking lot of cheeseburgers and they damn well enjoy them. Like, if you get something right and you get that recipe and that blend right and it's tasty and it's yum, People are going to keep coming back and eating those cheeseburgers. Right. Eels. Oh, I've been picking eels. Rank. I wish I could put them out of my bag back in the sea. In Fortnite, there's some skins I wish I could delete. Didn't want to get on the battle pass, had to get them. Yeah, so I've said a lot. Made some new friends today. Genshin Impact has also, give it its due. Give it its due. It's also been one of the best things I've done on stream. It's been one of the most interesting things, one of the most interesting experiences. A really good ongoing story. It's introduced me to new people. New people have come and joined the stream. The community of Genshin Impact that I have been exposed to is wonderful. That was another thing that I was worried, because at the start, when I hadn't heard much, all I heard was Waifu Simulator. I heard Waifu Simulator and
Everything is
predatory
negotiable,
gacha game.
except overtime.
And I'd also read somewhere that, like, oh, the community can get well tetchy. It's not like that. It's wonderful. Atmospheric game, that's a good word for it, isn't it? Atmospheric. Yeah, they nailed the art, the music, and the best. They took the best parts of other games and put them together. And it's not wrong to, like, say, like, that's a good thing to do, is it? Like, what are the things you enjoy doing? All right, we'll do a lot of that then. Thanks. Thanks. And how much are you going to charge me? Nothing. All right. That's the cut, though, isn't it? That's but you'll really want to do it, and you'll be there doing it all the time, and then they've got you.
A job to do.
Like, that is, yes, kind of predatory, but also I'm doing it because I want to do it. Like, this is what I enjoy. It's kind of weird, isn't it? It's like saying, like giving out free massages. You like massages, don't you? Oh, I like a massage. You're coming for a free massage then. Oh, they only want to get you in there giving you those free massages so they can charge you for the next massage. Yeah, but I'm quite prepared to pay for a massage because I like them. Right, well, you've had a free one though. Yeah, I have, haven't I? Fucking massage people. They're scamming you somehow. Like, they've got really expensive massages and you don't always get one unless you put it through the slot machine. Like, I don't feel like doing that, thanks. Oh... But I mean, they're bad though, aren't they? These bad massage people. I don't know if they are. I don't know if it's that bad. I was all prepared to say it was predatory and horrible, but they haven't done that to me yet. I see it, I understand it. I understand the play in the pool, but... And yeah, there's something for everyone. I think that's true as well. I think they've done a good job on being, if not diverse in the character image, because the cast of characters could be more diverse. And certainly I worry...
Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
I worry a little bit about body image. And, you know, we've had enough questions and conversations about that in the West to understand that. I don't think this is a good example of where that can go, but the slots here aren't nearly as bad as it can get for other gachas. I mean, yes and no. You've played worse gachas before. I've played Hearthstone before, so that was quite bad. I don't know, because I haven't played enough to judge, but I'm not going to say... I don't think it's fair to say because it's not as bad as something else that's also bad, therefore it's not bad. Like, this game, I just said it earlier, if they hadn't done this, like, this really lets it down. This really, it stole the thunder of what could have been a remarkably joyous reception. People wrote articles about how bad this was, instead of how good this is. Shame it lets it down, but it makes them fucking loads of money, and some people get addicted to gambling because it's exciting. So I can't say that I haven't been like, ooh, daddy needs a new pair of shoes, and yes, I got my Klee. But I did a stream as well where I spent a load of wishes just ignoring it, not caring, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to get emotionally attached to gambling. So it is bad. It is bad. I'd be much happier giving them £40 and getting all the characters as I play the game step by step. I'd be much happier in saying I want Klee. So instead of wishing at random, after I've had 40 wish, like, each wish gives me 1 Klee point, and I then get 40 Klee points and I buy Klee, guaranteed. Not pity timed, but I work towards it by achieving a step-by-step goal thing. I chose my character and I aimed at it and I got it. Not I got lucky and couldn't afford it or had to spend some money and make, you know, none of that. None of that. I'd be much happier, even if I paid the money outright to start with, £40 just for the game, and then they eked it out over the... That's fine. But the whole gacha concept is a negative for me. It is a negative. I think it's unnecessary as well. Because I think maybe in some countries you do it because you want to maximise profit. I think in China they do it because not everyone
Don't we have
can...
a job to do?
Not everyone can buy a game in China. Not everyone can afford a games console or anything. But everyone can have access to the internet. So there's a different premise on how you want to reach your market to start with. And that creates a different premise on how you want to monetize your product to go on. And there are some very wealthy people that can afford a lot. You know, that's going globally then, you have these discussions. But this says something good about it though, because everyone can access the game. And if you haven't got any money, you can still enjoy this. But I think if you started this from a Western perspective, and you just said, like, look at the market and look at what people say, and, you know, I think if you're a different company, and, I mean, Western companies are doing it, aren't they? Blizzard don't care about what people say, they're just doing it anyway. But I think these conversations are maybe had in a different context, and you might not come to the same conclusion. I think there might be different options on the table. Gachas are very popular in Asia, that's it, yeah. Right, and it's wrong for me to be able to make any assumptions about a culture that I have not lived. So I can say what I think and, you know, make my assumptions, but I'll also temper that with I'm quite open to the fact that I might be wrong about stuff. I might not know enough about stuff, and so I'm prepared to be open-minded.
Shiver!
Ah! So yeah, Genshin Impact, one of the best games I've played in a long time. I keep saying it, you know, we keep doing our little conversations at the end of streams, and it keeps coming out like this. So it's just very honest and organic from me. I haven't put a script together. Not a shill. Not trying to promote gambling. Certainly would mention that every time so I can warn people of the dangers. But, you know, I've got so much out of this. It would be wrong to pretend otherwise. And Genshin Impact money spent 0-0. I should have had that on screen for the whole time, shouldn't I? I like to have this on screen or just pop it on at the end. Genshin Impact, money spent 0-0. Never had so much out of a game that's been free to play before. Fortnite's the only thing that's come close. I prefer this to Fortnite. Would you like to be a shill? I know a guy who knows the guy. I could be a shill for Chinese cooking oil. I'd like to, if I know you're probably joking, but I would like to have a sponsor for the stream. That would be really nice. Someone who would just consistently, like, help me to be more consistent with, like, we do chippies and tippies and you know, what you call them, donations and subscribers and that. Oh, I'm so grateful for that, yes. But in the long term, I want to get to a position where a regular sponsor takes the pressure off those people who still I consider producers. Essentially, they've got us this far, and you know who you are here. Being a big part of this. I consider that like part of the production team, really. But you know, I'd like to take the pressure off them at some point and apply it to a sponsor. But you know, all in good time. All in good time. I just need to grow.
Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
Yeah, you see, I agree as well. It adds to the fun. I understand there's some fun in that. My concern is that, you know, should children be engaged in that sort of fun? But then, you know, who am I to ask that question when people are feeding them Kinder Eggs and giving them Lucky Dip? You know, do you ever do the Lucky Dip when you're a kid? Did you ever do the Lucky Dip? Put your hand in all that sawdust and pull something out. You know, kids do like that sort of fun. Bit of randomness, a bit of RNG. RNG is, we can't even start that conversation, but RNG is married to computer gaming. RNG is married to gaming. You know, you'd roll that die when you play Monopoly. You roll the dice. You know, sponsored by Heinz Beans. Yeah, you know, random number generation and rolling a dice and probabilities and luck. It's all part of it. It is, you know, that's gaming. Hello 55 Bucky, my title's very correct. The Chinese police. I assume you're talking about because Genshin is a Chinese game, and the Chinese police.
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
We did a bit of reacting to.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
We did a bit of reacting to some videos of China earlier in the stream as well, so you catch up with that on YouTube or here on Twitch or wherever you like. But nice to have another first-time chatter. It becomes an argument about whether a game's for tempting children or the parent. Yeah, do you know what? It is hard. I think personally, I'll just say what I personally feel, and whatever, it's a conversation, isn't it? Everyone's allowed their opinions, and personally I actually feel that it's hard to put the responsibility on parents for certain things, because as a parent you're a different generation. Like, it's implicit, it's part of the job. So you're in a different generation, so it's not going to be easy for you to understand all aspects of the modern generation that your children are walking into. But the people who most understand it, are the ones that are involved in doing it. I've met the guy who made Candy Crush. I've talked to and interviewed as part of the film that I made. I'll just quickly show you this on stream. If you do Firefox, I'm an old person, so I use Firefox, thank you very much. Ganji Kid, this is my YouTube channel of our uploads of all our streams. And if I go here, and on this one I type indie, like that, Indie Game Development Paradise here. This is a film I made.
I myself found...
So we went to this indie game development camp, and it was put on by this guy called Tommy Palm. Where's our best bit of interview with him for a little bit of a duration? He's definitely here at the start, isn't he? Where's Tommy? Come here, Tommy. Here he is.
For a long time, making video games since childhood.
So this guy made Candy Crush.
And the drive was, I wanted to have this opportunity to walk into a bus or subway and see somebody playing a game that I worked on, and that took a really long time. I think it was in 2013 in Taiwan when I finally randomly walked in. Somebody was playing a game that I've been working on. That was Candy Crush.
That was Candy Crush. So I haven't finished this film. I'm an indie game developer. I'm an indie film developer. So this is my indie film. A lot of chat. It's good that you're chatting to each other. I've got to just do one thing at a time. I think that Tommy no longer makes gacha games of any description. He now makes virtual reality games. He spent a long time making mobile games before mobile games were popular, and he got quite successful because, when mobile gaming got popular, Candy Crush wasn't his first time at the rodeo. He'd made like 100 games before that and not made any money, and eventually something took off for him, and then he made a lot of money. He sold his company to King, and they're making a lot of money, and he's taken that money that he made, and now he's being more philanthropic. So he makes virtual reality games because he thinks that's the next step, the next phase, and he wants to be involved, and the next generation. And by God, his games are good. And then on top of that, this project that he's running, that I was lucky enough to go to and do some filming at, he lays it on for the next generation of game developers, and they've got artistic ideas and whatever ideas, and he helps them to achieve their goals. So he funds a lot of indie game development through providing this space for them to do it, sort of thing. And he doesn't ask for anything in return. They make their games, they meet publishers in this camp. We interview Raw Fury and the people who publish Goat Simulator, and they talk about how they bring these people through and put these games out, because I think the people who are successful in that first generation or second generation or whatever phase,
negotiable except over time.
Whatever phase, they've got rich off some of these mechanics, but they personally don't believe, they don't believe in that as it's not like their gaming Bible. So now they're trying to do other stuff. So there's a lot of money made in the industry, and it's being shared out amongst a lot of these indie developers. So it actually works out in the indie developers' favour in a funny way. Obviously a lot of people get really rich as well, but what I was going to go on to say was, I think adults who have kids might not understand, like what we're talking about now is actually really deep. People write theses on it, there's game journalists, there's it's quite deep stuff. So, and it's not just gaming, it's gambling, and it's social, and there's a lot more deep stuff. So I think the people who understand it the most are actually the experts in the big industry, like the people who work at King, the people who work at some of these companies. They learn these techniques to create a game, to play on these ideas, to get you involved, to get you spending and all that. They know the techniques. So I think it has to be experts from that field that have to inform, maybe not just parents, but maybe the government, And like Asmongold's talked about it before, about regulating gacha. In the UK, we recently decided no. We've decided no. UK regulation, loot crates, and they've decided they won't ban them. 2-year inquiry, and at the end of it they've said, yeah, do you know what, it's actually a bit like gambling, so we're going to keep it, because UK loot crates, they're going to keep it because the government of our country would rather have people gambling and take the tax money. So getting kids gambling they see as a good thing. So then they've done the inquiry and they're like, oh, I see, okay. But we're getting money out of that. $7 billion gaming, £7 billion.
Don't we have a job to do?
Oh, £7 billion industry, right? Yeah. And what, you want me to regulate that and cut it down? Yeah, no. Maybe we'll just let them carry on. Hey, so we've looked at it. We know it's bad. They're going to let it carry on. So, but I think it's actually in the hands of the people that really understand it to those deeper levels to inform the governance. So there are some, you don't expect adults to know about cinema, do you? So you put an 18 rating on the cinema. You don't expect some games to be in the hands of kids. But certain things go under the radar. So then you have to, you're not allowed children in the casino, but they're allowed. We have to get our heads together and put proper regulation together. That's got to be the bottom line. I don't expect the average parent to understand the complexity and depth of sociological addiction theory
except over time,
as it's interpreted through game design. I think it's too much for them. But certainly I think the young people that come up through, that live it more, I think people in Twitch chat are more likely to have a better idea of how to deal with this stuff than the average parent, basically. That's what I think. So maybe we need to ask them, and maybe they need to be able to put their voices forward and be heard, and maybe it needs to be taken seriously. Shame it's not, but that's the world we live in. That's the world we live in. If kids can gamble, the problem is when they start doing real money. Yeah, I guess my worry is that you get hooked to a certain feeling, a certain excitement, like risk, and then the money becomes like one of the strange things with gambling is you start gambling small amounts of money, and then you start gambling bigger amounts, and it becomes like if I'm given £10,000, I gamble £10,000. If I'm given £1 million, then I'm not gambling £10,000 anymore because it's too little. I have to gamble the $1 million. Like no matter how much money you've got, you seem to end up gambling the amount. So I think the problem is that if you start doing it without money, you're hooked on the gambling itself, and then your money is so it's like not as important as the gambling.
Job to do?
So then you could spend all your money. So that's a bit of a worry. If you're doing fake money and you decide to do it with real money, it's natural selection. That's kind of true as well. I mean, I'm not being rude here, but I've chosen not to spend any money on this game, and I've seen all the predatory things it's had to offer. It's done it all to me. But then again, I'm a bit more grown up and I've been through the mill. I had a credit card once and spent a load of credit card money, and then when it came to the bill I was like, fuck, they want all this interest. No, I'm not doing that again. And I've seen a few things. Not all people get hooked yet, and Asmongold says it's a stupid tax. There is that, although let's be fair, right? I'm crediting everyone in chat here with being fairly smart because you say smart stuff, but
everything is negotiable,
and I'm not being rude about this.
Over time.
Take the average, right? Take the average, right in the middle, 50-50, the average person. You're a bit smarter than them, yeah? But the average person, right? Now, 50% of the world are more stupid than that. 50% of the world are more stupid than the average. Not even the smart people, average person. Not smart people, average person. Half of them, by means of them being the average, they're in the middle, half the world are more stupid than them. So if you're going to tax the stupid, you're talking more than 50% of the population, aren't you? That's harsh. I see the monkers. I just like to say thank you for typing monkus in chat, because that's probably the first time someone's typed that particular Twitch meme in my chat, and it makes me feel like I'm officially here.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
I've officially arrived. Even stupid people should be protected from exploitation, that's it. In fact, more so should we protect them. We should protect them more because they're more vulnerable. So yes and no. You know, we're in a free society, capitalist society. It's not my job to hold everyone's hand, but I know somebody down the road. There are people that wait. Which example should I give? Like, I know somebody who's got Down syndrome, yeah, and so they don't make the best decisions. So I would fucking hate for them to get spending all their money. They're not very smart. They're like a good example of someone who's particularly not very smart, but they're a lovely person, and I would hate for them to be, you know, I have a problem with saying Twitch emotes, honestly. No, I like Monkus, and I've seen it over the years and understood it, and it's nice to. I don't have many emotes in my chat. I'm going to get some. What we're going to do in this stream now, we're really getting to it now. We are really getting to it, and thanks to the subs and the tippies and your interaction and all this. But it's what I need. What I needed was to know we're here, and now I think we are. I'm going to. There's a couple of artists who I want to send an email to and say, can you make us some Twitch emotes? Here's some money. And hopefully that'll be a good day for them, because I've been looking at a few artists on Twitch, you know, little pixel artists and people like that. We had one of them on the stream when we were talking about NFTs. So I want to try and share that love and give someone a little boost by getting them to do a commission, and they'll like that because it'll be a commission for them, and they'll be like, yes, I got a job. So we're going to get you some emotes here as well. So don't worry, it will come. Protecting people when they can't make their own decisions is why conservation exists. It's going to. The thing is, though, we do live in a. I mean, I'm going to take devil's advocate here. I'm wearing both hats, but we do live in a capitalist society where you're supposed to make as much money for yourself as you can and fuck everyone else off. But we are humans, and we don't play by the rules. We help each other, and we do things to help each other because we're actually not that.
Everything is negotiable, except over time.
Not that enamoured with our capitalist society. Some people don't do that. They rip each other off, they scam each other, and they take for themselves, and they're selfish, and they are what we call politicians. They end up in positions of power, but people like us, you know, we're not like that. So mentally disabled, but otherwise it's your own fault. Kind of it's kind of your own fault, but it's an addictive mechanism as well. So like, you know, when people get addicted to crack, like if you've ever smoked crack, you'd find it very Moorish. I'll tell you that, it's very Moorish. When you finish smoking the crack, you'd think that's enough for now, wouldn't you? But it's not. You need to have another go. In fact, you really want another go. You want another go so much that if someone else has got a hold of that crack, you'll say to them, you finished with that crack? Because I'd quite like a go on that crack, please. Could you hand that over? And they'll say, no, I'm not finished with it. I'd like a bit more. And you say, well, we're going to have to next time we should halve this crack before we start, because I feel like I want more as well. And then they argue about how much crack. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to some things are a bit more dangerous than just it's a choice, and some people fall into bad choices sometimes by mistake, but once they're in the whirlpool, maybe we don't want them to be sucked off down the whirlpool. I wouldn't mind being sucked off down a whirlpool, I'll tell you, but we don't want to be sucked off down. I don't know, it's a funny balance. Strange first stream. This is what I'm like. We'll go on random tangents, we'll talk about any old thing, we'll get right in deep, get right up to my knees in it, get all the mud and rub it on my face, rub it all on my face, right up to my knees in it. I'm saying my knees, but I'm rubbing my knees. My knees,
everything is negotiable,
right up to my knees in it, all the mud on my face, roll around in it, like that, yeah. I wouldn't mind being sucked off down a whirlpool. That's it, you know, I want to be sucked off down a whirlpool. Don't mind about the whirlpool, to be honest, just getting... Anyway, look, there's the emotes in chat, you see, there's the emotes. A Navy Angel emote, yeah, I dreamed about my dead dog last night, actually. That was strange. Yeah, that's a different story, but yeah. So I'm very socially. I think personally, my feelings are I'm quite left wing. Believe we should help people. Very socially. I don't know what the word is, but I'd rather think that if we know something's a bit dangerous and a bit like fireworks, we've been doing fireworks today in Genshin. Fireworks are a bit dangerous, so we don't have kids playing with them and letting them off in their bedrooms. We teach them how to handle them properly. There's a thing, teaching. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's okay to have these mechanics, but as part of here's a really good idea. I've come across a really good idea. So instead of banning the games, instead of banning things, you know, you can't have them. What you could do is when you start playing the game, there's a tutorial. And the tutorial teaches you the mechanics of the game. Now what we also need is a tutorial to teach us the mechanics from this bigger perspective, to teach us how to not get addicted to the loot boxing thing. You know, to teach us why loot boxes are dangerous and how, not just dangerous, but what they're doing and how they're doing it. And when you realise it, then at least you're making a reasonable choice based on all the facts. And I think sometimes when you see through the veil, when you say, oh hang on, this is them trying to get me going here. Oh hang on, I'm pressing this button thinking I'm going to get a Klee, but actually I'm going to get 0.06 chance of a Klee and do 180 wishes and then get a Klee, which is what I did. So socially conscious, yeah, that's a good word for it. Yeah, I think maybe that's a good idea. You know, games must introduce their mechanics in a responsible way, and maybe we could, you know, maybe someone out there cleverer than me could code a little game that was actually
everything is negotiable.
Actually, not just a game, but it was like a tutorial on life, on how not to get sucked off into a gambling simulator. Again, you know, if you want to get sucked off down a whirlpool or sucked off into a gambling simulator, that's on you. The casino never closes. Always open for sucking someone off into the gambling casino. Sucked off into a tornado. Just get sucked off into a tornado. That would require a nuanced approach to a problem, yeah. And it might be more effective than banning the games. It might... yeah, by giving them, like, you know, you can play Genshin Impact, but first here's a half-hour tutorial on, you know, what we think of these aspects of the game. Now enjoy your game. But that's how I go into this open-minded, isn't it? You know, I went in open-eyed saying I'm not going to spend money, and no matter how tempting it gets, I'm going to go free to play. But then I'm committed because I'm doing it on stream. You know, maybe there might have been some... I tell you what, I don't drink anymore. When I used to drink, I bought a lot more Hearthstone cards. When I was drunk, I spent more money on Hearthstone cards than when I was sober, because it seemed like a better choice at the time. So maybe that as well. I don't know. Ultimately, it's not the worst thing in the world, because, as you say, if you've got the money to spend on this, you're a grown-up, and if you're a grown-up, you're making your grown-up choices. And, you know, in this world, there are some pretty bad things, and playing a bit of Genshin Impact and maybe spending a few £100, you know, that's negative, net negative, if you haven't got that much money. You know, if it's... You know, if you've got a lot of money, it might not seem like such a big deal. I hope you're doing a bit for charity if you can afford to spend a few £100 on Genshin, but, you know, it's up to you, it's your money. But then, there are some other worse things that go on, aren't there? You know, like... Forget getting sucked off in a whirlpool. You know, you might get kidnapped and be forced to... Not even going to say. Because we got... we were looking at China earlier, weren't we? Chinese kidnapping girl. Like, it could be that worse things could happen in the world. I don't want to scare you at the end of the episode. Dr. Hillary here, he's going to try and tell you about a little device that could save your life, but I'm going to skip on, so I might have to take my chances. But look, this woman in the red here in China. Now, again, this is just a random, and I'm just reacting on the random to what could be propaganda on the internet. It might be that she's due home, and that, you know, they really need her home quite quick. So forget her shopping bag, get in the van. Get in the back of the van. Look at her. Get in the back of the van. She don't want to get in that van, does she? She doesn't want to get in that van. She's in the van now, though. Door's closed. So she's in the van now. They don't even drive off quick. They're not even... Look, here come the public. The public are getting it... Oh, now they've driven off, so... That's the last you'll see of her. And what they do in China, apparently... I'm laughing about it, but it's bad. See, there are worse things that could happen to you, aren't there? When I was drunk, I sucked... Oh, never mind. Got sucked off in a whirlpool. The eternal problem of getting a job to have to spend money on Genshin and then not having enough time to play Genshin. That's why I'm making Genshin into my job. It's a secret ruse. It's a secret ruse. Yeah, so it could get worse though. Look, you could end up sleeping on the concrete floor of some rural Chinese...
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
Because they had a one-son policy or something, one-child policy, and there's not enough women to go around, so some of the farmers haven't got enough women, so they go and kidnap them, make them sleep on the floor. And then these parents are like, oh, I'm looking for my children, can you help? And that is pretty sad, so don't get sad. And then there's human organ trafficking. They might have your liver, so don't get sad. You know, you still got your liver, even if you lost all your money on Genshin Impact, at least they can't take your liver. So, maybe that's it, you know. My friend drinks, but he doesn't buy Hearthstone. He buys gun parts. At least he can sell that. Yeah, Hearthstone should be an NFT, so you can sell the cards afterwards. And as for buying gun, like buying firearms when you're drunk is one thing. Shooting them when you're drunk is another. So, I'm sure we've all got our own little, you know, our little thing that we accidentally order too much of on Amazon when we're drunk. Gun parts. I didn't even know you could get them on the internet. I'm not even going to go deep on that actually, because I don't know where it could go. I don't know where it could go. I'm not gonna accidentally, you know, I'll end up getting myself a 3D printer and being arrested for terrorism. I was only printing out a handle. It's just a handle. Just wanted to see if it could be done. Terrorism, mate. We're not banning video game loot boxes. You just have to suck it up. Somewhere in the middle is something beautiful.
Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
Somewhere in the middle is something beautiful, isn't it? Somewhere in the middle. That's my feel about indie game development. I say to anyone who's new here, it's worth your time, promise you. It's on our YouTube channel. It's the thing I'm probably most proud of ever doing. And I knocked that up with a mate. Went out to Sweden, did this filming. They talk about computer games. It's my ode to game development. You know, it's my passion project, that is. I spent my own money making it, didn't make a penny off it, and ended up just banging it up on the internet in a slightly lower resolution than I'd like, but it is the draft. And who knows where it can go. Maybe one day we get a professional editor to give it the once over, but there's my ode to video games. It's a lovely thing. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. And I was only sucking off a whirlpool. I was only getting sucked off in a whirlpool, officer. If you had anything, it would be bad. That's fine. That's what we're like here. On the YouTube, I'll tell you what, over on YouTube, I shouldn't say this, because this will end up on YouTube one day, and they'll hear me saying it, the chuffers, because they're like that on YouTube. They listen to you. But over there, we get banned left, right, and centre. I've got a YouTube channel. I do a stream for...
Don't we have a job to do?
Like here, we play video games on Twitch, and then I upload the streams to YouTube. But on YouTube, I stream about like whatever other chuff we talk about, like all the other chuff, and it gets us banned all the time. We were doing what were they called? There was this whole conspiracy theory about the idea is, right, the Tartaria conspiracy theory is that Jesus came back from heaven, and he came back from heaven like literally the same year that he went up. Like, they crucified him, he went up, and then he came right back down, and he was like, fucking hell, I'm really cross about this, right? And then, this is a conspiracy theory, right? And then he was so cross, right, he was so wound up, that he decided to get all his saints and all his chuffers, and they all got together, right? And they went around doing all Jesus shit. They built loads of cathedrals, they run the world. Girls who run the world, Jesus who run the world, mainly Jesus who run the world, and also the saints who run the world. And they got around, they did all that, they built all the churches, all the stuff you take for granted today. It's all done by Jesus and his mates in the first 1,000 years of millennial reign as the return of Christ. And then he got well eggy and he'd had enough. And he said, I've had enough of this, frankly, you chuffers. And he went back to heaven. He's gone.
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
So we live in the aftermath.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
Now, I don't believe this, but this is the conspiracy theory. It gets worse. So we live in the aftermath, right? Hi, YouTube. We live in the aftermath. And what you were printing off a whirlpool, officer. You wouldn't download a car, would you? I was always waiting for the time when I could download my Big Mac slice by slice, and it would come out the CD drive, but we don't have CD drives anymore. So, and I don't eat meat, so things change. But yeah, so what was I even just saying? Yeah, the Tartaria, Jesus come down, he's gone back up. So 1,000 years pass, we've got AD 1000, Jesus is gone.
Everything is negotiable, except over time.
So now the devil's come back and he said, listen, this will really fuck them up. Let's pretend the next 1,000 years have happened, but actually they haven't. Only 300 years have happened and there's been a giant mud flood, and devil came and flooded the world with mud, and then we've come around and we've dug it all out the mud, and we're like, ooh, I think it's been 2,000 years since Jesus, but no, it hasn't. It's only been 1,300 years and we're idiots. And that's the conspiracy. So we looked at that and it got us banned. We've been doing the conspiracy iceberg. That's been getting us banned. My most recent video, I say video, we streamed yesterday about chemtrails. And I'm like, I don't think chemtrails are real. Isn't Tartari about melted buildings? See, you've heard of it. Yeah, they think that as well. It gets varied and wild. My real opinion on it, I'll quickly say, it's all there on YouTube, but my real opinion on it is that...
Don't we have a job to do?
My opinion is that the flat earth thing was going quite well for them. It was trending. About 2014 it was trending, and then it got debunked and they got poo-pooed and they lost all their head of steam, and they all had channels and they're all on the internet and they're all, you know, conspiracy people, and then all of a sudden YouTube started shutting them down and the earth's not flat, you chuffer, stop saying that. So then they had to come up with something new that the YouTube doesn't know about, that they can put around, and it's got all this, like, it's like got 8 arms like an octopus, and it's a bit of this and it's a bit of that, and is it melted? Like, you can't get banned off YouTube for talking about melted buildings, I'll tell you, but you also can't prove anything. And I can pretty much, like, some of them, they brought, one of the women, she brought up a picture of a melted building and it was a termite mound. I'll have you know, it was a termite mound. So that's all on YouTube. I try.
Everything's negotiable, except over time.
I try to keep it, you know, within the realms of not getting us banned, but it does get us banned a lot. But words on stream tomorrow, that's what we're doing tomorrow. It's Wednesday. It's something to supposedly prove young Earth. Yeah, a lot of it has come from that weird religious place, yeah. When am I doing the Anukai? I don't know what the Anukai is. Can't remember what that is. Is that Giants again? My video got banned, yeah, chemtrails. It got banned in a certain number of countries. They say it's about, YouTube's like, it's told me it's copyright. 3 different things have come up copyright. So I've got to tell YouTube, no, it's okay, trim them out. And I said that, and it's like, yeah, we'll deal with that. But in the meantime, it's banned in 16 countries. So yeah, but tomorrow we're doing something special, which is words on stream. We play a word game, and you type in the words on stream, and if you get the anagrams, I give money to charity. So that's tomorrow on YouTube. So make sure you check us out on YouTube, because it's like a 2-armed thing, this. It's Genshin Impact gameplay here, or whatever games. If you play a game, I'll play it on
and live
Twitch.
Each day to the fullest.
But sometimes we play a little indie game.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
Sometimes we'll play an indie game on YouTube. You know, if it's going to last 8 hours and just be a lot one-off, we'll do it on YouTube. So you get all sorts. That's the main channel on YouTube. And we've also got a clips channel, you know what it's like. Clips channel, edits channel when I do a game review, edits channel. So you know what it's like. You've been there. What time tomorrow? Words on stream, 2 PM GMT. 2 PM GMT, words on stream. It's a UK time. I'm in the UK. Deal with it.
Everything is negotiable, except over time.
But that's YouTube tomorrow, 2 PM GMT. So I better get off, because I need to go and eat my dinner and have some tucker and get to bed. And what I always say at the end, UK, yeah, it's one of those things. I'll be on Twitch later, the same day. You know, I'll be doing this later. That, you know, I'll be on here, but you know, I've got to deal with whatever time the sun comes up. I can't help it. It's not like I can order it for later. Hi, I've ordered the sun for today, but can you just put it back by a couple of hours? Yeah, I'm fancy a line, so if you just put the sun back by a couple of hours, thanks. Right, bye. It's not going to happen for me. Gonna have to get a bit higher up on the old ladder of divinity for that, aren't I? Have to get
a job to
bit closer to God if I want him to start messing around with the sun. that's for damn sure. I'm not going to do that, messing around past midnight on YouTube. So it is past midnight. It's always midnight. Listen, you be good, my little podcast. It's been a really good stream today. Thank you very much to LadyDuane. Thank you very much, and I'll see you all anon. And remember, if you be good, yeah, and if you can't be good, then I'm going to make you gamble away all your money on a slot machine. And all you're going to get is
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
Kaya,
That is
5-star.
what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
You just get a 5-star Kaya. You won't even get anyone with a nice hat. So, you be good. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you all in chat. Nice to meet you.